through crossing, but he managed to catch it, sparking its way through the kink, breaking into bottom S at 122.
Yeah, drives this super aggressively, lots of power, big oversteer moment, really quick on the exit. I've never seen anybody go that sideways in a single seater. Wow, that was so quick. That was unbelievable what just happened at bottom.
25.96. 25.96 for Andy Greenland there. Superb time. And in fact, David Warburton's on the line. He can beat that. He's certainly got potential. David scotches off the line.
Yes, only 1600 that was yesterday into the 24s. Nice and neat, tidy through Kennel. He'll be flat through crossing. That car is welded to the floor through crossing and through the kink, breaking into bottom S now at 108.
Yeah, arrives with me. Bit of an oversteer moment, it heads into bottom S, heads out at top S, traction control fighting the power, and he fires it towards the finish line. Super quick car, this should be a good time.
25.14 for David Warburton. Richard Spedding on the line in the Raptor. Beautiful little Raptor, very rapid driver. He's already on his way up the hill.
Yeah, he's with me now, nice and neat and tied through Kennel. Slap bang him in the middle of the road through Kennel and crossing. Just the lightest of lifts I think there was in crossing. Flat through the kink, breaking into bottom S, 137.
Yeah, with me now, takes a nice line into bottom S, just clips the apex slightly, takes a perfect line through top S, a little bit of a wiggle on exit, but fires that car, uses all the power as it gets towards the finish line. Got a 25.58, but wow, I'm just coming back down to earth after Andy Greenland's exit from top S. That was wild. Andy
I watched
Greenland
that.
Take a bow.
I saw it on live stream. Very rapid.
Take a bow.
End of batch, chaps. The maestro, that is Chris Druitt, will be taking over very shortly, and I shall have a little breather and sit back and watch the action for a bit.
Have a lovely time. Have a wander and see what you can find in the paddock.
I certainly will, yeah.
Get the gossip.
Get the goss. All right, talk to you shortly.
I have a cameraman just below my my commentary box, and if anybody's wondering what these cameras are for, we are live streaming this event today. So if you head on the HillClimb UK YouTube channel, you should be able to see a live stream if you are able to, if you have the signal. It's always nice to see lots of different angles, isn't it, Billy?
Yes, indeed. I think we're going live very soon. I don't think we're quite live yet, but I think we might be going live in a batch or two. But I'll tell you what's quite exciting.
As if anything could be more exciting than what Andy Greenland just did below my commentary box. I mean,
he was
wow.
Did it here too at crossing, so I'll have to raise you 50 miles an hour. But anyway, I was looking at the times in the 1100 class, which is phenomenally competitive, and they've just had their 4th practice run. And the fastest driver over the 4 runs was Stuart Bickley on a 26.35 from yesterday. And Dave Tatham in second has just done a 26.36. So there is a mammoth 100th of a second between the top 2 cars in the 1100 class, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah,
and then
it's incredible.
We've got then Tom Weaver on a 26.89 in third. And those 3 drivers, I think, are going to have a titanic battle for the class win today.
As I understand it, Billy, these 1100 cars, for those who may not know, they are the 1000cc motorbike engines, slightly reworked, bored out slightly. I understand they're either turbo or supercharged.
No, these are naturally aspirated.
Are they really?
Yeah, no, there's no forced induction in the 1100 class.
Got you. Okay.
Some are 1070, some are 999. Depending, they're pretty much size-wise what they were in the bikes that they were in on the road.
Of course.
The engine that took the breath away was the name's gone out of my head. If I look at the program, Robert Kenrick, that's it, because he owns the record, which was a 1000cc BMW engine in the back of a GWR Raptor, but the engine was basically a World Superbike engine that he'd got from the US, I think it was.
Wow.
And it was something stupid like 200 plus horsepower.
Yes.
More than 200 horsepower. And so the record in that class in an 1100 stands at 24.58.
And that is wild, isn't it? That's absolutely wild. And you know, you can forgive me for thinking that there might have been forced induction, because the performance they extract from these cars is unbelievable.
There is one forced induction one that's in the 1600 class, because it's 1000cc turbo. It comes upper class, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
Which is William Loughbridge in the Empire. And he'll be going in the next batch if he got the car fixed, because he had a clutch issue yesterday, and I spoke to him in the paddock this morning, and he'd fixed it, and he was just going to see if it would speak. So hopefully we will be seeing William in that car
and just on
in the next batch.
And just on the subject of fixing cars, do we know, or do you know, with your super intelligence of detective work, we saw the Terry Graves car running yesterday.
Yeah,
last
I saw
night,
it
didn't we?
fire. I don't know. When I was
working?
in the paddock, the car was still covered up, but that was at 8:30 this morning, and then so we will find out in about 10 cars' time, I expect.
Good morning, gang, and good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Chris.
All well?
Very well. How are you? Very well.
I'm fine. We're about to start live streaming, so your voice will be heard in Indonesia. It's a bit spooky, isn't it, actually?
Is it just Indonesia we're streaming to today?
No, I think we're probably including New Zealand as well.
Right,
but
good.
Except they're all in bed.
Ah, yeah. Well, they'll have stayed up, Chris.
I
for
think
us.
so, yeah. People do, you know.
We had them on an oil rig once. Do you remember that? We had a comment in that there was somebody watching from an oil rig.
That's right. We said, don't go on the rocks.
Yes.
He's meant to be steering this tanker.
Yes.
No, it wasn't an oil rig, it was a tanker.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, making for Fremantle.
Right. Unbelievable.
They're too busy watching Shelsley.
Yes.
Of all the excuses.
I know, that's right, exactly. I was sober, sir, but I was watching hill climbing.
Yeah. I think in the reason for incident box of the form, that would be under other, please specify.
It would. There's also sometimes there's a group of people in Maryland in the States who get together. I suppose it's breakfast time for them, but they watch the stream
Oh, really?
as a gang. Yeah, it's really good. And I don't know if our friends Tom and Bea are watching already. I'm sure they'll come up online pretty soon. We get, for those of you who are not watching the screen, we get lovely little messages coming up on our screen, which we try and respond to. And Tom and Bea are faithful fans in Münster in France. We've all heard of Münster in Germany, but they live in Münster in France, which is in the corner down near Mulhouse, which is where Bugattis are built.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, they'll have to come over and see it live at some point because it looks amazing on the stream. And
I know.
Rich Danby's done a phenomenal job with the camera angles.
And
but
the real thing is even better.
Yes. Yes, and you don't get the rush as they go past.
Yes.
Up here is quite something.
We're about to kick off with batch 5, kicked off by Richard Summers in this wonderful new car that they've spent, the Summers family have spent 7 years building, specifically, actually, for Lindsay and Alex's bride, which is, as I said yesterday, a labour of love to build a car for your mum and your wife.
Yes, Debbie is driving it this weekend as well.
Yeah, she is. And she had her first outing in it yesterday and really loved it.
I was talking to Alex yesterday. He popped into my commentary box and he said, I said, oh, how's it feel? He said, it's just so weird seeing a wing that I created going up the hill on a car that I created. So it's just so weird.
And here it is with Richard at the wheel, I think, and it's exquisite looking car. It's a space frame, but a reinforced space frame. It's got the Cosworth 2.5 litre V6 engine in the back that Alex used to have in his first year or so in the Fire Storm. But it's a beautiful bit of engineering.
It is, and it sounds fantastic. It's into my view. Richard aboard, driving it very nicely. Slap bang in the middle of the road as he comes through, crossing back on the power. It sings its way up through the kink. It's such a low car, this. Braking to bottom S at 99.
Such a low car, but beautiful, beautiful noise coming out the back of it as well. What a beautiful creation. Lovely and smooth. Through the bottom S and top S, just has a little bit of fluff through a gear, but no harm done, and across the line, beautiful.
In the 20s, 29.66 speed, over the line, 119. Now Bernard Kevill, Simon Andrews sharing this car, gentleman of a certain age, but having a lot of fun.
Yes, he's with me now, nice and neat and tidy through Kenneland, through the crossing. Just the lightest feathering of the throttle through the kink, braking to bottom S 98.
Yeah, Bernard just rolling it into bottom S, nice and smooth, rolling it out of the top S, nice and smooth, getting a nice wide line and on the power, and he'll be across the line in no time at all.
He will. And his time is a 28.58. He's followed by Lynn Owen, Mrs. OMS. They've built and sold 196 hill climb cars. They're going to have a big celebration when the 200th gets sold.
I knew you were going to steal that fact from me yesterday.
Yeah,
but,
I'm good at stealing facts.
Lynn's already been and gone, very neat and tidy as you'd expect, braking to bottom S at 89.
Yeah, absolutely. This distinctive pea green paintwork on this car, lovely, nice and smooth through bottom and top S and across the finishing line.
And Lynn's time 31.28. Now Sandra Tomlin in the venerable Pilbeam MP97 with its 4-litre Judd engine. It's an ex-Formula 1 engine.
Sounds fantastic, this car. Sandra drives it very well indeed. She's already gone past me, braking to bottom S at 89.
Yeah, absolutely. Is this the 4-litre Judd car, I believe?
It is.
Yeah, sounds great. And yeah, just has a slightly slow exit out of top S, but using all of that Judd power to get across the line. Love it, Judd.
Time for Sandra is a 30.57, 126 over the line, and good to see the Gould DJ55 on the line. I think it's Tony Hunt at the wheel. They were having trouble yesterday, but they've managed to fix. It was the water pump, wasn't it?
It was indeed, but they've got it fixed. It's into my sight. Good to see Tony on the hill. Big stab of power through between Kennel and Crossing. Nice and neat and tight through Crossing. On the power early. Through the kink, sparking everywhere, braking to bottom S at 104.
Yeah, really pleased to see this car. Just takes a nibble into bottom S and out of top S nice and smoothly. So nice clean run there through the S's and across the line. What a great sounding car that is.
Yeah, and a good time too. 27.26, 135 on the line. Now hold on to your hats. Oh, no, it's not, but pretty soon we'll get Sean Gould. What's happened to Sean? Instead, we've got... It's either Dave Uren or Nicola. I think it's Nicola, yes. In the famous Gould 55.
Yes, it's carries lots of speed into Kennel, gets on the power early between Kennel and Crossing, turns really nicely into Crossing. She's done a sub 25 second run in this car before. She likes her record that she's got here in that car, braking to bottom S 116.
Yeah, big oversteer moment on the exit of bottom S, and but tidies it all up to fire it out of top S, and we'll be across the line.
It'll be quick.
Yeah,
25.44.
Wow.
She's ladies record holder here. Now then, Sean, our record holder here with the time of 22.37. It's only practice, so he wouldn't break the record anyway, but wow, start 2.37.
He appears so quickly into Kennel, and he's so quick through Crossing, going very nicely actually through Kennel and Crossing. This car looked a bit nervous yesterday. It looks much better today, braking to bottom S 120.
Yeah, with me now. Had a slight spin at bottom S yesterday, but obviously no harm done, which is great, and already fires across the finish line.
It's a 25.29, 154. We had somebody going over the line at 163 yesterday, which I shouldn't mention that, otherwise we'll have the...
Motorsport UK will be down.
I know, that's the worry, isn't it? Now then, Graham Wynne, owner with Scott Moran of the Gould GR59. I think actually Graham is the owner. They've been developing this car and they've really got the handling right. 2.28 off the line.
Yes, Graham into my sight now. Wow, carried loads of speed into Kennel, a little wide on exit, but no harm done. Nicely through Crossing, slap bang in the middle of the road as he goes through between Crossing and the kick, braking to bottom S now 106.
Yeah, with me now. So this is a fiercely quick car. This takes a beautiful line, good stab of power through bottom S. Traction control fighting all of that power as it heads towards the finish line. We'll be across the line now.
To record a 25.58. 148 miles an hour over the line, and I think can't see. He's tucked behind the hut. It's Lindsay.
Yes, here comes
it's Mum.
Lindsay.
Mum's car.
She goes very well in this car. Already through Kennel, up to me at Crossing, neat and tidy as you expect from Lindsay through Crossing, back on the power early, slap bang in the middle of the road as she goes through the kink, braking to bottom S 101.
Yeah, carrying plenty of speed, beautifully controlled through bottom S. Nice, a bit of a wiggle, had to get out the power in a big way at top S, but yeah, across the line, all gathered up, no problem, but just had to get out the power.
27.51, 130 miles an hour. Erin Colborne in this really interesting Van Diemen.
Yes, Erin into my sight already. They're going really nicely in this car this weekend. It's going very well indeed, and very neat and tidy through Kennel and through Crossing, flat through the kink, braking to bottom S at 100.
Yeah, absolutely, just rolls it into bottom S, just takes a little clip of apex, and beautiful line through top S, but just has to get past slightly as it headed towards the bank, but all gathered up and across the line.
He records a 29.03, and he's followed by Ian Tucker.
Yes, Ian Tucker going very quickly indeed. Already been and gone under my box through the kink, braking into bottom S at 97. We're in the 2-litre class now.
Yeah, just rolls it in slightly slow on approach, but gathers up nice tight line, stab of power through the S's, and squares the car beautifully in the middle of the road, and so yep, slap bang in the middle of the road, and we'll be across the line now.
29.45 speed, 112 on the line. Andy Bogood over from the Channel Islands in the Force PT. I don't know how often Andy has climbed up Shelsley.
No, I haven't seen him here before, but he was 4th in class in practice yesterday,
Yeah,
so getting the hang of it.
Certainly is.
Into the 27s as well, which is very good yesterday. Let's see how he gets on today.
Do we know what engine he's got in this car? Is this a Hayabusa, probably?
Yes, it is a stretch, so it's 1630, so it's stretched just over the 1600cc mark, hence why it's in the 2 litre class.
Right.
Would that be on purpose, or is that stretching slightly over?
It's overheated and expanded.
Yes, he is. He left it outside on a hot day, I think.
He was aiming for 1600 dead.
Slightly bogged down the start, so 2.45.
Quickly into my sight though, neat and tidy through Kennel, big stab of power through Kennel and crossing, feathering the throttle through crossing, back on the power nice and early, feeds in the gears, through the kink, braking to bottom S 105.
Yeah, just nice tight line through bottom S, big stab of power, popping and banging its way past the commentary box, traction control fluffing to allow the power to kick in, and we're fighting across the line now.
And his time, 27.94, good time, 118 miles an hour. On the line is Terry Davis in the Davis family's new car, Force TA, with the 2-litre engine out of the previous car, Terry's own engine, the TKD engine.
Yes, very happy with the car, and it sounds absolutely brilliant, this car, nice and neat and tidy through from Terry between Kennel and crossing, back on the power early as he exits crossing, feathers the throttle through the kink, braking to bottom S at 90.
Yeah, sounds wonderful, this car, just a couple of prods of throttle as he gets between the 2 S's, and a nice tight line, and slap bang in the middle of the road at the top of top S, and we're firing across the finish line now, across the line.
29.6.
Yes.
Isn't it nice to see a Pilbeam again?
You know, I was about to say that exactly. Great to see Mike Tregoning on the hill in this Pilbeam, and it sounds lovely, this car, already through and past me at crossing. Little lift of the throttle as he came through the kink, braking to bottom S96.
Yeah, into my sight, just a couple of stabs down through the gears, and a bit of power on exit as he heads towards the finish line. Nice, tidy S's.
29.75. Andrew Henson in this Dallara Formula 3.
He was going
modified
very
by
well
Gould.
yesterday.
I don't know what Gould did. Did they new
the aero,
wings? The aero,
and removed a lot of the side pods. It's sparking as it goes through the kink. He was going very well in this car yesterday. S approach speed 114.
Yeah, it looks great in this car. Just heads slightly wide with a bit of understeer. The notorious grid just bounced him wide slightly, but he's gathered it all up and he's across the line.
For a 27.52, 115 and 114 into bottom S. Now then, Lee Griffiths is always quick. Determined driver, you could say.
Yes, he is indeed. He had a few issues with this car earlier in the year, but I think he's got to the bottom of them now, going very quickly as he comes through Kennel and crossing, flat through the kink as it's sparking as it hits the floor. S approach speed 115.
Yeah, just takes a nice nibble of curb, and lots of power, spins the rear wheels up as he heads between the 2 S's, but lovely line out top S, and he'll fire that across the finish line to record the time.
He will, and the time is 27.61. Now look at this delicious little Predator.
Yes, this is an incredible car. Another 2-litre V8 in the back, so another Terry Davis creation engine in this wonderful chassis, and it sounds brilliant. Through the kink, flat as you like, braking to bottom S at 112.
Yeah, beautiful line through bottom S, and just clips that drain cover just to get a little bit of oversteer on the exit of top S, and he's across the finish line.
Jonathan's time, 27.05. Now then, Einon Price, over from Wales, very quick, ex-rally driver.
Yes, had an issue with a hub yesterday which stopped him taking his 3rd run, but he's fixed it and he's back on the hill today, which is great to see. Determined as ever into bottom S at 116.
Yeah, you can see he's a rally driver. He's not afraid to use a bit of opposite lock, but just has to get massively out of power. He almost goes into the bank, so just saves that, but heads across the finish line. He'll have lost some time on the top S exit.
He's 26 seconds dead. 120. Tina Hawkes, nice to see Tina back.
Yes, it is indeed. She was going very well yesterday. We haven't seen her for a few years, but she's a very quick driver, very neat and tidy through the S's, back on the powers early as she comes out of crossing and through the kink into bottom S at 105.
Yeah, nice and smooth into bottom S, nice and smooth through the middle. Big dab of opposite lock as she heads out of the top S, but she's across the line, no stress at all.
with a time of 27.34, 137 over the line. That's very quick, isn't it? Wow.
Yes, it looked quick, considering that she was certainly on the power early. She was sideways, but caught it all and fired herself over the finish.
Kelvin Broad is really enjoying the Force TA.
Yes, great to see him here. Goes very well here, does Kelvin. He was very quick yesterday. He was on the power early just now as he came past me at crossing, flat through the kink into bottom S at 109.
Yeah, nice and smooth into bottom S. Good pot of power. Beautiful line through bottom and top S. They're about perfect. He fires it over the finish line. We'll have a time very shortly.
Time very shortly is 26.3 and 127. Good run by Kelvin.
Really
now
tight.
then, John Chalmers in this unique wrought with its 1400cc turbocharged engine.
Yeah, sounds great. This car popping and banging as burbling is on the overrun. Nice and neat and tidy through Kennel and through crossing on the power early as he came out of crossing, flat through the kink, braking into bottom S at 118.
Yeah, we've got that distinctive anti-lag sound of the turbo, keeping the turbo active, but gets on the power nice and early and fires that over the finish line, and we'll be recording a time.
He does, and it's a 27.11. Now then, Paul Hames. Now, can Paul get in the 24s?
He was yesterday. Well in 24.53 he did yesterday.
Brilliant.
Which is, I've not seen that car go as well. It was absolutely on rails yesterday.
Remember, 1300cc, turbocharged, 450 horsepower, weighs under 400 kilos. 2.5 off the start, not as good as Paul usually does.
Oh, he was so wide coming out of Kennel, but he managed to tidy it all up, nice and neat, tidy through crossing, flat through the kink, S approach speed 131.
Yeah, lots of speed into bottom S, takes a beautiful line through bottom S, beautiful line through top S. That's about as good as I can see anybody do it. And we'll be across the line.
It's a 25.07. 139 over the line.
7.86 between the S's. That was very, very quick.
That is quick.
That's about as good as I could see anybody do that.
Yep.
You know that last square of Rectocell on the exit of Kennel?
Yes.
I think he was about 3 inches from it.
Wow.
It's a bit wide coming through Kennel.
If you're watching online, we've got a nice picture of the top paddock, and you can see that it's changed for this year. It's been extensively tarmacked to accommodate more cars, because it used to have to park quite a lot of them on the grass. You can also just see to the left of the front row of cars the sand trap. So if your brakes fail at 163, the theory is you go into the sand trap and get stopped. But I don't think anyone wants to put it into practice. Roy Cousins says, good morning from London. Good morning, Roy.
Well, Roy, if you're in London, jump in the car. You'll be here by the runoff.
Yeah. Blicker, 74 from Belgium. Belgium is watching. You mean the whole of Belgium? We've finally made a breakthrough. And tuning in from Australia, good evening, Natty P. It's a good name, isn't it? And hello from Finland. If I could speak Finnish, I would say hello. Hello from Cyprus, Julie Price. Wow, all these lovely messages. Good morning, Adrian Passman. Good morning from Jersey, Channel Lines. Great day yesterday watching live stream. Keep up the great commentary. That's Billy and Lloyd. Good luck to all taking part and stay safe indeed. We share that.
So we have cars on their way back down the hill.
We do. Hang on. We've got Lisa Wilkes sending a nice message. It's beautiful weather this weekend, and Shelsley is such a gorgeous setting. That's one of the nice things about hill climbing. Certainly in the Midlands, they are all in beautiful parts of the world. There's Shelsley, which is in the Team Valley. There's Prescott, which is in the Cotswolds. There's Loughton Park up near the Welsh border. It's a bit different from Stalag Silverstone, isn't it? Barclay is watching from sunny Devon. We are blessed this weekend, not a cloud in the sky. So thanks for messages, keep them coming.
So I think, well, I was just saying earlier, Chris, as you were coming on line, how competitive the 1100 class is.
Yes.
I would add the same logic to the 1600 class and also to the 2 litre class. They are both very, very closely fought indeed.
As is the British Hillclimb Championship.
It is indeed. I tell you what, by the way, first practice of the day, Nicola did just then Nicola Ming is 25.44. I think her record is it a 24.8 or a 24.7?
24.7.
Not 1,000 miles away.
No, isn't that good?
On foot, and that was practice, and it was her first run of the day. So just keep an eye on that one.
Yes.
Keep 24.7 in the back of your
question
mind.
is, does a nice hot surface give more grip? I think it does.
I think up to a point. If it gets too hot, I think it gets almost slippy.
Yes.
I think we're about, and also it's nice that the whole hill is in the sun. I notice sometimes on the second runoffs, if the top of the hill is in the shade, the times do tail off ever so slightly. So it may be that runoff 1 and the time runs we're about to see are going to be the best opportunity to show what you've got. So yeah.
We've noticed, haven't we, the trees have been thinned slightly up at top S. Perhaps that's for vision, perhaps that's for condition of the track, who knows, but hopefully it can reveal some good times today.
But also one of the awkward things towards the end of the day is coming round Kennel and looking straight into the lowering sun.
Yes.
And poor Simon Taylor found he has a black helmet with a black visor, and he came round, he was absolutely blind and went slightly off the track. Luckily no damage to himself or the car.
Oh really?
That was years ago though.
Yes.
When he was a young man.
There's a song in that.
There is.
I feel a song coming on. I did. We were talking earlier, Chris. Where did you get your runoff win when you? Was it Whistler? Lope.
That's one highlight. The other highlight of my undistinguished hill climbing career was the best time of the day here at Shelsley.
Was it really?
Yeah.
In March.
Yeah.
Wow. I was looking at some old photos and footage of Shelsley from yesteryear, and it just made me think just how fantastic it's looking at the moment. I've never seen the hill look so good.
Yes,
it's
I agree.
Absolutely pristine.
Shout out for the groundsman.
Very much so. And from a safety point of view, it's good to see the Armco on the way up to bottom S.
Yes. Yes. First time it was tested, it passed that test with flying colours, which was when it was Liam Cooper, I think it was, turned in slightly too early to Kennel, and so it spat him across the road as it touched the bank, and it clattered the Armco. But it continued to the top, and there was a few bent wishbones, I think there was, and a rear wing stay, which they fixed overnight, and they were competing the following day. But it very much did its job, which was to stop anybody riding up the bank, which you don't want to do.
Now coming up to the line for his second hill climb ever in the Gould at Chelsea is Ed Burgess, who last weekend broke the Bugatti record at Prescott in his Type 51 Bugatti. So it's a bit of a contrast this weekend.
Do you think out of habit he tries to put one arm down the side of the Gould going through corners and lead?
I think he might well do.
He goes very well in this car though, as he's learning this car, absolutely immaculate. So the 2.5 litre V6 howling away in the back of it. He's passed me already, nice and neat and tidy from Ed as he's adjusting to this high downforce car, braking to bottom S at 91.
Yeah, it takes a beautifully smooth line as he rolls into bottom S, and a beautifully smooth exit out of the top S, so he'll be on the power hard, and he'll be across the line any time now.
With a 28.89, and here's, oh, it's stuttering. The Jaguar V6 in the back of this car is not happy.
Ah, yes,
but
it's
I
going.
think it's cleared its throat now.
It sounds okay with me. It wasn't happy through Kennel, but it sounds fine now through crossing in the kink. So whatever the problem was for Paul, it sorts itself out. S approach beat 94.
Yeah, it just rolls it into bottom S, and yeah, it sounds fine from where I'm sat. So let's have a listen as we head across the line. A slight fluff, but I think we're okay across the line.
It cost him a lot of time, I think. 110 miles an hour, 34.43. Lovely to see Sue Young back again.
Yeah, she goes very well in this car, nice and neat and tidy through Kennel, back on the power nicely early from Sue, through crossing, back on the power early through crossing, slap bang in the middle of the road as she goes up towards the kink, light as feathering the throttles in through the kink, braking to bottom S, 107.
Absolutely, yeah, Sue got our drive of the day in our last event at Midland Championship, and she's beautiful through the S's, and she wiggles her way across the finish line now.
And her time is a 26.63. She'll be pretty happy with that. Previous ladies record holder. Now then, Jack Cottrell I wonder, I hope Terry Graves hasn't got a problem. He should have appeared before soon.
The car just went up, so maybe as it's still practice, they've just let it run slightly later, maybe, just to
well
cool the car.
Yeah. Now then, Jack is in the DJ Delara. It's a Delara tub, but the rest of it is DJ pretty much.
Yeah, it's very pretty, this car, and he goes very well in it. Nice and neat and tidy through kennel. Big stab of power between kennel and crossing. Nice and early on the power on the exit of crossing. Popping and banging as he takes another gear through the kink. Nice and neat and tidy. S approach speed 108.
Yeah, Jack, a fantastic driver in this car. Certainly gets on top of the power. Beautiful line through bottom and top S, and he's already fired himself off towards the distance.
26.18, 140 miles an hour over the finishing line.
Very tidy.
And here is Will Hall in the new, this year, Gould GR59. Remind me, is it a 4-litre Judd again?
Yes, 4-litre Judd.
Slight issue yesterday, he stopped on the track. Hoping they've got that issue worked out.
Oh, the nut that holds the throttle cable fell off.
What? Sorry, my mic cut out then.
The nut behind the wheel.
Ah, that's definitely what you need.
There was a nut that holds the throttle cable on in the pedal box, and it fell off.
Ah, okay.
Good start, 2.05.
Rockets into my view, nice and neat and tidy through kennel. Big stab of power between kennel and crossing. Sparks as he comes through crossing as it hits the road through the kink. Braking to bottom S now at 112.
Getting to my sight now, just bangs it down the gear, slightly bit of an opposite lock moment as he heads across. Lots of power and fighting the traction on the power. Nice and early, this should be a quick time, sparking across the line.
It's a 24.06. Wow, so very nearly in the 23s. 162 over the line. Doesn't bear thinking.
Good grief.
I know. Now then, the new car with Debbie on board. It's so pretty. And they've done a lovely paint job. They didn't expect this colour, but they like it now.
It looks fantastic, doesn't it? Alex was watching it on the hill yesterday and he commented just how low it was, even though he designed it. But it is very low indeed, and it's going very nicely as it's passed me already into bottom S at 100.
Yeah, absolutely. That Opel DTM engine just singing through the S's, and nice and smooth, taking it nice and easy, nice and controlled out of top S and heading towards the finish line.
My screen says it's Richard, but I think it's
That's Debbie, I think. Might be
Richard went just now. 29.45. Good. Simon Andrews, of course, sharing the OMS.
Yes.
Got the first TKD engine.
Very, very close to the bank as it came through crossing, but neat and tidy through the kink, braking to bottom S 109.
Yeah, nice wide avoidance of the curve, and takes a nice line through top S and fires it towards the finish line, no drama at all.
Good time, 27.8 for Simon, and on the line, Steve Owen, Mr. OMS, busy building these cars. They're going to America, they go to Australia, lots of them go for export.
Yes, they do indeed. Nice and neat and tidy through from Steve through kennel up to crossing. Now carries lots of speed through crossing. Slap bang in the middle of the road as he comes out of crossing. Flat through the kink. Little lift after the kink. Braking to bottom S now at 109.
Yeah, carrying loads of speed. Big broadside as he heads into bottom S, carrying lots of speed through top S and heading out onto the finish line now.
Time in the 26 is 26.6, speed 123, and on the line, good to see Terry Graves out in the DJ 55 with its new engine, with an XT Cosworth engine.
Yes, rockets into my sight. Sounds fantastic, this car. Same engine as is in the back of Alex Summers' car and Jack Cottrell's. Sounds brilliant, sparking as it goes between crossing and the kink, braking into bottom S 108.
Yeah, got that car now. Great to see it back out, as you say, and nice tight line through top S. Just have to get that power slightly as he was heading for the bank, but full beams as we head across the finish line.
135 miles an hour, 26.66. Now then, Oliver Tomlin.
Yes, already rockets into my sight with the big 4-litre powered pill beam into my view now, nice and neat and tidy through kennel and through crossing in the middle of the road as he goes through the kink. No dramas at all, braking to bottom S 121.
Yeah, absolutely. The 4-litre Judd in the back of this car spins up its rear wheels between the two S's, but gets a great exit out of top S and using all of that power to head across the finish line.
Quarter time in the 26 is 26.25. That's pretty good. 126 over the line.
That is good.
Say a quick shout out to my friend Oliver of High Tech Motorsports, tuned into live stream today.
David Uren, where is he in the championship?
He's about 8th, I think, but he goes very well here. Wow, he carried so much speed through crossing already. Absolutely flat through the kink, braking to bottom S, 135.
Yeah, loads of speed into bottom S and really quick through the S's. This is rapid through the S's. This should be a quick time. Keep an eye on the clock. This will be, wow.
23.98. We're in the 23s. Open line to 139, into bottom S 135.
Wow, 7.62 split sector on the S's.
And it's not a new car, is it?
I think this is its 23rd season of competition.
Amazing.
The design is 25 years old and it's still very competitive.
Now Matt Ryder is on the line in the works school, and he's won some championship runoffs this year.
Yep.
2.05 off the line, excellent.
Here he is now, nice and neat and tidy through kennel, and big spurt of power as it comes up through crossing, carries so much speed through crossing, slap bang in the middle of the road as he goes up through the kink, braking to bottom S, 127.
Yeah, now this is a really, really quick car. Obviously we're going to see a massive speed across the finish line. That's a perfect line through top S. This will be quick over the line.
140. So he's taking it easy.
Yeah, he is.
20 for a 24.36 with Matthew.
Matthew's at 140 through the speed trap on the S approach yesterday.
Now the car is down on power compared with the latest cars, but Trevor's got the skill.
He is up on bravery as well, uses all the roads as he comes out of crossing and sparking through the kink, braking to bottom S, 126.
Yeah, a little bit of oversteer as he heads between the two S's. Wow, clips the back with a rear tyre, but looks all under control as he heads across the finish line. That was nice.
In the 24s, 24.65, speed 135. On the line, 6 times champ, Scott Moran.
Yes, had a bit of a moment yesterday through crossing and through the kink yesterday evening, so
2.18. There's not so much grip off the finish, off the start line at the moment.
No, but so fast through kennel and crossing, much neater and tidier through the kink as you'd expect from Scott, braking into bottom S at 139.
Yeah, rolls it in nicely, a little bit of curb on the entrance, perfect line on the exit. This is going to be quick.
Give me a low 23, I think.
It's a 24.15. 24.15.
I'm surprised.
Yep, 147. 7.84 through the S sector is part of the course. It's pretty good. Now then, Alex. Doesn't that engine sound fantastic?
Absolutely brilliant. Wow, he carried so much speed into kennel, up to crossing, carries so much speed through crossing. He's on the power so early. He's flat through the kink. He's braking to bottom S at 129.
Wow, it sounds so frantic coming up the hill, this car, doesn't it? Takes a perfect line through bottom S, perfect line through the exit of top S. Come on, Alex, let's use all that power to get you across the line.
Into the 23s. Yes, 23.5. 23.52. 146 over the line. Wow.
He was on the power so early through crossing. Unbelievable.
And I think this is Sean Gould on the line. It's a Gould GR59. Aren't they pretty?
They are.
And technically so advanced.
Should be Wallace, no?
It's Wallace. It's Wallace. Champion.
Here he comes. He always looks so neat and tidy in this car. It looks on rails as it comes through kennel and through crossing, slap bang in the middle of the road as he goes through the kink, braking to bottom S now, 140.
Yeah, Wallace's car popping and banging loudly through the valleys. He takes a perfect line through bottom S, perfect line through the exit of top S, and he'll be firing that car towards the finish line now. Go on, Wallace.
Just over the 24 mark, 24.04. Remember, this is practice. They're not on their best set of tyres, which usually get reserved for the runoff. When they're in the class runs, they're pretty sure of qualifying anyway. So again, they don't need to use their latest tyres in the class runs. So you can expect times to be even quicker in the runoffs.
That was quick from Alex Summers. 23.5 already. He didn't do his last practice run yesterday evening, and I asked him if there was an issue with the car, and he said no. The opposite, he was very happy with the car. He really just wanted to see the P40 at speed for the first time because he hasn't had a chance to actually watch it. So he came up the hill and watched his creation being driven by Dad and his wife, and also watched some of the other competitors as well. And I think gave an interesting insight into the different performances of the different cars. But Clearly no issue there for missing one practice run, because he's just gone and banged in a 23.52.
Yeah.
Looked absolutely planted through the S's. And you can see with the time, 7.73 through the S's, he was really chucking the car about.
Do I need to explain why we measure the time to 64 feet?
Well, I haven't got it marked off on my HillClimb commentary bingo card for today, so
Right.
I think yes.
Okay. We have a timing beam at 64 feet from the start line. Significance of that is 2 seconds to 64 feet is 1 G of acceleration, 1 force of gravity, so it's as quick as jumping off the diving board into the swimming pool. And it's one of the measures by which we predict whether it's going to be a really fast run. For instance, Alex and Wallace were both under the 2-second mark in their last runs, 1.94 for Alex, 1.97 for Wallace. And the result, of course, is times in the 23s and 24s. Roy Lane, though, a distinguished ex-champion who sadly we lost quite a few years ago, he used to say the key to a quick run at Shelsley is kennel, which is the first left-hander after the start.
Wow. It's funny, I've spoken to lots of different people, all of which have been very successful here, all of which say that the key to their success was different parts of the track.
Yeah, I know. Yes.
I always think the S is a key. Exit of top S is a key. And the entry to bottom S is interesting. He's going to go and... I mean, Scott just did 139 into bottom S, but I always noticed Scott carried less speed into the approach to get right back over to the left-hand side before turning into top S to maximise exit out of top S. So it's interesting, the S. The S is a funny... Oh, and by the way, talking about experts here at Shelsley, Willem Towett is looking at me.
Oh.
Hello, Willem.
Welcome, Willem.
Yes, so he's... and wife Sue here as well. Hi, Sue. And...
Chief aerodynamicist.
Yes, indeed, and a very, very fast driver here when he competed in the Pill Beam.
He was very determined, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He still is, of course.
You won a run off here, didn't you?
Me?
He's just no. He won. He came second a few times here in runoffs, but never quite managed to win one. But
is he sharing the box with you?
Well, he stood next to me actually.
Oh, fantastic.
So yes, he's on his way up the hill to watch. So it's a good spot to stop as a breath back point. The crossing box.
Willem and Sue were planning to move back to England. I don't know if they have done so. So we move on to batch 7 with some interesting cars. I do encourage you, if you're down the bottom of the hill, to have a go at climbing up the hill to the S's. It is spectacular and a bit hair-raising watching these cars approaching the S's and going through. Now then, we've got some interesting cars, starting with Jan Nitsch in his new acquisition, which is a very early Mallock in Formula 3 form. Most Mallocks competed in the Clubman's Championship, but this one is a very early one which the Mallock family designed for racing.
Yes, and here it is now. It's a lovely little car. This great size for hill climbing, absolutely tiny little car. Ray Mallock still circuit races one of these. I don't know if you just said that. Sorry, I had my headset off. But into bottom S now for Jan at 67.
Yes, and with me now, as I say, it looks lost, doesn't it, between the very narrow track of Shelsley Walsh. It's such a petite car, very pretty proportions, but through and heading towards the finish imminently.
And finishes with a time of 40.32. He's not terribly happy with the handling at the moment, so it needs a bit of work. Simon Taylor, long-time commentator, competitor in the famous Stovebowl Special, which started life as a Formula 2 car with an Alta engine built by HWM.
Sounds fantastic, this car, as it booms and bellows its way up the hill. It's got a lot of power. You can tell when he puts his foot down, it really does get up and go. He's nice and neat and tidy through the kink, braking into bottom S at 77.
Yeah, with me now. It's such a pretty car, this, very distinctive and obviously iconic looking car. So it takes a nice stab of opposite lock, controlling the oversteer on the power for that big V8 and heading towards the finish. we know if he drove that here today?
He did from the hotel, yeah.
I've got Bryony Serra with me in the lovely little Elva Mark 7. She's already been and gone. She's very neat and tidily through the kink, braking into bottom S at 67.
She's in the Lotus 51.
She is. She's
is she? Sorry.
Yeah, not
Sorry,
an
that's
unusual
not
Elva, but yeah, with her little bit of a fluff as it exited top S, but all cleared up and heading towards the finish.
The Elva is misbehaving, apparently.
Time
for Bryony, 37.83.
I've got Andrew Tippett been and gone past me in the booming, bellowing Brabham, and he's already into bottom S at 82.
Indeed, yeah, with me now, just locking up the rear wheel slightly, has to correct a bit of an oversteer moment as he exits top S, but all collected and heading towards the finish.
Time for Andrew, 32.91. Now, nice to see Roger Deans back in the Formula 5000 Lola.
Yes, this is a handful on a hill like this. Big 5-litre V8 in the back. Drives it very nicely, does Roger. Sounds fantastic as it powers past me here at crossing. Through the kink, braking to bottom S at 69.
Yeah, great looking car this. I really love the Formula 5000s. I love the packaging of them, this massive V8, beautiful manifold sat between them, nice and smooth from Roger, and heading towards the finish.
Followed up by Richard Brown, the ex-record holder here. Time for Roger, 35.77.
Richard is inch perfect in this car when he competes. Still, he's an octogenarian. 60 years of continuous competition he's done. Absolutely amazing. This is his 60th year of competition.
And you wouldn't know it looking at the way he absolutely fires the car through the S's. He's very, very enthusiastic in the way he drives that, for sure, but across the line.
And Richard's time is a 31.19. He's had so many different cars in his long career. Now then, we've got cars still coming to the line, so that isn't the end of a batch.
I think we'll probably, because the rest of the batch aren't competing today, probably go back to batch 1, which is some dual-driven cars. There's only 4, so I think they'll probably run batch 1, I would presume.
Yes, well, we've got Joy Hoyle on the line, and batch 1 is only 4 cars anyway.
So you're telling me there's no Clios?
Dave Garnett should follow in a Clio. He's going to go home if
they thought you were giving away too many secrets of their cars, Roy.
Yeah.
So Joy off the line, which you can interpret 2 ways.
So this is the first of our timed runs. This one is for keeps. Joy is already on the hill, nice and neat and tidily through crossings, slap bang in the middle of the road in this lovely Caterham 7 Super Sprint, through the kink, braking to bottom S84.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of my favourite cars, shared with Ray Law. It's a big Vauxhall powered engine, massive set of carburetors, nice and tidy through the S's and powering towards the finish line now.
And Joy's time is the 33.24. Lotus Elise, I think it's David Wilson.
Yes, they've bought an Elise and they've stopped racing the Peugeot. I never thought I'd see the day that the Wilsons would not be in that lovely little 205, but they've joined the Elise crew.
They have.
Very quick, that 205.
This is David off the line in the Elise.
Yep, David into my view now, nicely through. Kennel gets on the power early, takes a gear just before he gets to crossing, very neat and tidy again, uses all the road on the exit of crossing, flat through the kink, car looking brilliant, braking to bottom S at 87.
Yeah, absolutely, these boys know their way around the course, just turns in slightly early, just has to have another go at turning in, but lots of oversteer, the car just drifts itself and heads towards the other side of the bank on the exit of top S, but all collected and across the line.
His time, 34.08. Now, Lloyd, you can relax. There's a Renault Clio Cup 182 on the line.
Right, thank goodness for that.
That avoids a commentator tantrum, doesn't it?
It does.
Headsets being thrown onto the desk in front of me.
This is David Garnett. So for some reason, batch 1 is going in reverse order. I don't think Tim Grasby is here with the Lotus 211.
I did see it earlier.
Oh, did you?
I don't, because it's dual. Well, it's dual driven, so I don't know if both. I don't know if I saw it go up twice, but I'm pretty sure I did see it go.
So David Garnett off the line in the 182. Not a quick start. Take it easy.
Yes, he's already. Yes, I've seen him. He's passed me now. It seems to be going nicely now. Maybe a bit of a gear selection issue, but it's going nicely now as it's through Kennelland Crossing, flat through the kink, braking to bottom S at 78.
Yeah, now David normally chucks this thing into bottom S on 3 wheels. Not quite on 3 wheels on this occasion, but just fires it in and just gets a little prod of the throttle a couple of times. The exit's top S, just a little bit of understeer, but he's heading towards the line, no issues there.
Time coming up. It's a 39.05, and that's the end of a batch.
Yes, well, we didn't have the 211, but I thought I saw it earlier. It could be that it's maybe not being dual driven today. I don't know.
It was certainly here yesterday.
It was, wasn't it?
I only
definitely
saw it
saw
going
it this
up the hill
morning.
once.
Certainly saw it this morning as I walked up the hill to deliver your tea, Billy.
Right. So a bit of a pause, and there's lots of interest in batch 2, including a trio of Porsche Cayman GT4s.
Yes, indeed. A couple of highlights. So you've got Richard Snow, who's got the Cayman GT4, the earlier generation, the manual gearbox 981 variant car. He throws that car up this hill. Certainly not afraid of it.
Gents, I'm just going to step away from the box for one moment whilst we're having a batch.
Of course, mate.
Okay.
Of course. And it'll be interesting to see what times it's in comparison to Robert Lancaster Gay, who also has a Cayman GT4, but the later variant. He's got the 718 with the slightly newer engine, but PDK variant in this one. So, but they've been trading very similar times in the last couple of events. So it would be very interesting to see what happens today.
We've got Rodney Isles as well in his Honda S2000.
I think Rodney's in his Alpha 4C this weekend.
I think he is.
Yeah.
But he's leading the Midlands Championship at the moment. I don't know, can you score points in different cars?
Don't know again. If I think that would be a question for Billy Grace, but I don't know, I'm afraid. I would have thought, you'd think so, wouldn't you, I suppose, but I would have to check with Billy.
We've got Tony Adams' Lotus Exige with a supercharged V6 Toyota engine in the back.
Absolutely.
I wonder when we'll see the first Lotus Emira on Hill Climb. Look forward to that.
Well, yeah, we might well do. I mean, possibly on one of the other days where we have a few more road cars going up. It's a good-looking car, that new Emira.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, really good-looking car. I think it's a bit more focused as a bit of a GT to do a few miles in, so I think you'd rather take an Exige up the hill than an Emira. But I think the Emira's a great-looking car. I love what they've done with that. They've just released that Toyota, so it's the same engine as this Exige of Tony Adams in the Emira. It's the supercharged V6 manual, but they are bringing out a dual clutch Mercedes A45S engined car. That's a 2-litre 4-cylinder turbo engine with about 400 horsepower, so that should go quite well as well, I think.
Again, a Toyota engine?
No, Mercedes engine.
It's a Mercedes.
It's a Mercedes A45S engine, yeah. It's 400 brake horsepower, 2-litre turbo.
There's a very interesting series by Harry Metcalf, all sorts of interesting cars. He bought one of the first Emiras off the line, and I think he's done about 4,000 miles in it.
Yes.
His latest clip gives his experiences of the car.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Harry Metcalf runs a wonderful YouTube channel now. Obviously, ex-Evo magazine owner, so he's one of us. But yeah, I think I see Harry Metcalf as almost like the Morgan Freeman of the car journalism world. I just everything he tells me, I just goes in. So he's very, very good, is Harry Metcalf. But yeah, no, he's enjoying his Emira. I think he's done some miles in it, as he does with all his cars. But yeah, hopefully this is the start of a new beginning for Lotus.
And he's a very professional farmer as well. And occasionally he does a review of the farming season, which is fascinating to listen to.
Yes, it is indeed. Yeah, slightly different angle to the other illustrious TV farmer that we all know. But yeah, Harry Metcalf I just find him just a very knowledgeable and informative person on YouTube. So yeah, head to his YouTube channel.
We've got Laura Wardle, I think, in the Porsche queuing to come up to the start line. So pretty soon we'll be in action. The clerk of the course coming back in the Subaru, for which we say thanks to Fields Subaru. So very soon we'll be kicking off with batch 2. I don't know if we've got any more messages from foreign parts, but if we have, we'll Share them.
Well, I've had a message from my good friend Oliver, who's got the app online now. He's on his way back from Dijon, having raced a Lotus 26R for High Tech Motorsport. So yeah, so he's in the car on the way back from France, listening to us. So
here's Laura coming up to the line in the Porsche.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
What is Laura's number? 750. So she's on page 16 of the program. Class C3 modified car, series production over 2 litres. And Laura has got a 3.2 litre engine in the back of this fairly elderly Porsche S-Reg. But it doesn't go like an elderly car at all. It goes like a young hot shoe.
It's a very quick car indeed, and Laura's a very quick driver in it. She's nice and neat and tidily through crossing, uses all the road on exit, really neat and tidy lines, keeps her foot to the floor through the kink and braking into bottom S at 76.
yeah, with me now, just a nice line through bottom S, nice and tight through there. Takes a nice tight line through top S, very nice indeed, and heading towards the line.
Followed by James Hudson in a very noisy Mark II Golf.
He goes really well in this car, drives it like he stole it, inch perfect as he comes through kennel and through crossing, slap bang him in the middle of the road through the kink. Sounds great, this car, braking to bottom S at 80.
Flying in this car. I'd love to know what he's done to that engine. Takes a load of curve, flicks up a bit of dust on the entrance to bottom S. He's out of top S already. That car is an absolute screamer, so he's heading towards the line. Hopefully this should be a good time for him.
Let's see, it's a 35.49, that is a good time. Time for Laura, 35.88. Now James Chalmers, son of John.
Yes, going very well in this little MX-5. He's very neat and tidy, perfect lines as he comes through kennel and crossing, keeps his foot to the floor and through the kink, braking nice and late into bottom S at 68.
Yeah, absolutely. The MX-5 is a great way to get into motorsport, and using every bit of the power that he's got there on his 1.8, takes a bit of oversteer there as he just corrects it. He didn't get out the throttle at all to correct that. He oversteered it and corrected it all on the power, but he's off towards the finish line now.
Followed by Richard Pates in the MGF. Time for James, 40.18.
Yes, and now I've got Richard with me in this very bright yellow MGF. Very neat and tidy through kennel and through crossing, keeping his foot planted to the floor through the kink. S approach speed 66.
Absolutely, yeah, he's with me now. The MG is just with me now and just nibbles the inside curb and just takes a nice tight line through top S as well, and he's in slap bang in the middle of the road towards the finish.
Followed by Sam Nicholson, sharing the car with his dad.
Yes, he's already with me in the venerable Mallet Mark 20. They're going very well in this car. It's relatively new to them. They seem to be really enjoying their hill climbing in it. Neat and tidy S approach, 92.
Really quick into the S's, takes a beautiful line through bottom S, takes a beautiful line out to top S, lovely and neutral, and fires the car towards that finish line, slap bang in the middle of the road.
Recording a time of 31.24, that's a good time. On the line, the Fisher Fury. This is John McQuillan. Sounds like a bike engine, but I'm not sure which type.
1000cc, I think it's Yamaha, I seem to remember, but they were having first gear issues yesterday. They were going to try starting in second, but very neat and tidy on this top half of the hill. No dramas at all, braking into bottom S at 81.
Yeah, absolutely. Very distinctive Kawasaki green in this car, and yeah, it's flicked through bottom S, flicked through top S. Just moves over to the other side of the road, and now he's in the central of the road, and he's heading towards the finish line now, over the line.
And off goes 730 bhp of 7.3 litre Philby MP92.
Yes.
Testing car.
Booming and bellowing as it comes towards me. Nice and neat and tidy through crossing. Plumb in the middle of the road as he goes through the kink. Bit of a lift in this big car through the kink, braking into bottom S89.
Oh, he nearly spins it, so it just got, just as he went down through the gears, he's okay, he's on his way, he's collected the car, but for a moment he was very nearly stationary as he had a slight, I think he came down the box a little bit sharply and it just locked the rear axle up and just rotated the car, unfortunately, but he's all good and across the line.
With a 33.22, brace yourself, Lloyd, it's a clear 182.
Yes, this is Ian Richards. This car we just saw going very quickly in the hands of Ian Richards. And S approach speed 80.
Absolutely, yeah. Now this time he's on three wheels and he fires it through nice and aggressive. The only way to drive a Clio is flat out. and he's certainly doing that as he heads towards the horizon.
And his time is a 37.17, speed 77 on the line. The Wilson family's new to them Lotus Elise. It's a Mark 1, isn't it? Which,
yes,
for me is the prettier body shape. And I think the Mark 2 was cheaper and easier to build.
This would be son Robert, I believe.
It is indeed, yes.
Big adjustment going from a front-wheel drive car to a rear-wheel drive car. Obviously, Dad David used to Hillclimber Caterham, so he's a little bit more used to it, but quite a big adjustment for Robert to have to make.
Robert told me he was finding it quite an interesting change. 1.8K series engine can be tuned to give up to 200 or so horsepower, but then it needs a rebuild fairly often. But it was a very good engine. It used to have head gasket problems, but it's easily sorted out.
Yes. Into my view now is Robert, nice and neat and tidy, uses all the road through Kennel, inch perfect into the entrance and through crossing, very nicely indeed. Flat through the kink, he's really getting to grips with this Elise quickly, braking into bottom S at 87. Yeah,
carrying knots of speed, perfect line through bottom S, little stab of power as he just takes a couple of nibbles to set himself up for the exit of top S, and he heads towards the finish line.
It's followed by Jonathan Langmead in a hotter one, 33.92 for Robert.
We've got a red flag on the hill. Has it come out with you, Lloyd?
It has.
Bit of sweeping, maybe?
Well, I can see that the marshal at bottom S is holding out a red flag, but the marshals here at top S do not have a red flag, neither do they at the finish line, so I'm not entirely sure what that's for.
Is it an errant pheasant somewhere?
There's pointing going on. I will try and put my detective hat on and find out what's going on.
If you stick your head out of the window and ask the very nice marshals at top S, they might tell you.
I certainly will.
But we've got the Elise of Jonathan Langmead is in front of me.
Oh, was he stopped?
Yes, he was. Robert crossed the line, no problems at all. Did a 33.92.
Okay.
Jonathan was stopped at me. He's just going to do a UE, I think.
Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. I found the reason why. We have some spectators on the other side of the field of the start-finish straight. Now, you know where the field where the cows are. Obviously, that's not a permitted viewing area. Now, obviously, spectators have to be a certain distance from the track, but there are two spectators with a dog in the field with the cows, and they are just standing in a non-permitted viewing area. So, hopefully, we can get the word to them to kindly move on, if possible. If anybody's hearing and can signal to the spectators on the opposite side of the start-finish straight, could you please kindly not stand there, because you're holding up proceedings.
Well.
But what's good news is that we do have the Lotus 211 on the line, I think in the hands of Keith Bristow, long time hill climber I remember he had an early Gould, didn't he?
Did he?
I think he had a GR37
Did he really?
One stage, I might be wrong.
You're not thinking of Bill Bristow had a route, are you?
No, I don't think so. Well, I might be.
Well, the Lotus is back on its way down to you, so Jonathan Langmead got flagged. So he very quickly and sensibly brought the car to a halt at the nearest marshal's post, and then has done a UE at bottom S and is back down to you. So
and his K-series in that produces 135 horsepower, which the standard Elise had, 118 or so.
Which is very light car though, wasn't it, especially?
Yeah, it still gave you a 0 to 60 in the 5-second.
Did it really?
Area.
So we should be up and running shortly. Dog walkers are moving on, so they've kindly got the message from our lovely marshals to please move on, and they're very welcome to come and join us if they'd like, but I'm not sure you'll be able to bring your dog.
No.
No, we had a distressed dog yesterday. We don't want any more of those.
No.
Lotus 211 was a limited production, wasn't it, to produce a track car based on the Elise, so much lighter than the Elise.
Yeah, nice little car actually. Still, I think the 211 had the Toyota engine in the back.
Yeah, the 211 had the supercharged variant as well, because they brought out the Exige with a high-powered version of the K series, non-supercharged. But there was also a supercharged variant that went in the Exige S and the Lotus 211, which is what you see there. So it's not just Clios, I know.
You know too much, it's embarrassing.
If only if I could know what Billy's forgotten.
Hang on a second. James Jarvie is saying hello from Sydney, Australia. Now, what's the time in Sydney?
It's about 10 hours ahead, I think. So,
yeah, so
it is 9 o'clock in the evening. Perfect time to settle down for a spot of hill climb watching.
And Gregory Percival Sculptor is at Goodwood. What are you doing there, Greg? Is there a track day or something?
Did you just have a scary moment you'd forgotten you were supposed to be commentating at the Festival of Speed this weekend?
Yeah.
I would imagine quite possibly that they have a breakfast club there, don't they?
Yes,
and,
they do.
It's not unusual for somebody to drop in a McLaren F1 or something ridiculous at Goodwood, is it? So
Luke Walsh is in California. Yaya Oda is in Oslo. Good dag. And Shelby GT
must be in the US somewhere.
Iceland.
Oh, right.
Iceland.
that booming market for Shelby GT models.
Yeah. I think it was christened Shelby GT.
I hope he's got some big tyres on it.
See, it's amazing to see how many people are watching. But also here at Shelsley, it is really a really good crowd here today, up here.
So good, isn't it? The last Prescott Championship meeting has been seen by 27,000 people.
That's fantastic.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yes.
And Richard told me this morning we had 1,000 people watching online yesterday. Now, here comes the 211.
Yes, sounds great, this car. The supercharger whirring away in the back of the Lotus. Nice and neat and tidy from Keith through the bottom half of the hill. Inch perfect on his entry to crossing. Hugging the bank on the way in. Nice and neat and tidy on the way out. Flat through the kink. Popping and banging on the rev limiter as he brakes into bottom S at 90.
Yeah, Keith really getting on with this car, and he's got a nice line into bottom S, nice line out of top S, and uses all of that supercharged power to fire himself towards the finish line. A very good hill climber, Keith, and across the line.
And his time at 34.78. Jonathan Langmead having a second go.
Yes, very neat and tidy. Lovely late turn into crossing, flat through the kink, braking into bottom S at 88.
Yeah, carrying low to speed, hard on the brakes. Got a big set of brakes on that by the looks of it, and takes a nice tight line, a little bit of oversteer, but not much, and fires that towards the finish. This should be a good time.
In the low 30s, I think. It's a 33.25, 92 miles an hour. That's quick over the line. Now, lovely sound from Richard Snow's Cayman.
Yes, he goes very well in this indeed. Beautiful colour scheme, dark blue with gold wheels, looks fantastic. Inch perfect through Keno and through crossing. Slap bang in the middle of the road as he heads up through the kink, keeps his foot to the floor through the kink, braking into bottom S at 93.
Absolutely, yeah, he takes a nice tight line, bit of a dab of oversteer, but collects it all up, and then fires it out towards the finish line out of top S. Certainly not scared of that car, and he heads it across the line now.
33.03, speed 94. Now then, Phil James.
Yes, what can Phil do? Did a low 35 yesterday. Let's see if he can do the same today, or maybe drop into the 34s. Neat and tidy as he like through Kenneland crossing. Slap bang in the middle of the road. He goes through the kink, just nibbles the curb on the entry to the kink. Nicely done. Braking to bottom S, 86.
Yeah, absolutely. Takes a couple of stabs of power as he takes a nice tight line through bottom S, nice tight line through top S. It looks quite a big car throughout these through these narrow courses, and yeah, he's across the line, but no dramas at all.
34.17, 34.47. Now we go back a year or two to the GT3 Porsche 996 of Tarling.
Yes, and Simon's with me now, nice and neat and tidy through Kenneland, through crossing, slap bang in the middle of the road in this lovely 996 GT3, flat through the kink, brakes nice and early into bottom S at 81.
Absolutely, yeah, becoming very collectible now, and takes a nice tight line into bottom S. Nice central line through top S, nice and controlled, and heads it towards the finish line. Great to see that car still being used in anger.
Yeah, what sort of speed over the line? 91 for 34.94. Now Rodney Ayres leading the Midlands Championship, but not in the Honda 2000.
Here he is, and he was inch perfect on the exit of Kennel, and the same through crossing. Takes a gear as he goes nicely through the kink, very quickly into bottom S at 94.
Yeah, absolutely, he's with me now, and takes a lovely car, this 4C, very pretty. It's been turned up to 11, I think, this car, and yeah, using all of the power that he's extracted from that engine to head himself across the finish line.
Yeah, 32.22. He's got less power than the Porsches, but there's a lot of driving skill there. Robert Langstagay in his new Cayman GT4.
Yes, let's see what Robert can do. He was quickest in practice yesterday. He's very quick in this car, very neat and tidy as he comes through Kenneland crossing. The brake light shows he comes through the kink, but I think his foot was just slightly leaning on the pedal. Braking into bottom S now at 90.
Absolutely, yeah, turns it in left, turns it in right, nice and straightforward, and yeah, he's just feathering that throttle, and he heads out towards the finish line. Let's see what he does in comparison to Richard Snow.
Very pretty
Very similar.
E-type, making a very unusual noise.
Yes, it's whirring, the unmistakable whir of a supercharged E-type. What a beautiful body shape this is. Sounds fantastic as it goes past me. Nice and neat and tidy lift, slight lift through the kink, and braking to bottom S at 74.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this this could well be the best looking car here this weekend. It's closed head on this car, so yeah, supercharged, very unusual, but nicely through the bottom and top S and heads across the line.
Tony Adams on his way in the fearsome Exige V6.
Yes, he's already with me. Sounds great, this car. Nice and neat and tidy. Just feathering the throttle slightly through the kink, braking into bottom S at 88.
Yeah, already with me now. Takes a nice clips the apex slightly, takes the wider line out of top S to get on the power slightly earlier, and he'll be using all of that supercharged V6 power to get himself across the line now. Just misses a gear, he'll be annoyed. I think he went fourth and instead got sixth. He'll be annoyed at that.
Yeah, it cost him a bit, 34.52. Now then, Simon Durling in his shopping car. He originally entered the Alpine, but it leaked.
Yes, he's already passed me. As we said earlier, this is his driveway, so he knows his way up here very well. Braking into bottom S at 82.
Absolutely, yes, and really pretty car, 997.2 Carrera GTS. It's quite a collectible car as well, but no issues at all on his way back to his house and across the line.
Followed by Neil Lacey in this fearsome and very colourful Brezza.
Yes, Neil's already with me, popping and banging as he comes through Kettleland Crossing. Sounds fantastic, the flat 4 boxer engine in the front of this, braking into bottom S at 80.
Absolutely, yeah, really getting down the gears nicely, and big stab of power. The front of the car lifts up as he under all that power. This car's a 2.35 turbo. He's just missed a gear. He went for third and probably got fifth. He'll be annoyed with that.
Yeah, his time 34.31. Ian Fido, long-time hill climber, single-seaters, sports cars, but now in this very popular Yaris.
Yes, already been and gone past me, nice and neat and tidy as you'd expect from Ian. Braking into bottom S at 82.
Yeah, absolutely, an out-the-box rally car, this thing. It's got 3 electronic differentials, developed by Tommy Mäkinen and Jari-Matti Latvala, rally champions, well, except for Jari-Matti Latvala, but went across the line now. He tried. Sebastian Loeb was his problem, unfortunately.
Yes.
Next up, Phil Fisher is with me. Nice and neat and tidy through Kennel and through crossing. Slap bang in the middle of the road as he goes up towards the kink. Nicely done. Braking into bottom S at 76.
Let me just tell you that Ian Fido's time was at 36.29.
Phil Fisher on the hill now. He's just gone through me. Took a tame exit into bottom S, I hope you won't mind me saying, but gets the car squared up and fired across the finish line now.
To record a 38.38, 3.838.
This is going to be quick from Stuart Diper now on the hill in his orange Caterham, very committed in the bottom half of the hill, 88S approach.
Yeah, as it wiggles its way through the 2 S's, there's a big stab of oversteer, power oversteer, just as a Caterham does. Beautifully driven there by Stuart, and he'll be across the line shortly.
He is indeed, and it's a 33.27. Good time. Chris McDade in this really interesting Xenos.
Been and gone, braking into bottom S at 86.
Yeah, Chris has got this car ready over winter. He's had the all the car all painted and prepared. Almost loses it, but saves it. That was very nearly a moment there. Almost that paintwork almost got smashed, but no, he saved it. But a bit of a moment there.
Next up, Rob Lloyd is with me in the MK Indy, the part of the sort of Lotus 7 offspring, if you will, this car. Very neat and tidy through Kennel, through crossing, braking into bottom S at 87.
Absolutely, yeah. A couple of applications of throttle as he blips his way through the two S's, and a little bit of power oversteer on the way out, and snatches another gear, heads towards the finish.
He's followed by Anthony Sherman in another Caterham 310R. Time for Rob Lloyd, 34.57.
Meanwhile, Anthony Sherman's on the hill, nice and neat and tidy run this. He's into bottom S at 76.
Yeah, another Caterham, road registered, and takes a lovely line through top S. A little bit of a wiggle as he modulates the power to get out of top S, and but all sorted, and he's heading towards the finish. Again, went for third and got fifth. So slightly slow across the finish.
Yeah, 36.72, cost him a bit.
Richard Price with me now in the red Caterham, going very quickly indeed as he comes into crossing. Lovely line on the exit of crossing, uses all the road, flat through the kink. Car looking nice and balanced, braking into bottom S, 92.
Yes, small lockup, but all under control as he heads into bottom S. Lots of power in this car, the traction control fighting the rear wheels as it heads towards the finish. Lots of power in that Caterham.
Steve Garner, he's quick. Richard Price, 32.12.
Steve Garner with me, coming up to crossing now. Millimetre perfect on the apex of crossing. Takes a gear. This is on paddles, I think, this car, so very quick piece of kick. Braking into bottom S, 87.
Yeah, absolutely. It's on paddles, it's got traction control, it's the works. This is about as quick as you can go without a turbocharger on your Caterham, I think, but just gets out of the throttle at top S. That'll cost him some time, unfortunately, and but across the line.
Steve's time, a good 33.05. Jerry Neary is quick as well.
Yes, he is. He's already with me. Nice and neat and tidy on the bottom half of the hill from Jerry. Feathers the throttle through the kink, brakes into bottom S at 77.
Yeah, just takes a nice smooth line through bottom S, just keeps it nice and smooth, not a lot of throttle, and then squares the car up to head towards the finish. Nice and smooth there from Jerry.
It's a 37.32, speed 92 for Tim, or Jerry, I beg his pardon.
Tim Higgins already passed me, braking to bottom S at 82.
Yes, a Marshall's favourite, this one. Looks the same as there overall, so you're not going to miss this one, but nice and smooth through the S's, and Timothy heading towards the finish now.
35.59 for Ray.
Ray
For
Lure
Tim,
with
I
me.
beg his pardon.
Ray Lure with me now, goes very quickly in this car, on the power, nice and early as he comes through crossing, uses all the road on the right before he turns into the kink, flat through the kink, braking to bottom S at 96.
Yeah, Ray taking a nice tight line, just jumps over the curb, slightly big stab of power, just takes a really clip the bank on the inside slightly, just juggled that front wheel in the air slightly, but no issues at all, but he's across the line, but just got very close to the bank on the inside of top S there.
32.42, which is puts him second in the class. Class currently led by Richard Price with a 33.12, but it's all very close run.
It is indeed. So that's the end of a batch.
It certainly is.
Some very quick times coming in there.
The question for you, Billy.
Yes.
That, whilst you were off mic slightly, myself and Chris couldn't answer. Rodney Isles is running his Alfa Romeo.
Yep.
Can he still earn points even though he's changed cars?
Yeah.
There you go then.
He can.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
So he's probably still leading the Midlands Championship.
What was he in before?
Honda S2000.
Yeah.
Well, see, I've seen that on an entry list at the Midland when I was here a month ago, but I didn't. I think he was in his Alpha, so I'm yet to actually see this Honda S2000.
I saw the S2. I think it was here at the Midland round.
I thought it was in his Alpha.
No, I think he was in his S2000, but I remain to be corrected. I tried to question your knowledge yesterday, Billy, and I very quickly I almost went home.
It's all right, young Padawan.
I almost went home, and I thought to myself, no, what am I talking about? Why am I even challenging Billy? I'm obviously going to be wrong. And I was.
Billy, is your dad here?
He's on his way. The eagle has left the nest, so he's on his way. They left about an hour ago, so I expect they'll be here in about 45 minutes' time. So he will be here. I've been asked that by about 75 people, so that actually counts as a paddock announcement, I think. But you'll know when he gets here because the trumpets all sound and the red carpet will be rolled out, so that sort of gives it away.
How many times did you win the championship?
5.
Wow.
Yeah. 93, 94, 98, 99, 2000.
It's a monopoly, isn't it?
And
when you were in a pram, probably.
I was for the first 2. I'd learned to walk by the second 3, but Yeah, I remember it. I always used to. Well, I remember coming here. We'd always come here, and my grandparents would come too, and we'd always sit at bottom S to watch. And that was in the days when you were allowed to take your helmet off when you came back down the hill. And we'd always wave, and he'd often remember. If he remembered, he'd wave back.
That was fun when you could come down without a helmet on, because you could wave to your friends, and you could see more, and they could see you.
Yes, he did used to leave it on the side pod for the journey back down, which caught him out once when it fell off coming down bottom S and rolled down the hill behind him, yes, which was a mistake.
I used to sling mine over the road hoop.
Yes, quite a lot of people did that. But it was more sensible doing that, Chris.
Yeah, I think so.
So I assume your first words, Billy, were kennel, crossing.
I think it was S approach speed, I think, yes.
Oh, okay, fine, yeah. Okay.
But yes, so he's on his way, which is great. By the way, the crowds here today, it's fantastic to see so many people here. It is lined from the exit of Kennel all the way up to crossing, and then from crossing it's all the way up to a very full grandstand at bottom S, which is fantastic to see. But why not on a day like this?
Exactly. Have you seen some pictures of Shelsley pre-war?
Yes, like 50,000 people here.
It was unbelievable. Yeah. Now then, we're on screen. We're looking at the front row of the exit to the paddock. So we've got some really quick and interesting cars to come.
Yeah, first of our 1100s.
Indeed.
And now first of our 1600s as well.
It's quite a full batch. We'll be looking at Richard Spedding. Can Richard get into the 24s again? The Greenans. David Warburton, he's quick. Well, they're all quick, really.
Yes. Yes, when you think about it, anyone that can drive up here in less than 30 seconds is a very quick driver. It's an amazing thing to do.
Shall I blow my trumpet?
Yes.
No.
Yes, please do.
28.4.
There you go.
That'll do, won't it?
Was the start line still it was concrete then, wasn't it?
I think it was, yes.
Not as grippy as the tarmac they have now.
Well, that's my excuse.
I remember being stood here when Ian Rowlands went up in his MG Metro 6R4 Turbo with 800 horsepower. He broke the closed car hill record. It just came out of absolutely nowhere. It was unbelievable the way he drove that car up here that day.
I think that car's for sale.
Is it?
We've got a car coming to the line. It's got a number on the front, but it's indecipherable. It's a blue Force.
Oh, I think it'd be Steve Morgan, I'd expect.
Let's see, as he leaves the line, it's a brandish new car. I'm shortly going to hand over to Chris. But let's just watch this car off the line. It's Steve Morgan, 2.26.
Yes, into my view now. Nice and neat and tidy as he comes through Kennel. Foot flat to the floor through Kennel and crossing. Bit of a feather as he comes through crossing. Back on the power through the kink. Takes another gear, braking into bottom S at 103.
Yeah, he's with now. Just nice tight line as he rolls it into bottom S. Just clips the drain cover, bit of an oversteer, but no problem at all as he heads towards the finish line, nice and controlled. We will have a time over the line of 29.05 at 104 miles an hour.
So we're into our 1100s now. Dylan Flesher is the next car we can expect. 2.19 seconds off the line, which is quick, very quick as he turned nicely into Kennel. He's flat through crossing. Remember, this is only their second meeting in this car, but he's going very well indeed. Flat through the kink, braking into bottom S at 107.
Yeah, absolutely. This lovely purple car just bounces over the curb slightly, a little bit of oversteer. Very, very quick out of the top S. This is going to be phenomenal over the line. I think this is going to be a 27.19 at 103. That was really quick through the S's there.
That's his best time so far this weekend. Let's see, can he get into the 26s? I know driver coach Tim Thompson in the paddock, we're very happy with that. Next on the hill, we've got Richard Weaver, dad of Tom, who you'll see in this car later. He was going fantastically well in this car yesterday. Both were flat through the kink, flat through crossing. The car looks so planted, braking into bottom S at 102.
It does indeed. This car's been beautifully set up all weekend by the looks of it. Richard's just feathering the throttle as he heads towards the bank at the exit of top S, but he's fired it towards the finish line, popping a bang. You probably hear that down in the paddock 28.39 at 101 miles an hour.
Good time. Next car, Neil Cole, 1600cc OMS 28. So this is a 1600cc class car. Very quick between Kennel and crossing. Nicely through crossing. Takes a gear through before the kink, flat through the kink, braking to bottom S 105.
Absolutely, yeah, with me. Nice and tight line through bottom S. Just clips the drain cover as he heads a couple of stabs on the throttle to set it up and fires it over the horizon towards the finish. This should go. This should be a quick time. 27.78 at 116 miles an hour.
Next on the line we should have Paul Jones, quick start 2.04 in this lovely red Empire, nice and neat and tidy from Paul through Kennel, up to crossing now, turns it nicely through crossing, gets on the power nice and early, slap bang in the middle of the road through the kink, flat through the kink, braking to bottom S 105.
Yeah, Paul with me now, great looking car, beautifully ran, well set up, nicely over the drain cover, gets a good exit out top S, this should be a quick time, come on Paul, 28.12, so it's getting quicker.
Here we go, Liam Cooper, he's very quick in this Force TA, nice and neatly through Kennel, nice and neatly through crossing, uses the road nicely on exit, flat through the kink from Liam, braking to bottom S 114, that's quick.
Yeah, absolutely, this is a lovely car as well, we like this, and yeah, beautifully driven as always by both Olivia and Liam. Liam sets it up nicely, tees it up out of the top S, and he's already across the finish line now with the time of 26.9.
Hiya guys, how you doing? Okay, Chris has gone for a break, and on the line we've got and Adam Greenham this time on his Empire Evo 3. He scorches off the line already his way to Kennel.
Yes, into my view, the Greenhams are very quick in this car. Little squirrel as he came out of Kennel, but not tied up nicely. Very neat and tidy through crossing. Bit of a wiggle, but nothing to worry about. Sparks fly between there and the kink, flat through the kink. S approach speed 122.
Now, I just take a step back from Adam earlier on as he came through the top S's, but not quite as wild as he was earlier. But he's out of the top S and he'll be across the line at 26.32.
Excellent. Okay, on the line, Alan Warburton in this very, very rapid Gould GR59, which he shares with his son David. Takes his visor down, gets ready to go, leaves the line very rapidly, already towards Kennel.
Fires into my sight, nice and neat and tidy through Kennel, back on the power, the lightest of, no, I think it might have been flat through crossing there. Great to see Alan, flat through the kink, braking to bottom S at 120.
Yeah, this car's been carrying loads of speed through the S's. Wow, this is quick through the S's. Wow, 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 he has a bit of a wiggle out of top S. I don't know if he lost much time, but he'll be heading towards the finish line. That was super quick through the S's, and that's a 25.34 to 116. 7.7 through the S's, so quick.
Well done, Alan, into the 25s. Great to see.
Okay, bit of a change now. We've got Martin Rutter in the Fiat X19. So we've got a bit of a mixed batch here, haven't we? Some interesting stuff. Leaves the line in this rather nice colour scheme on this one. A bit more sedate compared with what we've just seen.
Yes, it is. So we're in Class C1 modified cars, series production cars up to 1400cc. It goes very well in this car, does Martin. Very nicely turned out little Fiat X19. Nice and neat and tidy. Very good run through the kink, braking into bottom S at 69.
Absolutely, yeah. So we've got Martin with us now. Takes it nice and steady. Just goes down a gear as he goes between the two S's. Nice and high through the gears. Just changes into fourth, grabs fifth. Nice short gear ratios, and he will be across the line to record a time of 40.81 at 69 miles an hour.
The much campaigned Ginetta of Andrew Russell. That's won a lot of classes, that car.
Yes, he has. Here he comes. Nicely through Kennel. Inch perfect on the entry to crossing. Nicely through crossing, gets on the power nice and early. Slap bang in the middle of the road as he goes up through the kink, flat through the kink, braking into bottom S at 79.
Absolutely, yeah. With me now, the little Ginetta, and nice and tidy through bottom S, nice and tidy through top S. No dramas to speak of whatsoever. Just fires it towards the finish.
Phil Tucker in that lovely Nova. The shell came from Malta, I believe.
Andrew Russell recording a time of 36.39.
Phil's very quick on the bottom half of this hill. Wow, he was millimetres away from the bank on the entrance to crossing. It was oversteering as it came through crossing. This is dramatic. Into bottom S, 88.
Yeah, just flicks the car into bottom S, flicks it out to top S. He really does drive this car beautifully. No dramas at all. Just really, really quick, and he'll cross the line with a time of 33.37 at 86 miles an hour.
Jonathan Williamson with me now in the Porsche. Lovely, lovely 3.2 litre flat six Porsche, howling its way up the hill, braking into bottom S, 83.
Absolutely, yeah, with now the lovely little heel and toe downshift again, just blipping that throttle, just getting the car set up to just flick it one way, then flick it the other, and he fires that out towards the finish. Just misses the gear slightly, but I don't think that'll cost him too much, and he'll head across the line in a 34.08.
Andrew Norris in the 911 Carrera just left the line. Sounds magnificent.
Yes, sounds great, this car. This is the supercharged version here. Very quick car indeed, as it very neat and tidy driver as he comes through Keno and through crossing. Feathers the throttle through the kink, braking to bottom S at 88.
Absolutely, he's with me now. That supercharged engine just riding a load of torque, lifting the front of the car up, gets his chance to get on the power, and really does shoot away from my commentary box towards the finish line now, and he'll record a time of 32.36 at 103.
Jeffrey Tremblow from Cornwall, he's coming up the hill to you now. Well sorted Subaru Impreza, 450 brake.
Yeah, a bit wide as he came through Kennel, but no drama. Nice and neat and tidy through crossing. Sounds great as it comes on boost as it passes me through the kink, braking to bottom S, 82.
Yeah, with me now, he just nibbles the curb slightly, takes a nice line, nice wide, tightens it back up, and then gets back into the throttle as he heads out of top S, and that car fires itself towards the finish line. Lots of power there, and he'll be across the line shortly.
You're going to like this one. This next car, this is Paul Howells in that glorious 911 RSR. Sounds incredible. The one with the massive wheels on it blasts off the line. Wow.
Yes, into my view now is Paul, 2.15 seconds start, which is very good indeed. Huge burst of power as he comes through Kennel and crossing, nice and neat and tidy through crossing. Sounds brilliant as it passes me. Feathers the throttle through the kink, braking to bottom S at 84.
Absolutely, yeah. Now a real favourite of mine as well. This car, it's lovely to see it being campaigned. Drives it really well, and that's been beautifully threaded through bottom and top S, and that's really rocketing towards the finish line now to record a time of 31.30 at 104. I think you'll be pleased with that.
Okay, you've got Mike West, our flying marshal, but he's not flying at the moment because he's stalled on the line because of that first gear problem they've got in that car, and it really does struggle to pull away in second up the hill, doesn't it? So anyway, he's raised his visor back up. He's probably going, oh, not again. He said, he spoke to me earlier, he said, you commentators don't take the mick too much, please, thank you very much. Well, we will.
He did say, because we did point out, he will be able to check if we do because of the stream. Didn't he? So that was a bit of a shame, but they're having to try and start in second gear to avoid their first gear gremlins, which is a bit tricky to get a motorbike engine on the cam from a standing start in second. So it's probably that he's trying to start in second, Chris? I think so. So I think Chris is just getting an announcement in his ear. But whilst they sort out the car, Chris, you're back.
I have news. Just a quickie that Trevor Willis unfortunately has blown his engine in his main car, but he is going to change over to Alex's new flying machine. So it's going to be
triple driven.
Triple driven. That's a first, isn't it? But anyway, he can still qualify for championship points in that car as well, I've just been told. So, very unlucky though, blowing the engine on the other car, isn't it?
That's a real shame. It sounded okay. I mean, could you hear anything in top box as it crossed the line on the run?
I couldn't, I'm afraid. That all sounded okay. Could be an oil pressure issue, who knows?
You've got that Sylvia Riot coming to you.
Yes, a bit wide as he came through Kennel, but no problems at all through crossing. Nice and neat and tidy, back on the power. Through the kink, keeps his foot flat to the floor, braking to bottom S at 90.
Absolutely, yeah. With me now, this R1 Riot, as it reads on its rear number plate. Just a couple of stabs of throttle, real violent little car actually. It really is a bit of a screamer, but heads itself with that sequential gearbox across the line to record a time of 31.46.
David Bickley already with you.
Yes, he's already with me at crossing in this lovely little 1300cc Radical SR1. Nice and neat and tidy through the kink, braking into bottom S at 86.
Absolutely, yeah, with me now. As I say, it's the starting of the step ladder to the Radical series, but a lovely car for hill climbing this, and he heads it towards the finish line beautifully through the S's. Nice and comfortable, that car.
Okay, Robin Nicholson just left the line in that glorious Mark 20 Mallock. That's one of the best looking cars here today.
It's a quick car this, Robin Nicholson on board. Time for David Bickley, by the way, was a 32.47. Robin Nicholson already passed me, nice and neat and tidy as you'd expect. They're really getting the hang of this Mallock, braking into bottom S at 95.
They sure are. They're always carrying so much speed into bottom S, gets a bit of oversteer, almost heads it towards the bank, but saves it nicely and tidies everything up and gets himself off towards the finish line to record a time of 30.63. Wow, good time.
Okay, so next car is Alan McDonald in the new Force. Well, it's not new, the car's got a lot of history. 1300 supercharged, flying.
Yes, very quick car indeed. Turns it nicely through Kennel. Bit of a wiggle on exit, but no problems. Very quick through crossing, gets on the power really early. Supercharged 1300cc bike engine in the back of this. It sparks its way through the kink, braking into bottom S at 97.
It does indeed, a great looking car. This very 90s Le Mans-esque, but lots of power in this car, lots of engine. It's firing itself through its gears and gets itself across the line to record a time of 28.33.
Excellent, excellent. So he's getting the hang of that car now. George Harding in this rather nice Ford Escort, the one with the matte black bonnet and the white bonnet. Ford Escort Cosworth engine in this one, turbocharged. Got to go well, hasn't it?
It has indeed. It waggles its front wheel in the air, does this car, as you'd expect. A little bit wide as it came out of Kennel, but gathered it up nicely. Perfect entry into crossing. Bit of oversteer through crossing. This is a really good run in this Escort. He's going very quickly indeed. Braking into bottom S at 82.
Yeah, absolutely. He likes to lock an inside wheel up on the entrance to bottom S. No problem at all. These Mark II Escorts have got a lot of chassis flex. True Mark II Escort style. We're sideways under my commentary box, but gathers all up and uses that turbo Cosworth to head itself across the line in a 34.51.
Mike Luck in the Zolf GT. What a great looking car that is. It's only 15 made.
Yeah, really pretty little car. Mike goes very well in it. Wow, he actually nibbles the bank on the entry into Kennel, but no harm done. It was he couldn't get much closer on the right hand side before he turned into the left. Through the kink nicely, braking into bottom S at 81.
Absolutely, yeah, he's with me now. Takes a nice line into bottom S, threads it through top S. A nice tight line, really controlled and looking very tight as he heads slap bang in the middle of the road towards the finish line.
Here comes Graham Lokes in that Porsche engine loader. That is a fine piece of machinery he built himself.
Yes, he's into my view now. By the way, time for Mike Luck was a 34.54. Graham's into my view. Nice and neat and tidy through Kennel and through crossing. Flat six, singing away in the back of this car. Braking into bottom S now at 85.
Absolutely, now just heads down a gear. Takes a nice entrance into bottom S. Nice stab of power between the two, and then fires it, squares it towards the finish line. Nice S's for Graham.
Duncan Barnes, one of the Tillicoultry guys, and he's in the fabulous Norma, the car that dominates European hill climbing. 2-litre Honda powered, turbocharged.
550 horsepower in this. Kicks up a little bit of dust on the entry into Kennel. Nice and neat and tidy through crossing. Millimetre perfect towards the bank on the apex of crossing. Sparking as he goes through the kink. Braking into bottom S at 113.
Yeah, wild car. This very quick indeed. Going quicker and quicker, and just that traction control, just regulating that 550 horsepower, but being unleashed now as we go across the line to record a 27.57 at 126 miles an hour.
Should be pleased with that.
Here you go. You've got that massive hill beam now with the 7-litre Chevrolet engine. Absolutely burbles off the line already at Kennel.
Yes, it is. Into my view now, booming its way between Kennel and crossing. Nice and neat and tidy as he turns through crossing, gets back on the power nicely on the exit of crossing. Just lifts the throttle as he goes through the kink, braking into bottom S at 76.
Yeah. Keep an eye on your fillings, everyone. This is 7.3 litres, 730 brake horsepower. Rattles its way and rumbles its way through the S's and heads over the finish line in a powerful march off into the horizon. 32.79 at 108 miles an hour, and I believe that's the end of a batch.
No, you may well have the Mike West Fisher Fury. That's on the line. He's going to have another go. See if he can get off the line. Yes, he manages to get off. Well done. Mike West on his way in that lovely little Fisher Fury.
Fantastic. Good to see that he's managed to get it off the line. Nice and neat and tidy from Mike through Kennel. Takes the gearbox working fine once they're out of first. Nice and neat and tidy through crossing. Takes another gear as he crashes through the kink, braking into bottom S nicely at 90.
Absolutely, yeah. And he wiggles his way through bottom S and wiggles his way through top S and lines it up and heads in towards the finish line. And we are going to cross the line with a time recorded of 34. Oh, is that 34 dead? It's the 34 dead.
Well, that is end of batch, chaps. I got to tell you, down here, I don't know what you can see from where you are, Billy. A lot of cars in the car park now.
Yeah.
The front row of the grid and on the car park there's some spectacular cars there, and also by the cottages there's an incredible Aston Martin. I think it's a DB4 in British Racing Green.
Beautiful.
Beautiful, stunning car. And there's one of my old French favourites, a Citroen 2CV. But over in that front row of the grid, behind that grandstand, there's some fabulous machinery, well worth a look if you're going up the hill.
Yeah, it's almost as worth walking. It's the paddock and the car park are equally as worth a look, aren't they?
Brilliant, brilliant. We've got a good crowd here at the start now. We've got a good crowd literally up to the commentary box and in the paddock. So we're end of batch. So that was a very interesting batch, wasn't it?
It was indeed, and these are the first timed runs of the weekend, so I can take you through a couple of classes to see how we're doing. In the cars we've just seen, in the Sports Libra class, that's for sports cars over 2 litres, Duncan Barnes has a healthy, very healthy lead in that class in the Norma on a 27.57, with Graham Lokes second in the Lola Porsche. In the Sports Libra class up to 2 litres, Alan McDonald leading that class on a 28.33, followed by Robin Nicholson in the Mallock and Sam Nicholson in the Mallock in second and third. Phil Goff is a class of 1 and is yet to run in Class D, so we won't go through that yet. And we've got Paul Howells leading modified production cars over 2 litres in the big Porsche on a 31.3. We've got Phil Tucker on a 33.37 leading the series production class in the little Nova. He's only got up to 1400cc in that car, and he can still do a 33.37, which is very impressive indeed. We've got Richard Price leading the specialist production cars on a 32.12, but only 3/10 behind on a 32.42 is Ray Lur, with Steve Garner only half a second or so behind him on a 33.05, so that's going to be very competitive in their second time runs this afternoon. In road cars, a 4-wheel drive, we've got Neil Lacey leading on a 34.31, sorry. And then in series production cars over 2 litres, this is where the Porsches and the Alpha 4C play. It's Rodney Isles who's drawn first blood today in the Alpha 4C on a 32.22, with Richard Snow second on a 33.03, and just behind him Robert Lancaster Gay on a 33.19, so that's going to be very competitive. Finally, Class A1, Jonathan Langmead is leading that on a 33.25. Robert Wilson really is getting the hang of this Lotus very quickly. He's done a 32.92 in the brand new to the Wilson family Elise, with Dan David in third on a 34.08. So drinks will be on David as it stands this evening. That's an update on the classes for you.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Excellent. So now we are going to be looking at a whole batch of single-seaters now, running all the way up basically to the end of the big boys, and these will be time runs, and they will be trying to qualify for the runoff. So it'll be very interesting to see. This 1100 class, I think, is particularly exciting, don't you?
Fascinating. Really, really close. There's about 3 or 4 cars that have the ability to win this class. Dave Tatham and Stuart Bickley are separated by a massive 1/100th of a second after their 4 practice runs in the DJ and in the Force. We've got Dylan Flesher, you've just seen, going quicker and quicker in the OMS. We've got Tom Weaver, who's yet to come. He's very quick in the Empire, so that class is wide open.
Am I correct in assuming that Pete Tatham and Dave Tatham are related?
They are brothers.
They're brothers, yeah.
Well, I tell you what, they both certainly went to the same school of driving. Very, very committed in both of their runs in both of their cars.
The fast school of driving.
Now,
fast school of driving.
Was it their father or that raced the big McLaren Can-Am car up here?
It could have been. Well, I'll see if I can ask. But that was road registered, that car, wasn't it? And he drove it to and from every event.
I'm not sure if he did that one, but either way, it was a spectacular car, wasn't it? Outstanding, magnificent.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a load of cars lined up down in the pits at the moment. The first one of which is likely to be Andrew Colborne in that Van Diemen, which we know is I think you called a Formula Ireland car, running with the 2-litre Vauxhall, didn't you tell me?
That's the one, yeah. And that will be the 2-litre class. So the first of the dual-driven 2-litre cars will go first. Then we'll have the 1100s, and then we'll have the 1600s.
Yeah, and Trish Davis will be following this car as well in that lovely V8 Yamaha engine, effectively. So, Andrew Colborne, this is a very pretty car, actually. I don't know how many owners this car has had, but the Van Diemens have got a rich racing history. Now that all the flags are in, everyone stand by your beds for the first of the big single-seaters. I know we've had 1 or 2 shared ones just now, but anyway, this one will be the first one in the batch, 2-litre Vauxhall-powered car. Okay, revs it up, visors down, leaves the line, smoothly off the line, puts the power down beautifully into Kennel.
Yes, rockets into my view for his first time run of the day, gets on the power nice and early between Kennel and Crossing, bit of a lift as he came through Crossing to settle the car, takes a gear between Crossing and the kink, flat through the kink, braking into bottom S at 98.
Absolutely, yeah, with me now, and just takes a nice smooth line into bottom S, takes a nice smooth line out of top S and heads towards the finish. That's a really nice run through the S's.
Trish Davis coming to you now.
Yes, Trish Davis with me in this sonorous 2-litre V8 powered Force TA. They're loving this car this year. It's brand new to them. They built the engine, sounds brilliant. Trisha driving really well in it, feathering the throttle as she comes through the kink, braking to bottom S at 83.
Absolutely, yeah, with me now, just taking a nice smooth entrance into bottom S once again, taking a nice smooth exit out of top S once again, just getting everything settled and firing that lovely 2-litre V8 towards the finish. Great car.
Okay, lovely to see that. Pete Tatham, now this is a newish car, this OMS 25. Trisha, by the way, did 31.93.
Yes, this car, he's actually waiting for his new one, so this one's slightly older, but he's so committed on it through Crossing, had to lift slightly, but flat through the kink, braking to bottom S 103.
Yeah, Pete Tatham, one of the more spectacular drivers we were mentioning about it a second ago. He's really, really aggressive with his, he fights the car and throws it up this hill, and he's across the line.
Excellent. So, yeah, Pete Tatham, 27.90. He'll be followed by Graham Williams in the OMS 2000M. I think that denotes the car was made in 2000. It's an elderly OMS. Nevertheless, anyway, it's about to leave the line. Sounds absolutely tremendous with his little bike engine in this one.
Yes, it's into my view now in this little OMS. Goes very well in it indeed. Does Graham, nice and neat and tidy as he comes between the Kennel and Crossing. Through the Crossing on the power nice and early, slap bang in the middle of the road as he runs through the kink, braking into bottom S at 84.
Absolutely, yeah, and he just rolls it in nice and simple, and nice tight line through bottom S, nice control power on the exit of top S, and yeah, no dramas, he heads towards the finish.
Okay, so Graham Williams just about to finish in 33.89. Richard Brandt just left the line. He's going flying this morning.
He's very quick off the line, 1.88 seconds, 64 feet. Nice little wiggle as it came through Crossing, but nothing Richard didn't have fully under control. Flat through the kink. Good to keep your foot in, Richard. Braking to bottom S at 103.
Absolutely, yeah, gets on the power really early through bottom S and just flicks the car back into top S. Really nice lines through there. I think this should be quite a quick time, a quick S sector, that's for sure.
Yes, Tom Morgan just left the line in his brand new Evo.
Yes, goes very quickly in this already. Does Tom as he's getting used to the car. Nice and neat and tidy through Kennel, up to me at Crossing. Just the lightest maybe of lifts through Crossing, but the car planted to the ground, flat through the kink, braking into bottom S at 106.
Yeah, absolutely, just rotates the car beautifully. That turns in really sharply, turns out of the top S really sharply as well. Really, really agile looking car, that on its toes, and he's across the line.
Ben Fisher on his way.
Yes, he's already with me. Ben going very nicely at the bottom half of the hill in the ex-Weaver OMS. Nice and neat and tidy through the kink. Kept his foot flat to the floor, braking to bottom S 88.
Absolutely, yeah, rolls it in. Couple of bites at the cherry to turn into bottom S, but nice and smooth on the exit of top S, and he fires the car out towards the finish. And we'll be across the line very shortly. Tom Morgan, by the way, setting a 27.8.
Here comes Jonathan Flesher in that gorgeous OMS 28.
Yes, really enjoying this car. I was speaking to him last night. They're really starting to get a hang of it. Nice and neat and tidy through Kennel, nice and neat and tidy through Crossing. Kept his foot in nicely there through Crossing, flat through the kink, braking into bottom S at 104.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been really getting on top of this new car. It looks great in its purple paintwork. He just clips that drain cover and little power oversteer as he heads out towards the finish, and all power now to get himself over the line to record time of 28.49.
Excellent. Okay, so we've got Gavin John McLaren in this rather lovely little OMS. This one actually is ex-Clive Austin Derek Sweeney car, running a ZZR 1100 motor.
Yeah, another 2000 OMS, nice and neat and tidy as he comes through Kennel and through Crossing, gets on the power nice and early, but the engine is a little fluffy. It's got a bit of a misfire, unfortunately, as he breaks into bottom S at 96.
Let's have a little listen then as he heads in. He jumps over the curb to enter into bottom S and heads through the exit of top S. Let's have a little listen. A slight misfire, but doesn't sound too bad. I don't think it'll cost him too much, and he's across the line in a 29.15.
Richard Walker in the OMS with the 1100 Yamaha.
Yes, with me now. Richard going very nicely on the bottom half of the hill. nicely through Kennel, nicely through crossing, flat through the kink, braking into bottom S at 97.
Yeah, just getting out the throttle slightly as he jumps over the curbs into bottom S, flips the drain cover, exits out of top S, and no dramas at all. Just a slight miss of throttle, just bounces it off the rev limiter, unfortunately misses a gear, but he's across the line. He might be a bit annoyed at that missed gear.
Here comes local man Nigel Pitt in the OMS 3000. This is a carbon tough bodied car, very much a late bodied OMS, very nice indeed, beautiful car, driven well.
Yes, this is the space frame chassis with the carbon fibre wrapped bodywork OMS 3000M. They made 196 cars, Steve Owen, and counting. Going very nicely indeed is Nigel Pitt into bottom S 105.
Indeed, yeah, Nigel with me now and driving this car very well this weekend. A little bit of opposite lock as he modulates the power as he heads out towards the finish line and will be across the line to record a time very soon. 27.94 in the 27s, very good.
Mark Schlanker on his way, very rapid.
He is indeed very quickly through Kennel, already on his way up through crossing, turns it in nicely through crossing, uses all the road on exit, keeps its foot planted to the floor through crossing and through the kink, braking to bottom S 105.
Yeah, with me now, just turns the car in nice and tight, nice and smooth, bounces across the drain cover, nice, just has to big oversteer moment as the car heads towards the other side of the track, but not a problem across the line, kept his foot in 27.39.
On the line, we've got young Tom Weaver. Now, he's definitely a talented young driver from Ludlow, flying up the hill.
Yes, let's see what Tom can do. Can he better he was third after practice. He's very quick at the bottom half of the hill, absolutely flat through Kennel and crossing, banging and popping as it passes me, flat through the kink, S approach, 107.
Yeah, Tom's been driving this car really well all weekend as well so far. The car looks absolutely flat to the floor. It looks so stable and he's heading across the line. This is going to be a time of 26.51.
Excellent, excellent. Oh, well, young Tom shaking it up there. So, anyway, on the line in the DJ Firehawk is, I believe, Dave Tatham. Here's Dave Tatham in the brand new, well, it's a very new Firehawk, this one.
Yes, brand new to Dave this year. Brand new to Dave this year. He was very quick. Wow, he's quick through Kennel, almost flat through crossing, uses all the road on the exit of crossing, flat through the kink, S approach speed at 114.
Wow, yeah, he's very rapidly into my sight, takes a lovely line through bottom S, lovely line through top S, just has to get out the throttle slightly, but gets back on it quickly. This should be a quick time. We're heading towards the line. We're going to record a time of 26.01.
26.01. Okay, Stuart Bickley. Now we know he's well capable of getting into the runoff, I think, perhaps.
He did at the Midland. I don't think he will today in an 1100. I think there was a few too many big cars, but can he beat Tatham's 26.01? He's into my sight already. He's so quick through Kennel, back on the power early, flat to the floor through crossing, uses all the road on the exit of crossing, flat through the kink as the car's hitting the ground, braking to bottom S 111.
Wow, huge speed into bottom S and carrying that speed very rapidly through top S, and he's going to use all of that power that he has available to him to get him across the line. That's a 7.86 with the S, is so quick, 25.89. He goes dips into the 25s.
Fantastic.
Stuart Bayliss in the Little Jedi, the only one we've got here today.
Yes, great to see Stuart back hill climbing after many years away. Great to see him back in the Jedi. Very nice and neat and tidy. He's been getting quicker and quicker all weekend as he gets his eye back in. Very neat and tidy through the kink, braking into bottom S at 93.
Yeah, with me now, the car's just so petite, isn't it? But just turns around him and yeah, he's through top S and firing it towards the finish line now. Such an agile little car, that.
Superb. Well, Les Buck bringing up the Pringit Mistral. This one, he's owned this car for years. Immaculately good car, isn't it?
It is indeed, and he goes very well in it. Very neat and tidy on the bottom half of the hill, flat through the kink, braking to bottom S now at 79.
Yeah, with me now, he just takes a nice smooth line into bottom S, slap bang in the middle of the road, over the drain cover, exits nice and neatly out of top S, and he's on his way to the finish.
Meanwhile, Sarah Bosworth is now on the hill. She's been and gone past me. Very neat and tidy from Sarah. Braking into bottom S at 83.
Yeah, with me now. Oh, she just locks up the rear wheel slightly and the car just tips itself a little early into the apex, but she collects it. Beautiful car control. Tidies everything up and gets herself out of top S and towards the finish.
Okay, I believe I've got Charlie Riley coming to you.
Yes, you have. Charlie already with me, very nice and neat and tidy through Kennel, inch perfect through crossing in this slightly later Van Diemen RF 92, so 1992 chassis, neat and tidily into bottom S at 82.
Yeah, this immaculate black livery car. It's nice and tidy through bottom, nice and tidy through top, and we're out towards the finish line. Very nice indeed.
Some times for you. Les Buck did a 35.42. Sarah Bosworth a 34.59. Caroline Ryder's now on the hill. She was leading the class after practice. Very neat and tidy, very quick driver is Caroline. Just the lightest feathering of the throttle through crossing. She was almost flat actually. Flat through the kink, braking into bottom S85.
Absolutely, yeah. With me now, and nice line into bottom S, nice and tidy. Really good driver is Caroline, and yeah, just a little bit of a dab of opposite lock as she gets out the power to straighten the car up and head towards the finish.
Okay, I got William Lockridge heading up towards you now.
I think that might be Alex Cole's. Williams'
I do
problems,
apologise, yeah,
unfortunately. Oh, Alex is so quick through crossing. He turned in really early, he had to turn back out, but he's through the kink, braking to bottom S 120.
Yeah, with me now, almost sideways as he heads into bottom S. So aggressive, really grabbed this car by the scruff of the neck. And he's heading towards the finish line. That was so aggressive on S approach, and yeah, through over the line, 25.65.
Slots into second in class. That was fantastic. Who have we got now?
Stephen Potter, 92.
Stephen Potter's with me now. Very neat and tidy through kennel, up to crossing. Very neat and tidy through crossing. Gets on the power nice and early after crossing. Slap bang in the middle of the road through the kink, braking into bottom S at 106.
Yeah, just taking a nice line into slow in, fast out of bottom S and slow in, fast out of top S. So this should be quite neat and tidy. We're heading towards the finish line. I think we're going to record a 28.35.
Okay, that was our old friend Rob Anscombe, local man in the Empire.
Rob going very well. Bit of a wiggle as he came out of kennel, but collected nicely. Very quick through crossing. A little bit of a wiggle again, but he collected it up nicely again. Through the kink, braking to bottom S at 107.
Yeah, he's with me now. The car looks great. Beautifully prepared by the team. So we've got a just slightly goes one. I think he'll have lost a little bit of time on his exit from top S. He'd be desperate to get into the 27s, but I think he lost a bit of time at the top S. So
28.36 for Rob. Olivia Cooper flies off the line. Who's going to win between Olivia and Liam today?
She's very quick into kennel. The car turns in beautifully into kennel, up to crossing, turns in through crossing, millimetre perfect through crossing, slap bang in the middle of the road through the kink. This is going to be quick, braking into bottom S at 130.
Olivia Cooper going so quick all weekend. She gets a little bit sideways as she heads into bottom S, but collects everything up beautiful out of top S. Come on, Olivia, let's see what you've got. And she'll be across the line with a time to record of 25.97 into the 25.
Well done, Olivia.
Beautiful.
25.97, fantastic time. Puts her third in class as we stand.
Okay, so on the line and about to leave is Darren Gumley, local man Darren. Darren won't be hanging about, he's flying up the hill.
Yes, he's into my view now, neat and tidy through kennel, up to crossing, turns into crossing a little bit wide. Through crossing he had to wait till he could get on the power, but he's on the power now, flat through the kink, braking to bottom S, 114.
Yeah, with me now, just a nice, steady approach and beautifully driven. That was so quick through the S's, it didn't look that fast, but it was super fast. He heads across the line with a 25.65, 7.59 through the S's.
Here comes Andy Greenan, absolutely flying.
Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be impressive. Nice and neat, tiny bit of a wiggle as he came out of kennel, but nothing to worry about. Nice and inch perfect through crossing. Sparks fly as the car hits the ground between crossing and the kink, braking to bottom S, 122.
Absolutely, Andy Greenan broadside as he heads out of bottom S, and so sideways again as he heads out of top S. This is a fantastic driver, display of car control like I've never seen. 25.68.
25.68. They're getting hot now, aren't they? They're getting hot. Now, here's another hot driver on the line, David Warburton. David is a very rapid driver. He'll want something to say about this 1600 club. Scorches off the line, already in your sight.
Yes, carries loads of speed through kennel, up to crossing. He'll be flat through here. Yes, he is. The car is nailed to the floor, or he's already through the kink. He's braking to bottom S at 120.
Yeah, massive speed, just turns the inside. That's so much speed he's taken through bottom S, and he's fighting the car as it releases itself out of top S. He'll be across the line. What's he going to do? 24.53.
24.53. Wow.
That's a good chance of a runoff qualification time, that.
It is, and Richard Spedding, he'll have something to say. He's won runoffs in the past, so anyway, he's on his way to you now. Richard Spedding in this beautiful Raptor.
Wow, he carried so much speed through kennel. He's already at crossing. I think he was flat through crossing, which he's been working up to all weekend. He's flat through the kink. He's braking into bottom S at 119.
Yeah, he's with me now, carrying a nice amount of speed. Beautifully smooth through bottom S, beautifully smooth. Nice and under control as he fires it now towards the finish line. What's he going to do? A 24.34 to 120. Wow. These S sector times, wow. 7.75 through the S's, 7.53 for David Warburton through the S's.
I think David lost those 2/10 on the exit of top S. If you said he had a bit of a wiggle.
A little wiggle.
Because he was quickest. He was quicker through the S's. He was half a He was 500ths behind at bottom S. That was so close. So close.
I mean, you know, my hat goes off to Andy Greenan and David Warburton for just their sheer aggression through the S's. It was absolutely a master of car control. Richard Spedding was slightly more reserved, but nevertheless, still a good time.
Impressive. Now, that was the end of that batch. So, anyway, the sun's out. It's looking like 80 degrees out there. The sun's out, not a cloud in the sky.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
This
Absolutely stunning.
This is getting exciting. We're getting towards runoff time. We're getting them fighting to get these times down to try and get into that top 12 runoff.
So Billy, you've just made reference there to a potential runoff time there. So what do you think is going to get you into a runoff today, time-wise?
A mid-24, I think. I think it will be close, actually. I think that. I think those times might get in, but I think you're going to have to be a mid to low 24 just to qualify for the runoff. I think all the big, I think that's where we're going to be, so which is pretty impressive.
It sounds like we've lost Trevor.
No, because he's going to drive the P40.
With the P40. It'll be interesting to see how that car fares.
You never know.
It's Trevor driving it for the first time, I assume.
Yeah, first time that he's driving it. It's obviously the fourth time, the second weekend ever for the car. So he might make it in. It's going to be a challenge.
That will be a challenge because Trevor's got the talent, but it's first time in a car that's only just been built. Took 7 years to build it. So listen, he's going to be a brave man if he rings that one, isn't he?
Well, exactly. And when you think about it, his first time he turns a corner is Kennel, which you enter at over 100 miles an hour. Just to put it into perspective, and that's it. So the 1600s do over 100 into Kennel. So just imagine the belief and the trust you've got to have in the car first time you turn the wheel, and if you've not driven it before, and it's no slight on driver or car, you don't yet know the car well enough to maybe do a 24. So we will see. But
can I just answer a question on the live stream? Somebody, actually Lisa Wilkes, has asked, as a newbie to this, what's the man doing with the stick thing at the start? Well, the
good question.
Yeah, the stick thing, they have to get lined up with the timing beam on the front of the cars. They've got like a timing stick, and that has to line up so they don't go over the line. So the stick thing goes behind the wheels to chock the wheels so it can't roll back.
Yes, so if you look on the front wing, what was the name of the question asker?
So Lisa Wilkes.
Hello Lisa, great to have you as a newbie to the sport. You'll see on the front wing of the car, or the front of the car if it's a hatchback or something, a carbon fibre strip that looks like a number 1. That breaks the timing beam at the start line and at the finish line to measure the time to the thousandth of a second, well, 100th of a second, I think thousandth of a second we can go to. If needs be, so definitely to the 100th, and it has to be in exactly the right place. So once you get the car lined up, they don't have none of the single seaters have any handbrakes or anything like that. So you have to hold, and it's obviously a hill climb, so they'd roll backwards. So you have to hold them in place.
I'm just watching the live stream from our commentary box, as I do have signal up here, and the pictures that we're getting are absolutely fantastic. Are
you seeing that on your phone then, Lloyd?
Yeah, I've got my phone and my laptop
all the
with
technology
me, but,
for you.
yeah, absolutely. But it's great to see.
Brilliant, isn't
Very
it?
busy paddock down there. We've got the cars coming back down the hill.
What about this question? May I ask, what is the track record? Thanks, from Jan Balucci.
Hello, Jan. It is a 22 point. Good question.
3-1.
I thought I'd ask you that one.
There it is, 22.37. 22.37. So what you just saw, incredibly fast times, are 3 seconds off the record.
And was that Sean Gould?
It was, yes. It was 2 years ago at this meeting.
And Sean is competing today in that beautiful Gould that he builds himself. Matt Ryder is sharing that car as well, so 2 extremely talented drivers.
Shall I give you some times quickly?
Please do.
So 1100 class, which I can now give you, led by Stuart Bickley on the 25.89. Second is Dave Tatham on the 26.01. Third, Tom Weaver on a 26.51. Those 3 all went quicker in that session just then than they've been all weekend. Formula Ford class is led by Caroline Ryder, who's ducked into the 33s, 33.83, followed by Sarah Bosworth, and then Charlie Riley with Les Buck in 4th. The up to 1600cc class, that's the cars we just saw. Richard Spedding leading the class on a 24.34. David Warburton on a 24.53. He'll want that class lead back this afternoon. Alan Warburton, fantastic time, 25.34 to be third in class. And then, now this is really interesting, 4th equal, Darren Gumley and Alex Coles, who both did a 25.65, and 6th is Andy Greenan, sorry, on a 25.68. So 3 100ths of a second separate those 3 cars, which is pretty amazing. I'll give you the rest of the times in the other classes once we've had them.
Okay, well, I can tell you that I can see on the line Alex's new car, and Debbie's in the car at the minute. Richard's at the back, Alex is by the side. So I know for a fact that it's Debbie Dunbar Summers. I don't know if she still goes under the Dunbar Summers. I think she does. Anyway, very talented driver. Now, if I'm not mistaken, didn't she? I think she held the hill record for ladies at Lowton, and did she not have it here? I don't think
she didn't have it here. She might have had it at Lowton. She's definitely won the 1100 class at Lowton a few times, hasn't she?
Yes. So anyway, so she's getting some good track time in the car. So it is triple driven, but I don't know if Richard's still going to be driving.
I
today.
think that means that Richard has very kindly stepped out because we're seeing Debbie now, and Trevor will be in the next batch, which Richard would have been in, which Debbie would have been in. Excuse me.
No warm up coming to the line now. This glorious car. So this one has got the old Firestorm back end, and Alex has completely built the front end of this car. It's got the Opel V6 touring car engine in the back, which apparently is good for about 350 brake horsepower. It's very narrow, because when Richard was driving this car, he was telling me that his elbows are getting bashed, something terrible. It's not really designed for him. Anyway, she leaves the line. Doesn't that sound magnificent?
She's into my view now at Kennel, nice and neat and tidy through Kennel. Big stab of power between Kennel and Crossing, turns it nicely into Crossing, gets back on the power early, fires her way up through the kink, braking into bottom S at 97.
Yeah, sounding absolutely great, looking absolutely great. So a nice smooth entrance into bottom S, nice smooth exit out of top S, and using all of that DTM power to get itself over the line.
28.50 for Debbie. Oh, well done. Okay, we've got Bernie Kevell to follow up in the OMS. The OMS 28, which he shares with Simon Andrews. Anyway, he's ready to go. Everyone's looking at his visors down. Big crowd here now, which is absolutely fabulous. Shelsley in the sunshine and a big crowd. What a great sight. Anyway, revs up and he leaves the line in this lovely OMS 2.7 V8.
Yes, the biggest of the TKD engines in the back of this. Nice and neat and tidy from Bernard through the bottom half of the hill. Was a little wide as it came through Crossings, had to wait to get on the power, but no issues through the kink, braking to bottom S at 100.
Absolutely, yeah, just takes a nice smooth line, nails the entrance into bottom S, nails the exit of top S, gets on the power, the traction control fights in it, and will be across the line to record a time very shortly.
Yeah, Bernard Kevell finishes in 28.14, and we've got Lynn Owen, wife of Steve, builder of these OMS cars, already with you.
Yes, Lynn with me now. Been hill climbing with Steve for many years now. Very neat and tidy, very good driver, very good through Kennel and through Crossing, through the kink now, braking into bottom S at 89.
Absolutely, yeah, and into my sight, takes a really nice line through bottom S, nice and smooth, no heroics, and takes a nice line out of top S and gets the car straightened up and heading towards the finish.
Okay, excellent. So Lynn finishes in 29.93. Will be followed by Sandra Tomlin from Usk. She's got a very good racing history.
Yes, in the big 4-litre powered Pilbeam Judd engine. Singing away in the back of it. Sandra past me now, neat and tidy as you'd expect, through the kink, braking into the bottom S at 93.
Yes, absolutely, we can see this car. It's a lovely powertrain in this car, big 4-litre Judd, and yeah, it takes a nice line through the bottom S, takes a nice smooth line through top S, and accelerates over towards the finish.
Yes, and Sandra Tomlin's just about finished, 29.88. Well done, Sandra, excellent. Okay, and I can see what looks like Nicola Menges, Wallace Menges' wife. Very rapid driver, and I know at home she's a lover of big fast cars. She's got a massive Mercedes, which is a twin turbo thing, which she drives to the shops with about 600 horsepower. Good on her.
Did a 25.44 this morning.
And she is our ladies' hill record holder, isn't she? And she's away to you now.
Yes, into my sight. Let's see what Nicola can do. Nice and neat and tidy through Kennel. Big burst of power through Kennel and Crossing. Turns beautifully through Crossing. Slap bang in the middle as she comes out. She was on the power really early. Lovely through the kink. Braking to bottom S 115.
Yeah, Nicola with me now. Nice and smooth. The car rotates beautifully in bottom S. A little bit of understeer as it washes wide in top S, but straightens it up, and we're firing towards the finish line now. Let's see what we can do. This is quick.
Okay, and Nicola finishes in 25.03. That's a terrific time.
That is close.
And Sean Gould, the builder of these magnificent Goulds, is on the line. Sean Gould, hill record holder in the 22s when he broke the hill record. He leaves the line absolutely like a blur.
Into my view now, turns very early into Kennel, but got away. Oh, nibbled the bank on the exit to crossing, but got away with it. Through crossing, through the kink, little wide through the kink, braking to bottom S at 142.
Yeah, I've got Sean now. The car just turns nicely into bottom S, turns nicely out of top S, and using all of that power, 700 brake horsepower in excess to get himself across the line. 24.21.
24.21 and 163 across the line. Wow, wow, wow.
142 in the approach to top S, unbelievable.
Yeah, incredible stuff.
Monza.
Here comes Graham Wynn coming to the line now. Graham Wynn sharing the car with Scott. He actually owns this car. Graham Wynn, OBE, no less. So let's have that right. Anyway, this is getting really exciting stuff now. These are trying to qualify for the runoffs. So we're looking for times in the 24s and the 23s. And that's, well, you reckon 24 and a half, didn't you, Billy?
I think so, yeah.
So Sean, he finished in 24.21. Excellent. And here he goes. Graham Wynn leaves the line.
Yep, Graham into my side now, rockets into view, turns nicely through Kennel, gets back on the power early, nice and neat and tidy through crossing, had to wait a bit to get on the power because he was running wide slightly on the exit of crossing, very neat and tidy through the kink, braking into bottom S, 107.
Yeah, with me now, and takes a nice smooth approach into bottom S, and takes a nice approach out of top S, and fires the car, nice wide line, heads out towards the finish line. This is going to be quick, it's going to be a 25.43.
That was a 25
25.43, good time there for Graham. Slots him into third in class at the moment, but with the majority of the class to come. If I'm wrong, by the way, and it's a low 25 that
leaving
qualifies.
the line,
Nicola
Lindsay
might
Summers.
qualify.
Lindsay Summers coming up to you now.
Yes, Lindsay is into my view. Big stab of power between Kennel and crossing. Nice and neat and tidy. Through crossing, gets on the power nice and early. Through feathers the throttle through the kink, braking to bottom S at 100.
Yeah, with me now, Lindsay, and she turns the car beautifully neatly into bottom S and nicely out of top S, and using all of that power to get herself towards the finish line. We're going to record a time of 27.18.
27.18 for Lindsay. Excellent. Okay. So coming to the line, what have I got here now? That looks remarkably like.
Is it Aaron Colby?
Yeah, I think it's the Van Diemen. Yeah, I think it's the Van Diemen in that lovely two-tone colour scheme. Yeah, I don't think he'll qualify for the runoff, will he? But it's a lovely bit of kit, isn't it?
It is indeed.
So we're just catching our breath. So yeah, we're getting amongst the really quick runners. Aaron Colborne leaves the line. Beautiful, excellent. That's the Formula Ireland car, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed. Andrew and Aaron driving this together, very neat and tidy through Kennel and through crossing, inch perfect through crossing, gets on the power early, flat through the kink, braking to bottom S now at 103.
Yeah, absolutely with me now, and yeah, just takes a little bit of curb on the way in, straightens the car up beautifully, takes a nice one, nice tight line on the inside of top S, and a bit of oversteer on the exit, but across the line.
Yep, 28.39, and he will be followed by Ian Tucker, our man from Cornwall in this lovely MS, drives it well.
Yes, Ian's already with me. Tiny bit of oversteer out on the exit of Kennel, but absolutely fine through crossing on the power, nice and early. Takes a gear as he goes through the kink, braking to bottom S now, 98.
Yeah, absolutely, and into my sight I can see just a nice tight line, taking a slightly different line, maybe got in a little bit too early into top S, had to get massively out of the throttle on exit, but across the line that will have cost some time, unfortunately.
Andy Bugard from the Channel Islands flying up to you now.
Yes, he's going very well in this just over 1600cc car. Very nicely indeed, past me on the power nice and early as he's learning the hill, braking into bottom S at 106.
Yeah, absolutely with me. Nice looking car this, and just bounces itself over the curbs and gets itself straightened up and fires itself out of top S. Traction control fighting it all the way.
Okay, so Andy finishes in 27.47. He'll be followed by Terry Davis in the fourth.
Here comes Terry with the self-built V8 in the back. Sounds great, this car. I was talking to them earlier, it's about 10 or 12 miles an hour quicker over the finish than the old car, just because of the better aero and lighter car, braking to bottom S at 94.
Yeah, it looks really nice and on its feet, this car. So traction control fluffing away as it fights the power, and it straightens itself out and heads itself towards the finish line.
Excellent, so he will be followed. Terry finishes in 28.65. He'll be followed by Michael Dragonic. Michael Dragonic leaves the line in this lovely, lovely old Pilbeam with a Millington engine.
Yes, here he comes, nice and neat and tidy through Kennel. engine singing away nicely in the back of it, through crossing, slap bang in the middle of the road from Mike as he comes up to the kink, braking into bottom S now at 94.
Absolutely, yeah, just rolls it into bottom S, stab of power from that Millington, and unleashes all of the power from the Millington as we see it disappear over the finish line.
Yes, and he finishes it actually. Andrew Henson has just left the line. Michael Dragonic 29.48.
Andrew very wide on the exit of Kennel, but no problems. Very neat and tidy through crossing. Got early on the power. He's going very well in this car this weekend. Braking to bottom S, 113.
Yeah, absolutely with me. And these massive air filters sticking out the side of this car to contain the power as he just has a little bit of an oversteer moment. But yeah, he heads across the line.
27.11. Lee Griffiths leaves the line in the OMS. This is a really stretched tyre booster in this one, real flying machine.
It is indeed. He's a very quick driver. Was very quick at the Masters a few years ago as well. Very nicely through the bottom half of the hill. This is a really neat, tidy run from Lee. Flat through the kink, braking to bottom S at 115.
Yeah, I've got him now, and he just washes slightly wide, but he brings it back in beautifully into top S. Just gets back on the power now, and he squares himself off towards the finish. No problems.
Be ready, be ready. Now, Jonathan Varley in the Graham White Predator. This had the massive Formula One engine in at one time now. Jonathan is driving it, and now he's got the 2-litre Ford, 2-litre engine in this one.
Rockets into my view, nice and neat and tidy through Kennel. Big stab of power between Kennel and crossing. The lightest of lifts through crossing. Got on the power early and used all of the road on the exit. Flat through the kink, braking into bottom S, 121.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nicely controlled, nice on the brakes, nice and smooth, nice power inputs, and uses all the power now to get himself across the line. It is a rocket, that car, as you say, Billy.
Einan Price, our man from Wales, mid-Wales. He's a regular competitor, isn't he? He's brilliant in the way. He's an ex-rally driver, is Einan. And he'll have something to say. Let's see what Einan can do for us today. Leaves the line very smoothly.
Yes, into my view now, turns into Kennel, carries lots of speed through Kennel, back on the power early, I'm listening, just the lightest of feathers as he came, of the throttle as he came through the crossing, flat through the kink, braking to bottom S, 114.
Yeah, it was really spectacular through here earlier, a little bit sideways, but gathers it all up, nice and smooth out of top S, very, very precise, and is across the line.
Yes, and Einan finishes in 25.39, he'll be followed by Tina Hawkes. Tina Hawkes in the Little Force. She's one of our lady drivers, absolutely brilliant driver, already with you.
Yeah, it's great to see Tina back on the hills after a couple of years away. Bit of a wiggle as she came out of Kennel, but she picked it up nicely. Nice and neat and tidy through crossing. Supercharger whistling away in the back of that car, flat through the kink, braking into bottom S, 107.
Yeah, absolutely, I've got her now. She's straightened the car up beautifully. Lovely line through bottom of top S. And we're firing out now. It's got a lot of power, that car, to get herself across the line.
Yeah, and Tina finishes in 26.49, excellent time. Well, there's a little bit of a lull here. I've got Kelvin Broad, who was on the line a minute ago. They've just wheeled him back. So,
I hope that's not a problem.
Yeah.
Could be a chain.
Could be. Kelvin's a very rapid competitor, isn't he? But it's all a bit quiet at the moment, so we'll see what happens. But it's not end of batch. We've still got 1 or 2 to go. But I thought Tina drove really well there, didn't she, in the Little Force, 26.49. That was an excellent run.
Yeah, she did. Nice and smooth through the S's, and yeah, it was a lot of power in the back of that car. It's obviously gets her towards the finish line nice and quickly. 137.
Okay, now I do have a car on the line. I've got John Chalmers in this beautiful silver Roll. This is a rather spectacular car, isn't it? We've seen a lot of John over the years, very rapid driver. So the Roll gets ready. Everybody's getting ready. Big crowds here now. Isn't it wonderful? The sunshine can't be better. Won't be long before the runoffs, which is the pinnacle of the morning's activities when Mr. Chris Druitt will be back in this box. Anyway, John Chalmers leaves the line. Spectacularly leaves the line. Sounds superb. Already with you.
Yes, John with me now. Big stab of power between Kennel and crossing, burbling on the overrun as it comes through crossing. Nice and neat and tidy, popping and banging and sparking as it goes through the kink, braking into bottom S, 122.
Absolutely, that distinctive anti-lag sound as it tries to keep the turbo alive, chirping and whistling its way past the commentary box as it fires itself now towards the finish line. This will record a time. 26.31.
26.31 for John. Now I do see Paul Hames on the line. Now Paul has been very good this weekend, is Paul. This rather spectacular looking car, if I remember right, it's a Bull GR59. It's got a brilliant engine in it. He's got a tuned Hayabusa from memory.
Yep, turbocharged.
And he's on his way.
rockets into my view now, turns it, carries so much speed through Kennel, back on the power early, here he is through crossing, really quick through crossing, the lightest of lifts, back on the power early, flat through the kink, braking to bottom S at 131.
Yeah, carrying loads of speed through bottom S. This is going to be a very quick S sector, and he fires it out of top S. 747 through the S's, that's rapid, and across the line, wow.
23.91.
Wow.
Well done. I don't know if he's done a 23 in that car before. I'll have to ask him over lunch, but
Pretty damn
fantastic.
Good, but he's going to be in the runoff for sure, isn't
Well
it?
in. That'll be well in, definitely.
Brilliant. Well done, that man. He's really got that car fired up, hasn't he?
Fantastic.
End of batch, chaps. I've got red flags out here now, so end of batch, we can catch our breath again.
That's half a second quicker than he went. 0.6 quicker than he went yesterday, by the way, for Paul. But he was absolutely on it, that run. Fantastic to see.
Billy, that was the best I've seen anybody come through the S's all weekend.
What was the S split? 7.47. So yeah,
I don't think anyone's gone through there quicker actually.
It'll be interesting to see when we get the next class how quick people go through. I'll take you through some class results whilst we're waiting. We've done the 1600 class. We'll do the 2 litre class. So the 2 litre naturally aspirated class, led by Ian on Price, who you just saw doing a 25.39. Jonathan Varley second on a 26.23. Lee Griffiths finding time hand over fist in that car over this weekend, 26.76. Andrew Henson fourth, on a 27.11. He did a 26 yesterday, so I think there's still some time in that car. And for forced induction engines, you just saw them, no start for Kelvin Broad, which is a shame. Let's hope that it was... Did you say it came to the line and then was wheeled away, Chris?
Yes, it did, unfortunately, yeah, and I've seen no sign of it at the moment.
Probably a chain, maybe, or a drive shaft. You're trying to put 450 horsepower down on the road on a very grippy start line does put a certain amount of stress through the powertrain, or through the drivetrain. So hopefully you'll get it fixed this afternoon, but we'll investigate over lunch. So Paul Haynes leads that class on a 23.91. That is an absolutely stunning time from Paul. Then we have John Chalmers in second on a 26.31, and third Tina Hawkes on a 26.49. I won't take you through the unlimited class at the moment as we await the main batch of runners, which will be coming up after this. What I will tell you is Sean Gould is leading it, and Nicola Mingus is currently second on a 25.03. I might be wrong on my mid-24 prediction, we'll see. And if I am, Nicola will qualify, which would be great to see. She's only 0.3 off the ladies' record that she set 2 years ago. So.
Oh, was she in the 24s or the 25s?
She was a 25.03, so she was 0.03 off being in the 24s.
Oh wow! So she was pretty close to her record.
Yes, 0.3 off it.
Wow, that is amazing.
Which is not far off at all. So if she qualifies for the runoff, she'll get another crack at it. And if not, of course, she'll get a crack this afternoon.
Well, she's absolutely on the pace. Brilliant to see, actually. That's the ex-Martin Groves car, which held the hill record as well, didn't it? Back in about 2007 when Martin was driving then.
Yeah, that's when he set it, yeah.
Do we think she might have a spare set of tyres per sleeve to maybe try and go for her record today?
Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows with the Menzies household? There's who knows what they've got up their sleeve, but we know the big man. How many cars are entered today from Lisa Wilkes? Can anyone tell me that one?
Hi, Lisa. It's about 150, I think, from memory. I could count them. Well, also, Lisa, there's more drivers than there are cars because a lot of cars are dual-driven.
Oh, can I ask you another question? Great coverage from Mr. Whipple. Great coverage. How long do they leave the line once the lights have changed? How long do they have to leave the line once the lights have changed?
Kind of as long as they like. Obviously, they can't sit there for 5 minutes because we'd all get terribly bored, but there isn't a sort of strict time. The green light tells you are ready to go, but unlike circuit racing, you don't have to go immediately on the green light. The green light says go at your leisure. So they usually will leave the line 2 or 3 seconds after the green light in the practice runs. In the runoff, you'll see them maybe wait a little bit longer. In the runoff, there will only be one car on the hill at once, whereas in practice you will sometimes see a car leave the start line before the next one's crossed the finish.
Another time, the first fastest time of the day at Shelsley was 77.6 seconds in 1905, told to me by John Brown. Thank you, John.
And what was amazing is in 1905, which was, for those that don't know, Shelsley Walsh, the longest continually used motor racing venue in the world, it was actually just it was part of the challenge was actually getting to the top. Was the car able to get to the top in those days? Less of a problem now, but yes, it shows how far we've come. I'd love to bring the drivers who were driving up here in 1905 back now and show them what the speeds are now. It would be amazing for them to see. But also, Toby Moody told me a fun fact. There's a car in the paddock here, or was here yesterday, and it's got a private number plate. And that private number plate was on one of the cars that was competing at the first ever event.
Brilliant.
Wow, wow, that's
it's still owned by the family. Same family.
That's fantastic.
What, the car or
the number plate?
The number plate.
Yeah, the number plate.
Yeah.
And it's now on their road car. But that car was something like the 5th car ever to go up Shelsley Walsh.
Well,
with that number plate.
That's very cool.
We're back in the game, folks. We're back in the game. That looks to me like Ed Burgess coming to the line in that lovely goal, but I'll confirm that in a minute. Ed, if it is, it's the ex-James Baxter car. James was here last year on the Classic Nostalgia. Anyway, Ed Burgess, he's also owner of Bugattis. He's leaving the line. He holds the Bugatti record at Brescia, and he's away to...
Yes, he's into my view. He's going very nicely as he still learns this car. A very different car to drive than the Bugatti that he's used to. Very nicely past me through the kink, braking to bottom S at 100.
Yeah, carrying lots of speed. The car looking really slick in this black paintwork. Takes a nice left, nice right. Drain cover slightly, but really nice through the S's and heads across the finish line.
Paul Brook coming to you now. Edmund Burgess finishes in 27.35.
Yes, Paul was struggling a bit in practice this morning to get off the line. Seems to be going much better now. Sounds lovely as the Jaguar bellows its way through the kink, braking to bottom S99.
Absolutely, yes. This Jaguar livery homage to the Formula 1 project of 2000s. Takes a lovely line through bottom S and top S, and he's already across the line.
Excellent. And Paul finishes in 31.37, and we have Sue Young coming in, lovely old Bull GR51. Haven't been out for a few years. They've got a new engine in it. Derek's on the spanners. Hurls off the line. Lovely helmet too she's wearing.
Yes, Sue's already into my view. Bit of a wiggle as she came through kennel, but collected nicely. Very nicely through crossing. Millimetre perfect through crossing on the power so early. Bit of a lift through the kink, braking to bottom S, 112.
Yeah, carrying loads of speed, almost sideways as she enters into bottom S, and she's just nibbling the throttle. The car's just fighting her a little bit as she gets herself sorted and gets herself off across the line.
Yes, and Sue finishes in 25.89. Well done, Sue. That's a good time.
Very good indeed. She's been away for, I think, 7 or so years.
Actually,
second meeting back here.
Yeah, so if Nicola Sue's now in the 25, so she's going to have something to say about that Ladies Hill record, the way she's going.
Yes.
So I've got Jack Cottrell on the line. This is a rather nice bit of kit, isn't it? This is a Dallara Cosworth, so it's got a Cosworth IndyCar engine in the back. Dallara front end. Anyway, he's away. Jack Cottrell, very talented young driver.
Blasts into my view now, turns nicely through kennel, back on the power early as he comes out of kennel, through crossing, nicely through crossing, uses all the road on exit, very nice line indeed. I think he was flat through the kink, braking to bottom S, 116.
Absolutely, yeah, the car's been looking really stable this weekend. He takes a nice line through top S, gets himself on the power, no dramas at all. He's going to head across the line shortly.
Yes, he does, and he finishes in 25.03 for Jack Cottrell. 25.03. So, nice to see that. The pace is hotting up. Oh my goodness me. This looks remarkably like Will Hall in the brand new Gould GR59. He's had a few little gremlins to deal with this season. He debuted it at Prescott a few weeks ago. Anyway, Will is a very capable driver. Do you remember the old Vanity Fair Force?
Yes.
He had some big moments in that car, including a very big moment when it got big, effectively. But anyway, this car I think is a lot more drivable brand new technology on this car. Very well driven. Got a big Judd V8 in the back of it, so he's not going to be short of power. Will Hall, talented driver, leaves the line. Beautiful, brand new goal.
He's rockets into my view. Nice and neat and tidy through Kennel. Big stab of power through Kennel and crossing. Turns beautifully through crossing. Gets on the power really early. Sparking as he goes through the kinks. It hits the ground as approach speed 124.
Absolutely with me. Nice and controlled. A little bit of dab. Pops it lock as he tidies it all up. And the control is rattling my commentary box. Sparks across the line. 23.79, wow.
23.79, brilliant. Well done, that man. Well done, Will. Good to see him on the pace, isn't it? Good to see him in the 23s.
First time in the 23s in that car.
Yeah, fantastic. Well done. That's great to see. So, well, it's all getting rather exciting, isn't it? So, I can see on the line that looks like...
By the way, whilst we're waiting for that, did you see Jack Cottrell to the 100th matched Nicola Mingus' time? They're identical.
Oh, really?
So if they are joint 12th, I believe Nicola would qualify for the runoff, having set the time first.
Well,
I believe.
Let's hope so. Well, I tell you what, isn't it great to see Sue Young getting in those 25s? So who knows what she's got in store? It looks like Simon Andrews has been pushed back off the line, and I could see over the back there, it is Steve Owen, I think, going to follow him up. But there, Simon's got a bit of a technical hitch here. So anyway, a little breather. Catch your breath, everybody. Rather good so far, isn't it, chaps?
You know, it is rammed up here. The crowds are lining the hill from Kennel and then right up the crossing, all the way up to the finish. Sorry, all the way up to bottom S. It's great to see you all here. You're about to have 8 or so of the fastest hill climb cars in the country in just a moment's time.
Now I've got Steve Owen on the line now. At the top of my live screen it said back returning to the paddock. Well, it's not. There's no flags out. Steve Owen's about to leave the line. It's home built. Well, he builds these cars. How many cars did you tell me he built so far yesterday?
196.
Fantastic. Well, here comes one of 196.
This is, yes, exactly that. One of the 190s ones, I think. He's already passed me, very neat and tidy. Uses all the road on the exit of crossing, nicely through the kink, braking to bottom S 109.
Absolutely, yeah, just wiggling, and the car's fighting him through bottom S, really aggressive. Lots of car control going on there. Lots of fighting as he heads himself out off towards the finish line, but that was really aggressive through the S's.
Yeah, and he finishes in 26.66. Will be followed by Oliver Tomlin in the elderly Pilbeam, but doesn't it still look magnificent?
It looks great. Brilliant to see a big Pilbeam on the hill. Very neat and tidy from Oliver through the bottom half of the hill. Very inch perfect as he came through crossing. Just a feather of the throttle through kink, braking to bottom S at 100.
Absolutely, yeah. The car just steps out slightly as there's a nibble of front wheel on the apex, but tidies it all nicely up and heads towards the finish line.
Yeah, and Oliver finishes in 25.81. Excellent stuff. Right, 25.81 in the elderly Pilbeam, but owned by Mum Sandra. Anyway, David Uren is coming to the line. The ex-Martin Groves cars shares with Nicola Mingus. Very well sorted car. It's got a very powerful Cosworth V8 in the back of it that's rebuilt last year. I think it's something like 3.4 normally aspirated. Yeah. Lots of horsepower. Great handling car. This one for anything.
3.5 litre Nick Mack, I believe. Nicholson McLaren in the back of this.
You're absolutely right. So on that note, now David did win a runoff last year, didn't he?
Here, yeah, he won here, the first runoff.
Big fan of it, isn't he? So, and he's away very, very smoothly off the line into Kennel.
Here comes Davey Wren, nice and neat and tidy through Kennel, very neat and tidy. Huge burst of speed through Kennel and crossing, very neat and tidy through crossing, gets on the power early, flat through the kink. That car looks so planted, braking to bottom S at 134.
Yeah, carrying lots and lots of speed, a bit of a wiggle on between the S's, but beautifully contained and fires it off towards the finish line out of top S across the line.
Yes, and he finishes in 23.64. Well done, that man. That's a great time. Is that the quickest we've seen
quickest so far? Yeah, quickest so far.
Yeah, well, there's a young man on the line now that's going to say about that, Matthew Ryder. Matthew Ryder in the Gould. He's won runoffs last year. Has he won one this year?
Not yet,
no,
but he won it here last year. He was, I think, only the 5th person or 6th person ever to be into the 22s.
He's away. Matthew Ryder is away. I'm with you.
Here he comes. Oh, he turned in a bit early to Kennel, but he had to turn out of it, but no problem. Very quick through crossing. It has a bit of... Oh, the car's coasting to a halt. I don't know what's happened. No, it hasn't touched anything. Oh, he's got it going again. So this won't be a qualification. That's gutting. It was as if the car just died. It was as if he hit a kill switch or something.
Real shame that for Matthew, because he was going so well in that car. He's across the line now, but that's a real shame for him.
Incredible, though. He still does a 26.51, even though the car ground to a halt for a couple of hundred metres.
He will be gutted, though, because he
won't
was
qualify
a
with that.
serious contender for the runoff. Sorry to see Matthew, a little, maybe electrical glitch. Who can say? Don't know. But actually, Trevor Willis, I could see them all down there on the runoff in the warm-up area. Trevor Willis. I don't know if this is the first time he's ever driven this brand new car that
It is. Yep.
built.
First time.
And we know how talented he is. He's under no pressure, is he? Of course.
Well, he wants to get points today. He wants to be in the runoff, and to do so, he's going to have to do a 25, which I think will be pretty tough. First time driving the car, but if anyone can do it, Trevor can.
If anyone can, yes, he's one of our instructors. He's won the championship 3 times, and he'll be gutted his engine's blown. But anyway, he's doing his burnout now. He's third warm up. He comes up to the line now. He positions the car on the other side, on the what would be the left-hand side as you face up the hill. I've been watching them position the cars this morning. Some go on the right, some go on the left. Anyway, Trevor, with all his experience, has gone on the left. Anyway, his visor's down. He's about to leave the line in this lovely V6 car. Oh, wow, he scorches off the line. Here he goes.
1.89 second start. Oh, bit of a wiggle as he came through Kennel, but he caught it nicely. He's up to crossing now, turns into crossing. A little bit wide as he came through crossing, but no problems at all. Nicely through the kink, braking into bottom S at 103.
Absolutely, yeah, turns it in, just getting a feel for that, but nice and smooth through bottom S. Just bounces over, a bit of a traction, lights up the rear tyres on the exit of top S, but gets himself across the line. Yeah, he's not going to qualify for the runoff. 27.09, his first time in the car. Good effort.
Staggering time, really, when you think the first time he turned the steering wheel of that car was into Kennel.
Absolutely.
Pretty scary.
Very good. And 1.89 second start. So there is fantastic traction from the P40 off the line.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? But it was under 2 seconds, well under 2 seconds, wasn't it?
And it doesn't run launch control yet. So very good indeed.
Well, it looks like Simon Andrews is going to get his go now. He's just coming to the line. He had a little gremlin. They pushed him past the line, but he's just rolling back now to get lined up. Yeah, so he's getting lined up. So I don't know what his problem was just now, but anyway, Simon Andrews will be doing his best to try and get... It's going to be tight, that runoff, isn't it? There's a lot of very competitive times, isn't there? There
is indeed. I'm just seeing if I can check the cut-off time at the moment for qualification. It's currently at 25.65 is the cut-off time at the moment for qualifying. So that's the time to beat.
Simon Andrews is away. He's on his way to you now.
Yes, here comes Simon. Glad they've got that gremlin fixed. Simon goes very well in this car indeed. Nice and neat and tight as he comes through Kennel and through crossing. Uses all the road on the exit of crossing. Flat through the kink, braking into bottom S at 108.
Yeah, he's with me now. He's just turning in. Nice line through bottom S. A little bit of a wiggle on the exit. Nice tight line through top S, and uses all that power to get himself off towards the finish line.
Yes, and Simon's about to finish, and Scott Moran is on the line as well now. So Simon finishes in 28.12. Scott Moran leads the line, 6 times Hillclimb champion.
Here comes Scott, turns nicely into Kennel, uses all the road on the exit of Kennel, so fast between Kennel and crossing, nice and quick through crossing, takes a gear between the two, flat through the kink, braking to bottom S, 122.
Nice and smooth through bottom S, a little bit of a wiggle, sorts the power out, gets massive power slide as he heads out towards the finish line. Beautiful car control, what's he going to do?
He's going to do 23.53.
Fastest so far. As we stand, top qualifier.
Now here's a young man that might have something to say about it. Runner-up in the championship last year, Alex Summers in the Firestorm.
Here comes Alex. He's so quick through Kennel, uses all the road on the exit of Kennel. Lightest of almost feathers the throttle through crossing, gets on the power surly, flat to the boards through the kink, braking to bottom S at 135.
With me now, this is such a manic, frantic car with Alex driving. It's absolutely beautiful through the S's. Perfect, Alex. Please, go on, let's get that across the line. What's he going to do?
23.43. 23.43 for Alex Summers. Well, that's the quickest we've seen today thus far. And on the line, the most magnificent looking goal you'll ever see, driven by Wallace Ming, is our 3 times HillClimb champion now. Look at the fluorescent wheels on this car, the beautiful red paint job. He's got a serious engine in this one, a big Cosworth V8 in the back of this one, 3.4 normally aspirated engine. Got a lovely Union Jack helmet, leaves the line. Off you go, Wallace. Let's see what you've got.
Here comes Wallace. Oh, he was a little wide on the exit of Kennel, but no problems at all. Very quick through crossing, hugs the bank beautifully through crossing. Little feather of the throttle through the kink, braking to bottom S110.
Yeah, just turns the wheel into the left. Nice, perfect through there, Wallace. That's it, on the power, out of top S, and he's firing his car now towards the finish line. This will be quick.
And it is 23.45, so actually just slower than Alex's time. Brilliant stuff. The runoff is going to be next. It's the end of the batches. They'll come back down the hill. We'll all catch our breath a little bit. The runoff times will be sorted, and let's see what happens there.
It's getting close.
I'm looking on my screen. So firstly, the cutoff, I believe, is Alan Warburton on 25.34. I'm looking, and I can't see Nicola, even though she's well in with her time, and I hope she has registered for the championship, because if not, she won't be in the runoff. So I'm just hoping maybe that's a timing glitch, but I'm sure someone will come and tell you in Vox Villa who qualifies. There will be a piece of paper that will arrive.
Yes, I've actually got Mr. Druitt coming back in now to run you through the runoff with you guys. Thank you very much for me. I've enjoyed myself. I will see you up at Top Box this afternoon. Mr. Druitt is coming to us now.
Excellent. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that, ladies and gentlemen. Get your breath back, and you're about to see 12. The top 12 runoff, the 12 fastest cars that you've just seen this morning will now go again to qualify, to collect points for the British Hillclimb Championship. The top 10 of the 12 will score points from 10 down to 1. And unfortunately, if you finish 11th or 12th, you do not score a point. That was very, very competitive indeed. Really hard luck on Matt Ryder there, who I think it might have been that he flicked a kill switch or something, because it just stopped. The engine died, but then as soon as he flicked it back, whatever he did, it set off again. So I feel like as he was hustling the car through crossing, he might have just flicked something. So that is a real shame for him. But some really interesting, as a result of that, and a result of Trevor being in the P40, not in his car, some other people have managed to qualify, which is great to see. Great to see, I believe Alan Warburton has qualified, Einon Price has qualified, I think Graham Wynn has as well, but we wait times. Also, with a quite stunning 23.91, Paul Hames has qualified 5th, which I think is quite stunning in a non-unlimited class car, 1.3 litres and turbocharged, so he's been going very well all weekend. Great to see that rewarded. Hello, Chris.
Hello. Is that Paul's first venture into the 23s ever?
I don't know. I think that is a good question. I think that will be a question I'll ask him at lunchtime. So after the runoff, by the way, if you are watching the stream, I'm going to hot-foot it down from the commentary box back to the paddock, and we're going to do a lunchtime walk around on the stream.
Great.
Get some reaction from the runoff, get some reaction from the drivers, see if we can find out, for example, what happened just then to Matt, if he wants to talk to us. So we should find out more about that then. So yes, I don't know. I will ask him. If I see him after the runoff, I'll ask that question, because that was to be in the 23s at all is incredible. To do it in that car is equally as incredible. So I've
got a list of our runners in round 11 of the British Hillclimb Championship. We don't have a page in the program today to write these down. We will have in August. So I'll read them out fairly slowly before the next lot of cars come. So, first run will be Alan Warburton, who qualified with a 25.34. He will be followed by Nicola Minges, 25.03, great time, and then those two will come back down the hill, because of course those are double-driven cars. So next up after Nicola will be Jack Cottrell, same qualifying time as Nicola with a 25.9. 24:03. Then into the 24s, we've got David Warburton, who will run 1, 2, 3, 4th. Qualified with a 24:53. Next to run will be Richard Spedding, 24:34. Sean Gould qualified with a 24:21. Paul Hames, we've just been talking about, brilliant run. Not sure if it's his first time in the 23s, but fantastic 23:91. Will Hall, great to see him in the runoff, 23:79. And ninth to run will be David Uren, 23:64. It's all very incredibly close. 10th to run, Scott Moran, so he qualified third quickest with a 23:53. Wallace Mingies, second quickest qualifier with a 23:45. And then our fastest qualifier, Alex Summers, 23:43. So when it goes quiet again, I'll read those if you haven't caught up with them.
Are we going to have batch 1? Oh no, we've got batch 7. What am I talking about?
No, I think we've got these classics kicked off by Janich in the early Malak U2.
Yes. Oh, something funny just happened. I don't know why. I think it was as if something fell off or something. He looked back over his shoulder as he was between Kennel and Crossing. And was going to stop, but he's continuing up, but at a slower pace. Don't know what happened there. Very funny. I don't know if a bird flew across in front of him or something happened.
He's very slow into bottom and top S. He doesn't seem to be too concerned by anything. He's not looking for anything.
I think he hit a bird.
Really?
Did he?
Yes, I thought one of the very kind spectators down here at Crossing just came and told me, but I thought I saw something black shoot across the track, which I thought maybe something falling off the car, but I think it was a bird flying out of the hedge.
Yeah, and it cost him a lot of time, so he did a 48.26. Simon Taylor on the Stonewall Special.
Yes, here comes Simon. Wherever that bird is, it's gone now because he didn't have the same problem. Did Simon Taylor, nice and neat and tidy through Crossing. Sounds brilliant, that car. A little bit fluffy actually this time, so but hopefully it'll clear its throat when it gets to you at bottom S at 73 miles an hour.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll have a little listen out and see how it feels. It's been threaded through bottom S and through top S. Let's have a little listen and see how it sounds. Doesn't sound too bad to me, if you don't mind me saying, but Simon's powering across the line now.
To be followed by Bryony Searle, not in the Elva, but in her Lotus 51.
Yes, here comes Bryony, very pretty little car this. She drives the Elva and this Lotus very well indeed. Very neat and tidy as you'd expect through Crossing and through the kink. And she's approaching bottom S now with an approach speed of 66.
Yes, Bryony with me now with her ears flapping away on her helmet. Takes a nice early line through top S. The car did that earlier. It sounded very, very fluffy in the lower RPM. It seems happier on cam, that car, but yeah, just not losing too much time, but across the line now.
Time for Bryony, 37.87. On his way, Andy Tippett in the unique Brabham BT30X, built for Formula 1 but never raced in Formula 1.
Very nice car indeed, with the big Buick/Rover V8 in the back of it. Sounds fantastic, this car, braking to bottom S at 84.
Absolutely, yeah. It sounds wonderful, thundering through the hills of Shelsley Walsh today, and rumbling past the commentary box and shooting itself off towards the finish.
Plenty of grunt from that Oldsmobile engine, 32.7. Roger Dean's even more grunt in the 5-litre Lola T142.
Yes, with me now, the big 5-litre Formula 5000 car, taking it nice and steady, Roger, as he powers this monstrous car up the hill. Nice bit of a lift as he came through the kink there, but braking to bottom S at 73.
Yeah, again, I said earlier, one of my favourite looking cars from the weekend. It's beautiful noise, again, much like the car before it, and big wide track, those two big wide tyres and a spoiler heading towards the finish line in a blaze of glory.
And crosses the line with a 34.57 at a speed of 104. Our last runner in this batch is Richard Brown, who held the record here for a long time.
He did in an MP58 Pilbeam. His 60th consecutive year of competition this year, Richard. Absolutely incredible. He's still inch perfect in this car up this hill, breaking into bottom S now at 89.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, inch perfect, Billy. It's absolutely wonderful. He was great through the S's earlier. He's great through the S's now. Perfect, really, and he's off towards the finish.
And he finishes, is he in the 20s? No, not quite. It's a 31.13. Good run from Richard Brown. That concludes our first runs, and then we are going to have our runoff. I'm going to set a challenge to the three of us, which is to find a new phrase to replace neat and tidy, which is suffering from overuse.
Inch perfect?
That's almost perfect.
Tidy and neat?
No, that's cheating.
Okay, right.
What about not unneat and tidy?
Yeah.
No, that's cheating as well.
We love a loophole, don't we?
We do.
How about millimetre precision?
Perfect.
I'm in the commentator thesaurus. They're all in there.
Yes. At Goodwood, we were banned from using the word iconic, which became overused down there.
It's a bit like that episode of Top Gear, isn't it, when James May reviewed an Alfa Romeo 156 and he had to, or Alfa 159, he had to put a coin in the box for every time he used passion.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And yeah, passion.
Do you want the runners in the runoff again, quickly?
Yes, please.
Okay. Alan Warburton, to be followed by Nicola Minges. Those cars will go up the hill and then come back down. Third up will be Jack Cottrell. Then David Warburton, to be followed by Richard Spedding. Sean Gould, qualified with a 24.21. Paul Hames, qualified with an incredible 23.91. Remember, it's only got 1300cc. Will Hall, good run from Will, to qualify with a 23.79. Then David Uren, 23.64. Scott Moran, the top three were Scott Moran in third place, 23.53. Wallace Minges with a 23.45. Alex Summers, quickest qualifier, with a 23.43. And very sad that Matt Ryder will not be able to make it, and we'll find out, I hope, pretty soon what happened to the car. And the question is, can Sean run it?
It seemed like, because he then, I think he flicked a kill switch or a fuel pump or something, because whatever he did, he undid it very quickly and carried on to the finish.
So it should be okay.
Yes, I touch wood. I don't want to commentators curse the car, but he still did 162 over the finish.
Wow.
And he did 26.51, which is amazing given he stopped for a break halfway up. Just shows how fast it would have been. Could I also bring your attention to something, and I'm not going to do the commentator's curse, just two facts that I thought I would tell you. Nicola Minges qualified on a 25.03. The ladies' record is a 24.70. I'm not going to say anything else. I don't know if those two facts are related. I just thought I'd put them out there.
I thought it was a lovely example of the camaraderie of hill climbing, that when poor Trevor Willis suffered an engine problem with his car, immediately Richard Summers said, we'll have a go in the new car.
Amazing.
I thought that was brilliant.
And it happened actually at Crigantlet, when unfortunately Graham Wynne had off in really tricky wet conditions at the last corner and damaged the rear wing, which couldn't be rectified. So Will Hall said to Scott Moran, who obviously shares with Graham normally and who is competing with Will for the title, jump into mine.
Yeah, it's something special about hill climbing, that although it's fierce competition, it's great camaraderie between competitors.
Yes, there's a thing about, I think, we want to beat people on the hill, not off it.
Exactly.
Because there's not the satisfaction in someone not taking part.
And it's not the same in circuit racing, where you're desperate to beat your opposition.
In any way, shape or form.
Especially when there's a championship at stake. And even in vintage racing, it's still pretty fierce competition.
Yeah, that is very special to hill climbing, and it's great to see. Fantastic from Alan Warburton to qualify as well. There are only 3 1600s qualified. David Allen and Richard Spedding, but a fantastic time, 25.34. He was in the low 26s all day yesterday and then this morning, and has just found half a second.
Great to have. So with 2 Warburtons. We had. Did we have a runoff with 3 members of the Summers family at Prescott last year?
You might possibly actually.
I think we did.
Richard, Debbie, and Alex, was it?
Yes, I think so. Yes, it was.
That is impressive.
It is. It is. It's in the blood, you know.
Yes.
I don't know if we've had any more messages from overseas. Our screen is getting ready for the runoff, which helps me a lot. Otherwise, I'm shuffling paper to get the order right.
We had some great questions coming in about hill climbing, lots of new viewers, but also it is absolutely packed up here. It's fantastic to see. The hill is rammed with spectators, patiently waiting excuse me, for the start of the runoff. It was quite a small batch, that batch that we just had, and unfortunately that leaves less time to get the cars ready for the runoff, which does take a bit of doing.
I guess the newest set of tyres is being fitted.
Yep, refueled. Engine's got to be at the right temperature, not too hot if it's just done a run, and not too cold if it's been sat there for a few batches.
Nice mention from Antonius Vorias, I'm not sure where he's speaking from. Love seeing the historic cars run. Glad to see them in action rather than gathering dust in a collection or a museum. Yeah, indeed.
Hear, hear.
One of the saddest places I ever went to was the Le Mans Museum, which was just dusty cars. John Brown, the next round of the championship is a dude in Scotland in 2 weeks' time. It is indeed. Thanks, John.
Now that is a fast hill.
It's scary, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
like scale extra. Fantastic stream, as usual, watching in awe from Jersey. Martin Skyber.
Martin, I hope you're going to be going to the British round when the championship comes in a couple of weeks' time.
Lucky 13 can only watch in awe with the ability to handle these monsters. And that's just the drivers.
Yes. Yeah. We find them difficult to handle as well, but we manage it here on the stream.
Some of the car control that's been on display today has been absolutely phenomenal.
It is.
Alan,
The Greenan brothers.
the Greenan brothers, has just been absolutely unbelievable through Top S. And I will say now, if you can hear me in the paddock, that Top S is in full sunlight now. So hopefully it's nice and warm on that part of the track, so you can get your power down and get yourself off down the road.
Lloyd, would you describe them as neat and tidy? Oh, sorry.
Not those ones.
I would
no.
describe them as
Larry.
There
yes.
it is.
Yeah. No, that's not neat.
Inch perfect.
Inch perfect. It doesn't look neat and tidy, but the quality of car control on display here today is absolutely outrageous.
It is. Alan Warburton's come to the line. People are lining up right over on the left side of the start line, which is interesting because it's got less rubber there. You would have thought it wouldn't be so grippy, but they know much more than I do.
There's a theory that the actual tarmac is grippier because it's still rougher, because less cars have started.
Sure. So it's a Warburton battle, kicked off by Alan. 1.96, brilliant start.
Shoots into my view, turns nicely into Kennel, up to crossing. Just the lightest of lifts as he came through crossing, back on the power very early, perfectly through the kink, braking into bottom S, 138.
Yeah, absolutely takes a nice line through bottom S. The car turns on itself really nicely, out of top S already, and we're already halfway down the finish line. Speeds away.
Great S sector as well, 7.79, 118 over the line, 25.49, a little bit slower than his qualifying run, which was a 25.34.
I think our S sector time might be a little generous. I'm not sure a 1600 will do 138. I think it runs out of gears, so maybe there was a slight exaggeration on the bottom S approach speed there.
I wonder, maybe a bird flew across.
Could be.
So we're waiting for Nicola. Remember, she was not far off her own ladies' record of 24.70. Car, lots of people surrounding the car, getting it ready, taking the thin tyre covers for the front tyres have been banned, haven't they?
The one-use plastics have been banned, yeah.
Yes.
Rightly so, I think.
I think so. So you'll have to remind me what engine they've got in this car. Is it a
3.5 litre Nicholson McLaren?
NME, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a modified Indy engine, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nicola 2.01, that's okay.
Here we go, she turns nicely into Kennel, back on the power nice and early between Kennel and Crossing. Through Crossing now, gets on the power very early, let's see what she can do. She's flat through the kink, she's braking into bottom S at 119.
Indeed, she's with me now. Lovely through bottom S, lovely through top S. Beautiful, the fluff of the traction control just bites the power as it heads towards the finish.
24.91, 2/10 outside her own record. So that pops Nicola into top spot.
First time in the 24s this weekend for her.
Yeah, it is,
good.
isn't it? Amazing what a new set of tyres will do.
She'll want that record. She's 2/10 off it.
Yeah.
I think she'll want that record this afternoon.
I think she will. I'd love to see some times in the 22s. We're not far away, 4/10 away from it at the moment.
It is possible.
Yeah, people are astonished at the short distance that cars have to stop before entering the top paddock. Imagine going over the line at 163. Okay, there's, what, 100 yards or so to slow right down. Actually, people tell me it's not a problem, but...
I would imagine the aero that some of the cars generate helps as well. I'd imagine even if you took your foot off the brake, took your foot off the gas at 163 and didn't touch the brake, I'd imagine you'd still have a fair old braking effect on some of these cars.
More of a challenge for some of the big fast saloons, apparently. You know, like that 6R4, that's quite a big stop.
Yes, well, Damien Bradley with his 800 horsepower legacy, I think he found the gravel trap once.
And a quick R4D ERA with drum brakes probably.
Yes.
Takes a bit of stopping.
So we've got Alan Warburton and Nicola Mingus back past me. Both cars back past. Flags will come in. Back to you now, Chris.
Yes, well, Jack Cottrell will be in his car. I can't see him at the exit to the paddock at the moment. He's doing really well. He's a relative newcomer to the really quick cars. This car, which is the Dallara DJ Dallara tub, and I think steering rack and uprights, but otherwise it's all DJ, is quite a lot heavier than the GR59 Goulds and cars like that. So it's good for Jack to get it up there in a 25.03. He's getting used to the car, he's getting really quick.
Qualified on an identical time to Nicola Mingus,
Yeah.
25.03.
Yeah, indeed.
So he needs to find a 10th to guarantee himself a point.
I have a feeling he'll find it.
I think he will. He's got, again, he's got the ex-IndyCar Cosworth XD engine in the back of this car, producing, what, 600-ish, maybe a touch more?
About that, I think, maybe around that.
Yes.
Only 2.65 litres, though, so it's quite a small engine.
And at qualifying at Indianapolis with a methanol and a turbocharger, probably 1,000 horsepower.
Scary.
Very scary. It's a scary race, especially this year. There was a lot of tangling, wasn't there?
Did you see that wheel flying past
Yeah,
the...
I did.
It took a long time to finish that race.
I did. Here's Jack coming up to the line. He lines up over on the right-hand side. Remember, 2 seconds to 64 feet is one force of gravity, so that's dropping the stone off the cliff. Let's see how Jack can get on. Sorting out traction control. Which controls traction reasonably well for a 2.09.
Yes, here comes Jack Cottrell, very nice and neat and tidy through Kennel. Big stab of power before crossing, lovely line through crossing. He's flat through the kink, he's braking into bottom S at 110.
Absolutely, yeah, nice and... I can't say neat, but it was wide out of top S, lots of power, and he's across the line.
With a 24.94, second spot for Jack.
0.03 of a second behind Nicola, and they were within hundredths all the way up the hill.
nearly felt foul to your game then, Chris.
Yeah, I noticed.
Working really hard to not say the
Really hard.
We'll just go to, that was nice.
Yes, he did. He did the corner.
Next up, David Warburton in the 1585cc Hayabusa powered GR59. Really interesting setup with the engine. Unlike most engines, it's fore and aft, it's shaft driven, quite complex angles because the engine is slightly canted and slightly angled across the frame. So it's then a drive shaft to the differential at the back, and they've had to work very hard this week. I'm not sure what the problem was, but they've been sorting the
Gearbox problem.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it all had to come out.
Right, and there aren't any holes in the top of the car apart from the driver's entrance, so that everything comes out from underneath. He's another one to line up on the left-hand side. Alan did, and he did a 1.96. David does a 1.99.
Great start. He's into my view. He's almost flat through Kennel. He will be flat through crossing. Here he comes now. Inch perfect through crossing, as you'd expect. Flat through the kink. S approach speed 121.
Yeah, fantastic speed carried into bottom S from David. He gets a little bit of a wiggle on the exit and fires the car out of top S. No problem at all, and he'll be across the line in a minute.
24.47. 24.47. Top spot at the moment for David. Good run. He'll be happy with that. Quicker than his qualifying 24.53. Now, what can Richard Spedding do? He took the brave decision to change his turbocharged 1300cc engine for an unturbocharged 1580 Hayabusa, and although it's less power, it's much easier to run. He's facing a 24.47. Well, he qualified with a 24.34. Let's see what Richard can do. Extremely accurate driver, millimeter perfect. Now, he stalled it, but the back wheels didn't go over the line, so fortunately, that is not a failed run. The back wheels weren't far from the line, but he just stopped it in time. It's not, I keep saying this every time, it's not easy getting a racing car off the line. It's a choice between too much wheel spin and stalling the engine. It's a very fine line, because they don't have flywheels, of course. This one is reluctant to keep going. You've got to get the revs exactly right. Oh, it's done it again, but still again didn't cross the line.
It has launch control, this car, I think.
It does.
So maybe that the launch control is finding it a bit grippier than it thinks, or I don't know, but it seems he might have to go old school if he can't get it off the line with the launch control. So let's see. Richard Spedding and David Warburton locked in a battle in the 1600 class all year.
I'm sorry, this time it has gone beyond the start line, and that's a failed run. That's sad.
A shame.
That is a real shame. Mixed blessing, this electronics and the complications of traction control and launch control. Not easy to get it right.
No.
So now they've wheeled him to the side, but I'm afraid he's going to be, when Sean's out of the way, Richard's going to be wheeled back. So Sean Gould coming to the line, our record holder here with a time, what's the record,
22.37, I think.
22.37 exactly, yes. So now there's a crowd round Sean's car and they're wheeling it back. Oh, please don't say we've got another car with problems. Because of course that's the car that Matt Ryder tried to qualify, and it kept switching itself off. In theory, there's a limited time between runs, isn't there? But usually the clerks of the course are pretty relaxed about it, because you wouldn't send somebody away just because they're half a minute late coming to the start line.
No, they did have that problem in the European Championship a few years ago. It was quite controversial.
Oh, really?
Yes, because someone got sent away, and well, it was one of the top two. So,
Yeah.
sort of made it a bit of a one-horse race, that run. Not a problem we have here.
I wouldn't have thought the heat, I mean, it's not a very hot day, so it's not a question of the heat getting at the electronics.
It did take a while, though, for Richard. If the car had been on, if Sean's car had been started, it would have been sat there getting hot. So, what's has he rolled back to the? Where is he?
Are we talking Sean or Richard?
Sean.
Sean, he's back behind the pre-start line and pushing back still. So
That could be another failed run.
I do hope not. Are you allowed to run out of order? Probably not.
Ooh, that's a don't know question. In practice, they don't mind. In timed runs, they're usually pretty flexible. In run-offs, tricky.
Yes, I think so.
It might be less of a problem today because the weather is consistent, should we say. It would be a problem if it was inclement weather.
I'm keeping an eye on Paul Hames's car, and if that starts being pushed or running forward, we know that we're going to miss Sean. I'm afraid that's the case.
That is a shame. Well, it's another question for my lunchtime walk around.
It really is.
What's happened?
You're going to be a busy man.
Yeah, we might have to have some bleeping ready.
Yes.
You're live on ITV, please do not swear. Oh, Channel 4, that was it for Big Brother when they used to say that.
Interesting on Sky F1, they're always apologising for the bad language. You've never actually heard it.
No, it just makes you rewind and go, oh, what did they say?
Yeah, what did they say?
Oh, I missed it. Let's go back.
I think they have that problem at the end of the races at Goodwood Revival because there's always some eccentric characters in those cars, I think.
Yeah. So, Paul, he must be delighted to have qualified within the 23s. Can he do it again? Launch control working pretty well, 2.05.
Shoots into my sight, turns nicely through Kennel. Nice and neat and tidy through Kennel. Inch perfect through crossing as well. Gets back on the power really early. Uses all the road as he goes through the kink. Flat through the kink. 130, yes, approach.
Absolutely, yeah, carrying a lot of speed into bottom S. Straightens the car up, pitches it right, gets over towards the bank and fires it towards the finish.
24.34. Quick. Not as quick as his qualifying. 150 miles an hour over the finishing line.
That's incredible.
So Paul is in the lead at the moment. Who's coming next is Will Hall. He qualified 23.79. Great to see Will back with us. He's had a few horrible years, difficult years with his previous car, which was a pretty good nightmare to run. But in the GR59, with which he came out at Prescott for the first time earlier in the season, apart from one slight off at Torres at Prescott, which did a little bit of damage, he was quickly back in action. 1.9, that's a brilliant start.
Storms into my view very nicely through Kennel, up to crossing, inch perfect through crossing, gets on the power so early it's sparking as he goes up to the kink, through the kink, braking at 135 bottom S.
Yeah, carries a load of speed into bottom S, lovely through top S, absolutely flat out. This is as good as I've seen it. This is going to be really quick.
23.02.
Oh, wow.
I was just about to say 22. 23.02, 151. 7.5 seconds through the S sector is really, really skillful and quick.
I don't think he ever did a 22 in the old car, as far as I'm aware. No, he didn't. I've got Toby Moody next to me. No, he didn't. So that's probably his best ever Shelsley run. And it's his fourth time up the hill in the car. Quite amazing. Fifth.
So, of course, Will is leading the way at the moment. Now then, David Uran coming in this famous car. Car that holds the ladies' record in the hands of Nicola Mingus. David qualified with a 23.64, and Maybe he's got a newer set of tyres on since then. Brilliant start, 1.87, that's incredible.
Here he comes, really nicely. A little bit of a wiggle through Kennel, but nothing to worry about. Very, very quick through crossing, uses all the road on exit. Lovely through the kink, beautiful line, 137s approach.
Absolutely, yeah, he's into my sight, and a little bit of a wiggle on the exit of bottom S, and tidies it up for top S. Really fights the car as he gets towards the finish line. What's he going to do?
He's going to do a 23.25.
You were saying earlier, if we're going to see a 22 today, if they want to win the runoff, we will. We've got a 23.02 to beat. The chances are.
Yes, you're right. Well, what can Scott Moran do? He's used to winning things, 6 times Hillclimb champion. And of course, not in this car. This is the car he shares with Graham Wynne. Has taken a little bit of time to get the handling really right, but now I think they're happy with it. And it resulted in a 23.53 and a 1.92 start.
Yes, here comes Scotty, beautifully through Kennel as you'd expect. Huge burst of power between Kennel and crossing. Lovely through crossing, inch perfect. Very quick through the kink. I think it was flat, braking to bottom S at 146.
Yeah, the car's popping and banging. Big lot of opposite lock as he heads through bottom S. The car's wiggling. He touches the bank on the outside of top S, flicks up a load of dust, but he's across the line.
Ooh, wow.
23.05.
Wow, I think we're probably going to get a break to clean the debris, but yes, you might see from the pictures, for those watching, that was a little bit hairy.
It was. So if you're watching on screen, we'll probably do a repeat of that, but you can see the dirt on the track.
I've never seen him as quick through the kink. I think he was flat, which often in the 59s, because of how fast they are, is a slight lift. That was absolutely stunning. We'll have to check the timing, but it says 146 S approach, which is
wild.
Stratospheric.
Scary.
That's wild.
And I think that touch of the bank cost him the lead because he was 0.03 of a second behind Will at the finish with a 23.05. So Will guaranteed at worst, third, with only 2 to come.
That'll make for a good photograph. So if anybody has got their camera with them and they want to share your pictures with us, please do at us on Shelsley Walsh or hashtag Shelsley Walsh. We'd love to see your photographs.
I'm looking at the S sector for Scott and for Will and David. Will 7.46, David 7.56, Scotty 7.59. So he'd lost a little bit of time between bottom and top S, and that's probably what he was trying to overcompensate for when he exited top S. Next to run will be Wallace Mingers when they've cleaned up the track. Remember, Sean Gould's record here stands at 22.37, which is maybe even out of reach even for Wallace, but we'll see. So we've got Wallace, Mingers and Alex Summers to come. Currently, Will Hall leads the way, followed fairly closely by Scott Moran, just 0.03 behind.
Flags coming in.
Great. Wallace sheltering from this blazing sun under a brolly. Brolly goes down, Clonk into first gear. Watch Wallace off the line. It's no drama, no dramatics, just quick. So lining up in the middle of the track. .87 off the line, David Uren. That is a stunning start. What can Wallace do? .83.
Appears into my view really fast through Kennel. Big burst of power through Kennel and crossing. Gals on the power so early through crossing. Through the kink, braking to bottom S at 113.
Absolutely with me. The car pops and bangs into sight. A little bit of a wiggle as he heads out of bottom S through top S. No such dramas for Wallace. He heads point bang in the middle of the road across the line.
22.93. So we're into the 22s. Brilliant. 147 over the line, exactly the same as Scott Moran. So pops Wallace into top spot, 22.93. Now then, Alex has had some problems with this car in previous runs. Not here, but in previous runoffs. But I think it's sorted. Hope so. He was 200ths quicker than Wallace to qualify. 1.9.
Here comes Alex, what can he do? Well, he's very, very quick into Kennel. He comes out of Kennel towards me, crossing on the power, really early out of crossing, slap bang in the middle of the road. Car sounds brilliant, flat through the kick, braking to bottom S, 139.
Yeah, Alex has been driving all well. He's just getting a little bit wobbly on the way into bottom S, but tidies it all up, gets out of top S nicely, fires it towards the finish line. Beautifully driven, Alex. What's he going to do?
He's going to do a 23.2. 23.2. Alex is in fourth place. That's a surprise.
Wow.
Despite being quicker than his qualifying run. So, let's just have a look on the screen. Top 12 runoff, round 11 British Hillclimb Championship. Wallace Mingus, 22.93 first. Will Hall, 23.02 second. Scott Moran, 23.05 third. Alex Summers, 23.20 fourth. David Uren, 23.25 fifth. Sixth, Paul Hames, incredible, 24.34. Seventh, David Warburton, 24.47. Eighth, Nicola Mingus, 24.91. Ninth, Jack Cottrell, 24.94. And 10th, scoring 1 point, 25.49. And then, sadly, both Sean Gould and Richard Spedding had failed runs. Let's just keep our fingers crossed that they will be able to run, if they qualify, of course, in the second round. Last thing of this meeting today. Lunchtime.
Sounds good.
I think we're going to restart at 2 o'clock. So enjoy your lunch. There's lots of places to get eat and drink, both in the car park, up the hill, and in the courtyard. We'll talk later, but Billy, you're going to do a paddock mooch, aren't you, with a camera? He's on his way. Talk to you later.
Yeah, come on, where's his team when they need them?
Idea.
You hear Debbie likes smiling or sunbathing.
I leave them to that. I've never seen
I'll rest my legs now.
Yeah. Right. Oh yeah, I'll meet you around here.
We on? After what was a quite incredible first run-off, really. I think the top 5 cars within 0.3 of a second or something incredible. Drivers into the 22s, which was fantastic to see. A great run from Will Hall in the first weekend here in that car. Really, really good to see. So let's take you around the paddock. Let's turn you around quickly, actually, and show you the start line. So this, if you haven't been here before, is the start area. The start line is just up there. You can see the where the rubber is laid down at the start. Some drivers were over to the left-hand side as we look at it. They actually prefer what they think is grippier tarmac off the rubber, some on the right, which is also quite interesting. And you can see our commentary box just up there in the distance as well. And then over here on the left-hand side, this is the dual-driven paddock. So if you have 2 drivers in your car, you don't need to go right back to your parking bay between the 2 runs. You can come take a shortcut, turn left over there, come into the dual-driven paddock and refuel, retire and redriver. Anyway, let's see who we can find in the paddock. For those of you who haven't been here before, the top cars are here on the left-hand side. These are your top unlimited class cars. They've just got back from the runoff. So let's see who we can see. I think I saw Wallace, but he'd just taken his race overall top down. So I'm not sure if the stream has got a PG-18 warning on it. So we might not be able to talk to him until he gets dressed again. So we'll wait for him to get dressed. Whilst we do that, let's come and have a look at these cars. Just look at the detail of the front wing of a GR59. Absolutely beautiful, absolutely immaculately prepared by Tommy New, who you can see there in the background, and the team who do a fantastic job. Those 2 red boxes are engine heaters, so not only do you have to keep these cars cool, but you also have to keep them warm. They have to be in the optimum operating window to do what they've just done, because just imagine the mechanical and stress put on a vehicle of doing what it's just done. I might see if I can see Wallace. As you can see, he's at the back there, just changing his socks. A bit like this camera doesn't do smell, because that would be tasty. So we'll come back to Wallace in a little bit once he's settled down, because he's just won the runoff. He's had to dip into the 22s again, which I think is only the second weekend he's ever done that. He's one of only 6 drivers ever to achieve the feat. Why don't we see if we can ask him a few questions? I'll just ask him. Wallace, we're on the stream. Can I say congratulations? Congratulations, by the way. That was so close between about 6 of you.
It was. I haven't had a chance to look at the numbers yet, but yeah, it was super close. I saw where Will and Scotty were beforehand, and Alex. He's like, okay, there's no room for anything but kind of full send here. So, yeah, pleased, but yeah, there's nothing in it.
And when you saw Will's time, did you know you were going to have to do a 22?
I knew I was going to have to push as hard as I could, yeah, because a couple of them as well. When Hamesy dropped into the 23s, fantastic to see him down there. But yeah, the times then start tumbling down. When somebody sees, you know, Hamesy banging it in, and you're like, right, okay, there's a bit more grip. Everybody's on a bit better tyres, everybody's pushing a bit more, so it adds to the excitement and the fun of it.
And you're sat here, you obviously go last. Oh, you went second last, sorry. You can see all these times coming in. What's it like to sit there in this car thinking, I've got to go and beat those times?
I don't really think like that. It's very much just go and do the best you can, because you don't know how grippy it is. The start line's obviously rubbered up. It's rubbered up a bit all the way to Kennel, really, and out of it. So it's more, try not to listen to the commentators who are making it all very exciting.
That is our job. We are trying to do that.
And it's factual, but it's actually quite helpful because you can't drown it out. You can't get away with it. So when Scotty unfortunately touched the bank in, otherwise it was obviously a super quick run without looking at it. You know not to just give it a couple of seconds before you start the car. And then obviously the flags come out, so temperature of the car's struggling at that point, so we can't really afford, a couple of starts and we'll be overheating. So whilst it's got its negatives, also positives, take from it what you can learn from it from others, and yeah, it's good.
Great, well, massive congratulations. How is the hill, by the way? What's the conditions it like?
The hill's from yesterday, it's good. Top S is still dusty, but all the way up to that, yeah, it's pretty good. I don't think it's, yeah, you're seeing there's not records coming today. It's too dirty, there's not been rain for long enough. It's just too much ingrained dust and dirt in the hill. There's nothing you can do about it. But it's good. It's good, there's nothing wrong with it. Yesterday it was slidey, but today it's fine.
Good. Well, congratulations. Fantastic run, well done.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. Let's see who else we can find. I just find it remarkable how calm he is after doing what he just did up that hill. Find that breathtaking to me, but anyway, it's much easier to talk about it than it is to do it. Let's see who else we can find. Let's head down. Well done, Tommy.
Thank you.
Well done, mate. Right, who else have we got? We'll see if we can find Scott, actually, because that was incredible. He might be a bit disappointed. I'd like to hear Trev's feedback on the car as well. So let's see if I can have a word with him and see if the adrenaline levels come back down below 1 million. So let's see what we can do. Do you want to stay there and I'll see if I can scoot through? It's a bit narrow. I'll see if Scott will have a quick... do you mind if I ask you for the stream a quick word? Firstly, congratulations on the third place. And what the first half of the hill, absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it was the top that was the problem.
yeah. What? Just slightly wide out of top S?
Yeah, I kissed the curb on the inside of the bottom S, and then just put me offline really. So I tried to gather it up and tried to carry a bit too much speed through the top and got into the dirt, and then tried a bit of bank as well, just for good measure. So yeah, it was. Yeah, I think that would have been the record definitely.
Yeah, 21 probably.
Yeah, at least a 21. Yeah. No. It was up until there it was good, but it was so close. But yeah, congratulations to Wallace, and it was good to see Will getting in there. Yeah, so it's all to play for this afternoon.
Yeah, and the car seems all right.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's just the nut behind the wheel, so just got to sort myself out.
Well, Scotty still third place, a fantastic result, so well done.
Yeah, no, it's good. Thank you.
See you this afternoon.
Thank you.
And we might see if we can have a word with Trev. Trev, what's up? Do we know what the problem is?
I don't know. The engine sounded horrendous in practice going through the finish. Very clattery. So I'm guessing probably a piston's failed. I don't know. It's difficult to say without taking it apart, but something like that.
I'm really sorry to hear that. But also, what do you think of the P40? How was it?
Well, people keep asking me that. The thing is, not having sat in it or driven it, whatever, everything's a bit of a sensory overload, and so I'm kind of like trying to process it myself. I think it's a stunning car, and how good it is, considering how little running it's done, is fantastic. And it's what's holding me back isn't the car at all. It's me and getting used to the seating position, getting used to the engine, how much it revs, and the steering, and just a feel for it. So I know it's a very, very impressive car. Credit to Alex and all the Summers family.
Yeah, we were trying to explain on the commentary, the first time you turn the steering wheel is into Kennel at over 100 miles an hour, and that was as far as you've driven it.
Yes, and that was where it nearly went all wrong there, because it's quite direct, and I knew it was direct, and I tried to do just a little input into it, but it was a bit too much, and the back end was a bit loose. But so it's quite, that's quite a challenging thing to do, but very enjoyable, yeah.
Well, I hope you get this fixed this afternoon. Fingers crossed we'll see you out. Best of luck on getting it fixed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Cheers, Trev. I mean, again, I've never driven that car before. Well over 100 miles an hour, and straight into the 27s, which I thought was mightily impressive. Let's see who else we can find. I'd like to have a word with Will, if I can see him, because, why do drivers always take their tops off just as I'm trying to talk to them? We'll have to wait a minute, but then we'll go and grab a word, and we'll see how he's getting on. Very, very quick run. I might see if I can ask a rider camp member what the problem was. They will be flat out trying to fix it, so I don't want to get in their way, but I might try and scoot back. It's quite difficult in these narrow garages, isn't it? Let's go down here. Let's go and have a word with Dave. If I can get to him, he's just run away from me. I'll come that way.
I'll go around that way.
I'll just have a quick word with Dave. Can I have a quick word for the stream? He's going to put a t-shirt on. It's not that kind of stream, Dave. I'm sorry about that. Whilst we're waiting for Dave to put a top on, if you can see here, Rich, they've got, it looks like it's a rear drivetrain issue. Do we know what the problem is yet? Drive shaft. Drive shaft. And do you know if it went on Matt's run or it just went on the start line?
I think it went on the start line.
Okay, so it may be that they were unaffected then, but drive shaft out, suspension off. Dave, hello, how you doing?
I'm all right, thank you very much. You?
I'm very well. Yeah, you?
Yeah, not too bad. Could
Solid
have done with
run.
that a bit quicker.
What did 23.2?
25, yeah.
I mean, what's your quickest up here?
22.68.
Oh, you've been in the 22s, of course you have. But
that was a good day for everybody, I think. There was 5 of us competing, and I ended up 5th on a 22.68. Well, no, there was a lot more competing, but yeah.
I remember that day thinking, if you told him at the beginning of the weekend he's got a 22.68, think I'll be winning at 5th. They're like, what?
I was going to retire then, but I gave up that. Yeah.
But how was the car on that run?
No, felt good. Bit of driver error there, I think.
Oh, really? Where do you think there was some time?
I lifted a bit too much through crossing. So we need a bit more bottle, I think.
Yeah. And Nicola, just a word on her time.
Very well. Yeah, no, she's progressing. She's doing well. It's a bit. I think that's not a PB, but it's not far off. So yeah, 3 points, good. So it seems to be working. Touch wood.
Yeah, exactly.
Vintage.
Was it 25th season this car now or something?
2005. We're not that old.
Or was it 2005? Was it? Slightly. It was a later 55. I do apologise. Well,
2005.
Well done. And looking forward to seeing how you go this afternoon. Yes. Matt, what happened? I thought it looked like you flicked a switch or something because it just died and then you got it going.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what happened. It just died, but it wasn't a switch. It's just an electrical problem. I think we've got somewhere. Not sure what it is, to be honest, yet. Still working through it.
I'm sorry about that. I'm really sorry to hear that. But I mean, the car's got the pace. You've been quick all weekend, and you stood at a 26, even though you stopped to wave at crossing.
Yeah, I didn't intend to stop to wave, but there you go. Yeah, no, I think on the whole, really happy with the car and everything. We've got a drive shaft to fix from that run from Sean, and then we need to find an electrical problem. But after that, hopefully, I'm hopeful we can get another good go out this afternoon.
Fantastic. Well, better luck this afternoon. I hope you get it fixed. I know you've got a bit of work to do. You've got a great team, so I'm sure they'll get it fixed.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, Matt. Right, where else shall we wander? Oh, his driver, constructor, also model Alex Summers.
I don't know about that. What am I modelling?
I don't know. Anything you like. How'd it go? I mean, that was so tight, that runoff.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, amazing job by Wallace. It's not his favourite place, but yeah, you could see he was 2/10 up to Ken. I thought, wow. So I think probably going to the Avons, we're constantly learning what the tyres want. We've never run them in this temperature before. And I went for a 5th burnout before the start line, and I think that was just too much, really. It just didn't get that, that you can feel it off the line. It really hooks up, and it just didn't quite do that. So by the time I was at bottom S, it was all a bit leery, and it was sort of gone, really. But yeah, fine, good points. Really sad for Matt and Sean. That's gutting, and obviously Spedding as well. So yeah, but it is what it is. Just try and keep the tyres a bit cooler next time, and have another go.
And a word on the other big, exciting project of the weekend, the P4T being here.
Well, yeah, you choose your inflection, whether you want to P4T or... Yeah. No, that's cool. I mean, it's quite an emotional thing to see Dad, Debbie, my wife, and now Trevor, who to me is a sort of god, and I'm sure he is to most people, having been, 3 times a champion. What people perhaps don't know is Trevor did a lot of the work with me. He was there when we first fired it up. He held me in his arms as I cried, because we'd done sort of an 80-hour week or something like that to get the car done in 4 days. We just didn't stop to get it done for Lowton, and when we fired it up and it worked and it didn't leak all over the garage, I just sort of emotionally just fell apart, really. And he was there going, right, yeah, good, cool, come on, next. So he's been a big part of it, and to see him drive it and to see him do a time like that straight off the bat, he said some nice things about it. People are being nice about it.
The traction's good at 1.85 start.
Yeah, that's trev control, not traction control. No, it's just brilliant. It's a massive honour. It's a huge honour to have someone as good as Trevor in it. Not that it isn't nice to see Dad drive it. I think Dad was just struggling ergonomically a little bit. Obviously, we built the car for smaller drivers, and that's sort of sight own goal, really. But I think when the space frame is replaced with a tub, he'll have an easier experience.
Is that an exclusive that you're going to do a tub?
Not really. I've been talking about it on Instagram quite a lot.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a logical progression, right? I mean, a Ferris chassis is good.
Let's go and find him. He's been on fire today.
Yeah, that 23 was mega. It's nice to see the car going properly, you know. But yeah, it's a logical progression to do a carbon tub. I've just got to, clean the moulds again and go for it. But there's nothing stopping us doing it. But for now, I'm fully committed to the Firestorm. It's been a back step trying to get the Avon to work for the car. I don't think people realise just how different the tyres are. Some massive spring rate changes and things. And like every day is a school day at the beginning of the season. I mean, what is it, 40 degrees track temperature or something? So still committed to that. Love it. Love the team. DJ are great. So that's the long term. Still the long term strategy. P40 is for my family.
Yes, that was perfect. It's like we planned it. It's like we planned it. Also, a quick word on your dad jumping out of the car for Trevor. What a lovely thing to do.
Well, that's the spirit of hill climbing for me. My dad is a lovely, lovely bloke, and sort of ever so he is. He's foibles, but he's just philanthropic like that. And I think to see Trev in it, I mean, because he was so uncomfortable, because he was struggling so much to see out the way he wanted and getting his belts on. It's the right thing for the project to get Trevor in it. You're never going to get feedback like that from anywhere else. He's a legend. He's more runoffs than anyone. So if what he says is gospel, and I think Dad saw that as an opportunity. Also, Debbie can learn from Trev, perhaps push her a bit harder, and so that's my old man to a T. That's what kind of dude he is, and that's that's why I get to do this ultimately. So yeah, big of him really.
Well done, mate. Great run. Solid qualifying time. Go again this afternoon.
Yeah, and good commentary.
Using charmer. See, look at him. I didn't even pay him to say it. See you in a bit. Let's go and find Paul, actually, who just walked past. I don't know where he went because... Oh, actually, let's grab Will quickly. Can I ask you a quick question for the stream? Oh, come on. That was fantastic.
Thank you, Billy.
Have you done a 22 here before?
No.
That's your first 22?
No, it's 23.02. So I've never done a 22 in the old car.
Close.
Yeah. 23.16 I think was the best in the force. So
that's your PB?
Yeah, pleasing.
You must be stoked.
Yeah, over the moon. We're on 22 this afternoon, don't we? So.
I expect one, yeah, come on.
I hope so, yes.
And second, wasn't it?
Yeah, so pleased for that.
Big hat full of points.
Yeah, and for a new car, I'm over the moon, so.
Yeah.
It's all good, Bill?
That throttle cable works when you tighten up that nut, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
I'll see you later. Cheers. Let's go and see who else we can find. I can't see. This is Sue Young's car, and I can see Dell at the back, who spanners the car, used to drive it himself as well. Sue, I think she was down into the 26s, which, given that this is her second weekend back in the car in 8 years, I think it is, that they've not driven it. Just remarkable. And I know that she wants her ladies' record back that Nicola took from her. I'm going to get Paul. Paul, have you got a second? Literally 10 seconds, I promise. How are you doing?
All right, really good.
Yeah.
That was, I mean, back into the 24s. Where was the time? Lost in the runoff. I'm joking. What a time in qualifying.
Yeah, it was a personal best.
Have you done a 23?
No, never done a 23. So that was a 24.19, I think. I did last year or the year before. So yeah, that was great to get into the 23s, and it was felt like a clean run. And then in the runoff, I was just telling my son, you know, sometimes you accidentally clip the upshift paddle twice. And that's, I think, what happened there. So into kennel. So you just grab fourth before kennel in this car, but in actual fact, I grabbed fifth accidentally, and then it's a bit slow on the way out, and then it's slow all the way up the hill because the engine's not quite where it should be. But the speeds weren't too bad.
Yeah, I think your definition of slow and our definition of slow sitting.
Yeah, but it was fine. But I mean, yeah, but hopefully I'll have another go this afternoon and see if we can get back in the 23s, because that's good, really good. Yeah,
absolutely fantastic. I've not seen the car go as well here. It's just really on rails this weekend.
It is 6th place at Shelsley, which is a power hill where you probably want a V8 more than anything else, but a little scooter engine with a hairdryer, not too bad.
Excellent.
So, no, it's great. Yeah, really enjoying it. Perfect day. Great weekend at Shelsley. Yeah.
Excellent. Well done, Paul. It's great to see. Same again this afternoon, please. Right. See you later. I want to see if did I find Nicola was up that way, wasn't she? So we can go and head on. Let's head out of the out of here. Let's go down and look at some of the smaller cars. I can see if. Oh, interestingly, let's go and see what we can find out about Richard Spedding's car. Let's go and see what's going on there, because it's got the engine cover off. He looks like someone sat in it. That's Steve Marr helping with the spanners. I'll try not to get in the way, but let's see if we can work out what the problem is. Richard, do you know what the problem is?
We're just having a look and seeing what might be the issue. Probably maybe a cylinder down or something like that.
It just didn't seem to want to go off the line.
No, hopefully it's going to be a spark plug or an injector or something like that. Something easy. So hopefully we'll be out this afternoon.
Hopefully we'll see you out. Best of luck getting it fixed. Have we got any Warburtons around? I can't see any. This, by the way, so we're right at the back of the paddock now, and this is sort of 1600s land. And whilst we're here, let's just have a look at the shapes, because we've got, for example, here 5 different manufacturers of 5 different cars. We've got the GWR Raptor here with Richard Spedding. We've then got the Gould GR59 of the Warburtons. Both scored points in that runoff, which was a very good result. We've then got the Green & Brothers' Empire Evo 3. And we've then got, over here, the Force TA of Darren Gumley. Jedi back there in the corner. We've got the Force TA here, another Force TA. This is the Cooper car. I'd like to find Olivia Cooper if I can see her, because I've not seen her go so well in it. I think it could have been a PB, cause well into the 26s, which is mightily impressive. And then we've got Rob Anscombe's Empire here, slightly earlier Empire. These two are pretty much identical cars. And then over there, an OMS 28. The Coles is OMS 28. And we'll scoot round here, and we will... unfortunately, this is William Luffridge's car, which... they had a clutch issue, which he thought he was going to fix, but I'm guessing not, which is a terrible shame. He had one run yesterday and then has had car gremlins. When that thing works, it's going to be fascinating when he's not got issues, because it's got a 1-litre turbocharged engine in the back. In fact, let's have a look at the engine. Must have got no engine cover on it. I can't actually see the turbocharger. It must be down there somewhere. 1-litre turbocharged bike engine. Phenomenal packaging on this car. Absolutely stunning. Great to see these up close. You won't miss the Bickley car. In fact, I'm going to go and ask him a quick question. Can I talk to you on the stream? Come on. So, hello.
I'll say no now, can I?
Well, no, because I've poked a camera in your face. We could just talk here. We're live, by the way. Okay. So we're just filling the lunch break. So we've got viewers from all around the world, and they'll fail to miss your car.
Yes, it's not subtle, is it? It's yeah, we didn't want to be too, not noticeable. But we had a black one before, and Dad's Radical's white, so I thought, I'm bored of these subtle colours. We'll go the other end of the scale.
And this is your first year with it, about your 4th or 5th meeting, isn't it?
Yeah, so it was finished end of Jan, a few bits of testing, and it rained on all of them. Yeah, so I think we've done you're probably right, 4th, 5th meeting. Yeah.
And you are locked in a massive battle with the DJ, which is 2 cars down, and you were 100th of a second split after practice, and you just managed to stretch the lead again in your first time run.
Yeah, so yesterday we were 26.3, which was a new PB, and I think Dave and Tom were sort of high 26s. So I thought we were sitting pretty comfortable yesterday, and then Dave came out with a blinder this morning at 26.36, so 100 slower than mine yesterday. And then so I knew the battle was on. And then I was sat behind him on the start and saw he did a 26.01 and thought, well, it's got to be a 25 to win then, hasn't it? So sort of put me in the mindset of all out, really.
So is that your PB at Shelsley?
Yeah, absolutely. So PB in the Jedi used to be a 26.59 that we did once, and generally we'd be high 26s. And then last time we came here a few weeks ago in this, we sort of chipped away down to a 26.55, so only a little bit quicker. And then this weekend we've gone 26.45, 35, and now 25.89.
That's what you want, isn't it? And the car it looks fantastic to drive.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Ian Dayton up Force has made an incredible piece of kit. Can't fault anything with it. It took a little bit of getting used to. It's
about two runs.
Yeah, probably. I know when I first sat in it and drove it, I thought going single seat to single seat it wouldn't be that much, but it's massively different to the Jedi. But yeah, we've settled in nicely. We've got a flat out schedule this year, so as much seat time as we can just to get comfortable, and I'm pretty pleased where we are so early in the year.
Fantastic, well done, and it's been fantastic to watch that class. It's been so close all day, and I can't wait to see what you get up to this afternoon.
Yeah, I know Dave's going to come back fighting. Tom's as well. He's into the 26s for the first time, 26.5, so he'll be there as well. And yeah, there's a couple of other people in the class right behind us. So yeah, got to keep an eye on Dave and see what we do next.
All the best.
All right, cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Now, this is just prime example again of the variety in hill climbing. We've got. Well, firstly, by the way, let's go and have a look in a minute at the new P40 because it's right there. But in the meantime, we've got the 1100 class leader there, Force TA. Second place here, DJ Firehawk. Third place there, Empire Evo. 3 completely different chassis, separated by tenths of a second, which is exactly what you want to see. Let's go and have a look at this, shall we? Amazingly beautiful car. I know there's a video going live on this, which you filmed yesterday, didn't you, Rich? Which will be going live on the HillClimb.TV channel soon for you to go through more detail of the car. There's also a great article in Autosport. It's on the website. I'd recommend you give it a read. It's just beautiful. It's so low to the ground. I mean, none of these cars are SUVs, don't get me wrong, but this one is so low slung, designed by Alex, as you heard him say a minute ago, for his wife, Debbie, and Mum Lindsay to drive with a much more favourable driving position. Dad Richard, just behind the car, has been driving this weekend and very kindly stepped out to allow Trev to have a go earlier. And it's just a work of art, isn't it? And absolutely beautiful. Just the proportions. It looks fast when it sits still, which is always good for a car. Proportionally, it looks absolutely bang on, and it's just brilliant to see. So. Yeah, it's just fun to just sort of stand and look at, isn't it? As a piece of art. What else can we find? Let's carry on wandering. I was hoping Olivia Cooper might be back at her car, but I can't see her. I think we'll head back up the main drag. We might see if we can find Nicola. Actually, she's not gone for lunch because she's so close to her record. I'd be interested to know if she thinks it might go this afternoon. Let's see who else we've got. I can't see Dave Warburton. He's probably celebrating with lunch. We've got about half an hour left. Have we got, Rich? How long have we got left? About that? Well, we'll just keep going until we get moved out the way by cars, I expect. So let's see who we've got. Well, I saw... Oh, Debbie's gone that way. Let's go and speak to Debbie. She might be heading back to her car, so we'll probably leave her to it. Let's head back up this way and see what we can find as we head back up the paddock. The paddock goes a little quiet as everyone goes for lunch, but I want to see if I can get Nicola because I think that has been phenomenally consistent all day. I can. Let me see if I can scoot back and ask her a few questions. Well, it's going to be a bit total wipeout through here, Rich, so you might need to stay up the front there, but I will scoot through. This, by the way, that's the pill beam. Big Judd in the back of that, driven by the Tomlins. And I will see if I can just ask Nicola a question. Nicola, can I ask you a question? You don't have to move, because with the cameras up there, it can't come through anyway. It's not enough space, but wow. Just what a morning so far.
Yeah, today's times have been a lot better than yesterday's, so quite happy with that.
24.9, was it?
4.91, yeah.
Can you find 2.5 tenths?
Hopefully. Hopefully. Try next run, so, and then maybe if we're getting another runoff, we'll have another bash at it.
And first points of the season as well, which is fantastic.
First point. There's been in a few runoffs, but never quite made it into the points, so that was a nice bonus, getting some points.
And the car just looks so planted on the lower half of the hill.
Yeah, it feels good today. So, and the nice weather helps a lot. Yesterday was really dusty and quite slidey, but today it seems to have cleaned up a lot more.
Well, best of luck this afternoon. I'll leave you to your lunch. This is a traditional high-carb and protein diet of a racing driver, and we hope to see that record fall later. Best of luck, Nicholas. See you later. So I'll try and get back out. I managed to get in, which wasn't easy. I'll scoot out. Sorry, sir. As you can see, by the way, what you're seeing on the stream now, you can come and do, because as long as you've got a ticket to get into Shelsley, the paddock is completely open and free, and everyone loves to talk about their cars, loves to talk about hill climbing, and is very open. So I'm going to ask Sue Young, actually. Sue, I know you're running away, but I want to ask you a few questions, actually, for the stream. You look so... Firstly, into the 26s now, wasn't it today?
25.
Was it 25?
Eventually, yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I was really pleased with the last run, and it's just getting used to the speed of the car again after so many years, and committing myself and getting the right foot in. Just retraining myself again, I guess, but loving it. We'll get there. We'll just keep pedaling and try and get faster this afternoon. Yeah, but really enjoying it. So, there's nothing better than a sunny day at Shelsley. It beats everything.
Yes,
so,
I agree. Is it 8 years you were away?
8 years we've been away, yes. Yeah. So, unfortunately, Derek had a brain hemorrhage in 2018, and then we've had engine problems, and we've had the engine completely rebuilt now. But it took such a long time to get the parts, because it's such an old engine, so we had to wait for parts from the States. But yes, we eventually got there, and here we are now. So, yes.
And into the 25s on your second meeting back after 8 years away is remarkable.
Yes, I'm pleased with that. It was a relief today to get there. I was saying earlier on to a friend, you get back in and you think you're going quick, but you're not. You're shy of it completely, and it is the total commitment. It's getting your brain to commit completely. If you're not shaking, you're not doing it well. So, but I was shaking at the top of the paddock in the finish paddock today.
Then you're back.
I'm back. That's the first time I've got the jitters. So thoroughly enjoying it. So a little bit more seat time. Looking forward to Lowton next week, because that always sort of sharpens you up. And we'll look forward to getting back here later in the year as well, because it's my favourite hill.
Well, you're going amazingly well here, and I know that Nicola's getting close to her record again, but at some point you want that back.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the bar, isn't it? That's the bar, and if I could get back to somewhere I was a few years back, I've obviously got a lot older since, so we just keep plugging on, and Dell's wonderful is obviously not driving the car any longer, but the backup I'm getting from Derek and Carly is incredible, and they love the sport as well, so it's just a family affair.
Well, it's a family sport, isn't it?
It's a family sport. There's nothing better, and it's addictive as well. And so many friends, it is just a lovely atmosphere. Somebody with me earlier on, they do a horse eventing, and they say you just don't get the atmosphere you have here. It's unbeatable, really.
Yeah. Well, huge congratulations. It was an epic last run, and I hope to see further into the 25s this afternoon.
Fingers crossed. Yeah.
Cheers.
Around it. Thanks.
Cheers. See you later. 8 years away. Second meeting back into the 25s. Just remarkable. And she's right about a family sport. I mean, I've known Carly since I was born, pretty much. We both grew up in this paddock, so it is really quite special. Who else should we go and have a talk to whilst we've got some time? We've spoken to Trev, spoken to Will. Cars on the left-hand side will be the first, pretty much, cars going up. Let's go and see if I'm going to poke my microphone under Jamie Chalmers' nose from the fastest cars here to the road cars here. Let's go and see. I'm going to say hi to Jamie. Jamie, I'm on the stream and I've come to say hi. Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Doing well.
How are you getting on?
Yeah, going all right. Had a really good day so far. Managed to get down from a PB over the weekend of a 42 down to a 40.18, and hopefully going to get a 39 by 39. So yeah,
fantastic.
Should be rather good. Looking forward to it.
Is your first full season?
Yes, it is. Yeah. So previously I only did a bit here and there. I only got this car last May, so it's really trying to extend it and try and get as much in as I can this year.
Then at some point, maybe having a go in the route?
That's the plan. That's the plan. It would be lovely to go and have a go, but need to get a couple of curvers in it, I think, before trying it on any hills to begin with.
Well, mate, well done. You're very neat and tidy up there, I must say. Your lines are perfect, and you carry huge momentum in the car, which is hugely important in this, right?
Exactly, yeah. It's all about momentum, especially around bottom mess. It's one of the things I've really worked on this weekend, just trying to get through, carry as much speed as I can around there. So coming out of top S, it just carries it all the way up through over the finish as well.
Well, best of luck for this afternoon. I'll leave you to it because you've got to go in a minute, I think.
Yeah, I do. It's another couple of minutes away, and then I'll be on the hill.
Speak to you later. Have a good one. So Jamie is in his first full season of racing. Dad John in the route, the turbocharged route that you saw over there. We will circle back round and we'll have a look at the start line as the cars start to line up for their next run of the day. We can go to the farmyard. Why don't we pop to the farmyard? Simon Durling there. Simon, that's his road car. His Alpine was broken, unfortunately, this weekend, but he lives at the top of the hill. So I don't know if in the last run he just keeps going and parks and has a cup of tea. I don't really know. But let's go into the farmyard. And oh, wait, is Dad here? He's over there. I'll go and find him. I'll find him after the stream has gone off. But let's pop into the farmyard and see what we can see, who we can see. The bar is doing good trade in this weather, as is the ice cream van. And I want to see if I could see Dave, but I can't see him. Dave Warburton after a really strong run. But oh, there he is. Actually, he's walking towards me now. But this used to be derelict until about 20 years ago, and they've just turned it into the most beautiful place for lunch and drinks, and there was music last night. It's really fantastic. Let me grab Dave. Dave, I'm going to grab you as you're going past because you can stop. Hello.
Hello.
Well done. 7th, 8th?
Yes, no, that was a surprise coming into this weekend. Didn't think, we've got so many unlimited cars here this year. And with these power hills, I thought I was going to be scraping points, but to come away with 3 at the end of that, and then 1 for Dad as well.
Yeah, that was brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah, really good. Really
a
good.
team haul of 4.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so if there was like a team championship going on, then maybe Team Warby would have a little bit more, but no, there isn't. So
the Dads and Lads Cup.
Exactly. There's a lot of that. If they did that, that would actually be quite good.
Yeah. Well, and how's the car? It looks nailed on.
Yeah, car's feeling great. It's just so stable through all the high speed stuff. Just trying to inch like a couple of attempts here, a couple of attempts there, and then yeah, main bit of time for me is just breaking into bottom S. If I can crack that, then I should get a really good time.
Fantastic. Well, best of luck this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Dave. So I think I can hear cars approaching the start line. So I think we'll conclude our lunch paddock roam. I hope you enjoyed that. Gave you a bit of a look at the paddock, talked to some of the drivers, and hopefully we'll do it again soon.
Good.
As the Clio aptly goes past me.
Are you all neat and tidy?
Neat and tidy is not the word.
I've got a lovely Clio with me, lovely, neat and tidy through top ends.
Lovely. Gentlemen, I'm going to be quiet on the microphone for a second while I finish my lunch, so apologies, I'll be quiet for a moment.
Chris, you may not have heard the challenge, which is that we're not allowed to use the expression neat and tidy. We've got to find a change for that.
No problem for me, sir. No problem for me.
Go on, then. What are you going to substitute?
I never say it in the first place.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, lovely, neat and tidy. Anyway, he's excellent. So, well, I'm not quite going to stride any what car that was, but it looks like maybe David Wilson in the Lotus Elise, wasn't it?
It is. We've had David Garnett in the Renault 3775. David Wilson has finished and his time 34.84. Now Joy, who put up a very good run this morning, and she's of course in the Caterham Super Sprint.
Yes, she's with me now actually, and Joy's one of our instructors on the driver's days actually. Drives this car extremely well, as she does anything.
So Joy over the line, time 33.2. 101 MPH over the line, which is pretty good for a Caterham. Remember, it's quite a steep uphill from top S to the finishing line. She parks up at our top paddock. And I don't, although that's batch 1, they are shared cars, so they will probably come straight back down the hill. And then we got a big batch, batch 2, which will be kicked off by Laura Wardle in the fearsome Porsche 911 Carrera. So we're looking forward to that. We've had a fantastic morning. If you've just arrived or just turned on your live stream, welcome to Shelsley. We're having what we could describe as a perfect day. We've got interesting and exciting hill climbing on the track. We've got a huge crowd, which is great to see. Everyone enjoying eating and drinking at the various places where you can eat or drink. I think Kevin and Mrs. Kevin with his ice cream van is probably doing a roaring trade. Let's hope he doesn't run out. And we had a really interesting first runoff. In other words, round 11 of the British Hillclimb Championship.
Scintillating runoff that was, wasn't
it was amazing. It was a shame to lose Trevor Willis before the runoff. It was a shame to lose who fell? Richard Spedding and Sean Gould didn't actually make it into the runoff. Richard failed attempts to get the car off the line and it didn't want to play. Sean didn't even approach the start line, and Matthew Ryder in the same car as Sean had trouble and didn't qualify. So a bit of a change of scene, but good to see both father and son Warburton doing good runs. Now here comes Laura Wardle up to the line. She's sharing this car with Jonathan Williamson, as always, both equally quick in the 911 Carrera. It's quite an elderly car, S-Reg. I think, what would that be, about 78 or so, maybe even earlier. But it doesn't slow her down. Excellent start, 2.05 seconds for 64 feet.
She's in my sight now. She heads through Kennel, nice and tidy. Through crossing.
Fine in 50p.
I heard you. A little bit. We're all done, but yes, through and now my sight and to you now.
Yeah,
Chris.
I've got I love these early 911s. Absolutely glorious. The engine sounds magnificent. Lots and lots of power, 6-cylinder motor, off to the finish line.
But also lots of traction off the line with that engine at the back. Her time, 35.77. John McQuillan in the Fisher Fury, bike engine, of course.
Struggling with first to second gear this weekend, but looks like they may have got on top of it there. I think they'll be starting in second, but looks like they've hopefully sorted the issue. There's no problems past my commentary box.
Yes, I love the little Fisher Fury. I think that's just a great looking little car. To be fair, it's well put together. Sharing that with Mike West, who'll be out later.
He's done a 34.63. He's followed by Sam Nicholson in the car that his dad Robin has competed in for a long, long time. It's a very famous Mallock, which all sorts of good drivers have owned in the past.
Yeah, he's into my view now. Yeah, there's a fabulous looking Mallock. That one, lovely colour scheme on it. Runs a Ford cross-flow engine in that one, which was common for the Clubman's cars.
So Sam heads for the finish and crosses the line with a 30.94, followed by Robert Penrose, another father and son, this time in the amazing MP92.
Absolutely, 730 brake horsepower, 7.3 litre V8 in this car. You barely believe it, but it's very Can-Am-esque, I think.
Yeah, doesn't it sound magnificent? Boom! I think you discussed this earlier. This was a Le Mans type car, wasn't it, this Pilgrim?
It was, but the Le Mans cars had a space frame. This one's got a carbon fibre tub.
Absolutely. Well, with me now is James Hudson, his rapid Volkswagen Golf. He's sends that to the moon with its high RPM revving engine. It's obviously had some work done at rapidly approaching you, Chris.
It drives it sideways into bottom S, neatly out of top S, notice neatly, and away to the finish.
to record a time coming up, 35.37. James Chalmers in the MX-5, son of John, so a learning year for him, and then he hopes, I'm sure, that he'll be able to jump into the single-seater, and I'm sure he will.
Yeah, and James has been practicing his car control. Obviously, an MX-5 was a great place to start to learn rear-wheel drive car control, with a couple of moments of oversteer on the exit of Top S, as I was watching this morning, but nice past my commentary box.
Yeah, good smooth lines through here, actually. A bit of squeal of tyres. He's already going off towards the finish. Yeah, it's a great car to start with. Very popular, aren't they?
It really is. A time for James coming up. It's a 40.46. Richard Pates in this nice little MGF.
Yeah, running the higher power engine of the VVCs, the 160 brake horsepower car, so this K-series still, but yeah, nice through up to bottom S.
Yep, got Richard Pates now, this yellow one with the soft top on this car. Actually, it's just pretty much a road car, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, and quickly followed by a Royal French Racing Blue Renault Clio that's gone flashing past my commentary box again. Ian Richards in this car, recording an 80 mile an hour through the speed trap. That's getting on.
Yeah, great little cars, well popular on the hill climb. Seen loads of them this year, to be fair, and Local and other places. Anyway, he's already well on his way in his little Clio.
Meanwhile, Robert Wilson takes off in the Elise that we just saw David, his dad, driving.
Absolutely. Normally competing in a very hot Peugeot 205, but they've made the switch to rear-wheel drive mid-engine for the Elise, and they're both getting their heads around it very, very well indeed.
Time for Ian Richards, 36.57.
Okay, so yeah, this little Lotus then. So I'm trying to remember the 205 they used to campaign. What colour was that one?
Do you remember the? It's kind of a burgundy maroon, based on a. It's not a GTI. It's based on a Junior, a very like a 1.1, but it's got GTI subframe suspension and a very hot 1900cc GTI engine in it.
Thank you very much for that.
You're very welcome. If you want to know anything else about French cars, you talk to me.
You are the man. You are the man.
Past my commentary box now, as you will probably hear, is Keith Bristow in his very supercharged Lotus 211. Quite a rare thing, actually.
It is. I don't know how many they made.
No, I don't, but I know it's quite a special thing. You don't see many of them, especially not on hill climbs.
Yeah, the first one I've seen, I think.
Jonathan Langmead in a very hot Elise is on his way.
Absolutely.
Keith Bristow crosses the line. 35.04, 98 miles an hour.
Yeah, Jonathan Langmead flying past the commentary box, 86 through the speed trap and into bottom S already.
Yeah, what a super little car that one is, actually, to be fair. The 135R, what does that denote then, Lloyd?
I believe the R is slightly lighter and the 135 I believe is power, but I'm not that much of an expert on the lease range, but I think that's what I'm going to have a stab at. I think it's still a 1.8K series.
Just about to leave the line is Richard Snow. I think he was the quickest of the GT4s in the first run with a time of 33.04. Sure, he'd love to beat that.
He was. He's got a little bit of a battle going, I think, with Robert Lancaster Gay. Robert Lancaster Gay got the slightly later car, you'll see that later, but Richard has been flying in this 981 run recently. It's the slightly earlier variant of the GT4 with a 6-speed manual.
Yes, isn't it sound magnificent? Looks great, actually, to be fair. And he just clips the back going out to the top there, so he's trying hard.
He certainly leans on that car.
Yep, heading for the finish, 94 over the line, time 33.37, not quite as quick as his morning run. Phil James on his way in another Cayman.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, 981 variant, as I said earlier, this carries the 3.8 litre engine. This was an engine always designed to be naturally aspirated. You'll see later Robert Lancaster Gay's car is a PDK 4 litre, and that's a 911 derived engine that was once turbocharged.
Yeah, it's lovely to see the Porsches. I always enjoy seeing the Porsches. I don't think I could ever afford one, but some of the later models are more affordable, like the 996s and the earlier 911s.
Absolutely. Speaking of 996s and earlier 911s, now this is no cheap one. We've got Simon Tarling on the hill in his very collectible 996 GT3. Great to see this car being campaigned still in competition. Flashes past my commentary box nicely at 81 miles an hour through the speed trap.
Phil James has done 34.54, a little bit slower than this morning.
Excellent. Yeah, I've got the Porsche coming with me now. I think the GT3 from memory is the competition version of the road car. Is that correct?
Yeah, in a sense, yes.
So one really designed for track day use if you want to.
It's tracks, yeah, it's special and track-like, a bit more stripped out.
Here's my favourite road going car.
Yes, Rodney Isles in this lovely 4C. It's carbon tub, 1.7 litre turbocharged engine, obviously Fiat derived, but lots of power. This one's been turned up to 11, I think.
And I believe he was the quickest of these runners this morning.
He was.
He was quicker than the Caymans.
I wonder if he can break into the 31s.
He's an ex-British sprint champion, isn't he?
Quite possibly.
32.49, 100 miles an hour. Robert Langston again. Now, what does Robert need to do? He needs to beat 33.04 to take the Cayman class, if there is.
Yes, it would be a good. He turns in nice and early to crossing, gets very close to the inside bank. He flies past me, takes a nice tight line through Kink on the brakes now, and records 87 through the speed trap.
Yeah, now this is his new car for this year. He sold the GT3, the 996 GT3 he had last year, and he's replaced it with this one, which is a very desirable piece of kit.
Well, he had a very, very rare and collectible car before, a 997 GT3 4-litre RS GT3 4-litre, very rare car.
He's scooped the Cayman with 32.49.
Brilliant.
John Harding. Now John Harding, this lovely E-Type, making a funny noise, which doesn't mean it's all seizing up, means it's got a supercharger.
It sounds like a massive supercharger at that too.
It's winding into bottom S, here it comes, it's going to be winding its way out. E-Type's one of the most beautiful cars ever built, in my opinion. This one looks magnificent.
I would say it's a general fact, to be honest with you, Chris.
Well, that's what Enzo Ferrari said, wasn't it? The most
indeed.
beautiful car in the world. On the line, a very fierce Lotus Exige V6 in the hands of Tony Adams. The E-Type 36.42.
Yeah, so we can hear this car at 4 miles. You'll hear this car all the way up to the finishing line, which is so it's quite loud. This is a Toyota supercharged V6. This is the later Exige, the first to use a V6 with a supercharger, but slightly bigger than the older shape, but lots more power. Records 84 through the speed trap.
Yeah, what a glorious sound that one is. Great car, lots and lots of grunt out of that Toyota engine. My goodness me, yes, it's a serious bit of kit, isn't it?
It does, and he's about to cross the line, which he does at 93 miles an hour, 33.67. Here's Simon Durling going home in the shopping car.
Absolutely, yes. This is his driveway, so he knows it pretty well. Normally campaigns a lovely little Alpine A110 from the 60s. Beautiful car, but he's in his Porsche today.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's got a few cars probably, but nevertheless, Simon does live at the top of the hill, and he is the most regular driver up here, so I think he knows his way up.
Off the line comes Ian Fido, long-time hill climber, loving the Toyota Yaris. He really enjoys it.
Yeah, they're fantastic. This is a great out-the-box race car, hill climb car, whatever you want to do. It's a great road car. It's 3 electronic differentials, in excess of late 200s in horsepower. I think it's about 280 horsepower. But it's, 3-cylinder engine in this, 3-cylinder turbo. Very interesting car.
Wow, 3-cylinder turbo, I didn't realise that. Yeah, certainly very rapid, aren't they? And Ian knows his way up the hill. I think he used to run big single-seat. He certainly had a nice sports car, I think he shared with his son Simon.
He did, that's absolutely right. Now, Ian, 37.09, followed by Phil Fisher. And Phil is in another hot Subaru Impreza, probably not as extremely modified as could be.
No, I think this one's slightly more road focused, but nonetheless we do like the sound of a Subaru flat 4 engine, don't we? Slightly more road focused, but he's flat through crossing, flat through the kink, and on the brakes hard into your sight now, Chris.
Yes, it's a well-campaigned car, this one, in silver. We see it on a regular basis all over the place, to be fair. That lovely growling sound of that flat 4 engine and turbocharger away to the finish.
Absolutely, some Caterhams now. We got a little wiggle out of crossing there from Stuart Daper, and he's hard on the brakes, but he got a little bit out of shape there at crossing, but collected all up fine.
Yeah, he's collected it all up here, and he's already gone past me, looking like he's on a nice steady time, I think.
He's followed by Chris McDade in the Xenos, which I know nothing about.
So this is a 2.3 litre Ford EcoBoost engine that you'll find in a Focus ST or Focus RS, around 300 brake horsepower. Chris has been getting this car ready over winter. He's been getting to grips with it, driving it well.
Is it some sort of kit car then, Lloyd?
No, it was actually made by a company called Xenos. It was on Top Gear at some point years ago, but yeah, it's a bit of a rare beast. You don't see many of them, but yeah, it was a manufacturer. You could call it a kit car, but it was a proper Xenos setup as a manufacturer.
Time for Stuart Deep at 33.33, for Chris McDade 33.86. Now Rob Lloyd on the hill in another rare car, the MK Indy, and followed by Anthony Sherman in the Caterham 310R.
Absolutely, yes. You'll notice these cars are all road registered. Now we've got Anthony Sherman's just taken a very tight line through crossing, tight line through kink, flat all the way through. Records a time of 80 through the speed trap.
Yeah, I believe, if I'm right in saying, the Caterhams are all alloy bodied. The 310R must be one of the hottest versions of those Caterhams. Does that 310 denote 310 horsepower?
No, I think it denotes somewhere in the. I don't think it denotes anything. I think it could be power to weight ratio, but I know that you can go further up with 620R. That's when they become supercharged. 310 is about as quick as you can go naturally aspirated, I think.
Time for Rob Lloyd, 35 seconds exactly, 90 miles an hour. Now Richard Price is on the hill in Caterham 7.
Yeah, Richard's just gone by me. He's a very rapid driver of these little cars. Yeah, Richard, that's a lovely little Caterham, that one.
He finishes with a 32.56. Now we've got a trio of Westfields led by Steve Garner in a very hot one.
This is a very hot car. This car's on paddles using a sequential gearbox, so you'll see him flicking through the gears on the steering wheel. You can hear it popping and banging every time. He's on traction control as well, so don't worry, it hasn't got a misfire. It's just the traction control fighting the power.
This is a serious little Westfield, and I think the SE, I think, denotes wide body.
Could well do.
Finishes with the 32.26, 105 miles now. Jerry Neary, highly experienced. Has he got the same amount of power? Pretty much. 2-litre Vauxhall thing.
He hasn't quite. He's still got a very barky 2-litre 16 valve in there, though, I think. And as he honks past our commentary box and hard on the brakes into bottom S, 80 miles an hour through the speed trap.
Yeah, with me now. Nice open top car. Very exciting ride. Handle absolutely brilliant. And when you see these Westfield races on the telly or the Caterham, very exciting.
Yes, indeed. They're always spectacular, the Caterhams, aren't they? But they're so controllable. You can get them back from some ludicrous angles. They are very responsive.
Time for Jerry Neary, 36.65. Last runner in this batch, Ray Law in the famous Caterham Super Sprint. He was a lecturer at Oxford University until last year.
Wow, that's very... I wonder if he did any lectures on how to create the loudest intake noise from an engine you'll hear today. It's absolutely incredible. It must have a massive set of carburetors on it.
I think it was how to apply opposite.
Oh my goodness me, he comes into bottom S, gets totally sideways, goes both ways, opposite lock both ways, eventually gets it back up to top S and he's on his way.
I was going to say he runs a lecture on opposite lock, but just at that moment he proved it.
Yes.
33.82 for Ray brings that batch to a close. They will come down and steadily the cars on the hill get more and more exciting. Whoa, just a replay of Ray having a massive saving it moment at bottom S. If you're watching online from other parts of the world, don't forget we love having messages. It's amazing for us to realize that our voices are being heard in all sorts of countries.
Didn't you say Indonesia?
Yes. Armin Westenhofer, hello from Germany. Your event is once again advertising for mountain racing. It is great cars, great organisation and great weather. That's a surprise, isn't it, Armin? Good luck to all English mountain fans. Yeah, it's interesting. Bea and Tom, hello again. It's interesting comparing hill climbing in the UK to European hill climbs are up mountain passes. They can be 10 kilometres or so, whereas we have very short hill climbs, the advantage of which is, from a spectator point of view, that you see pretty much the whole run, whereas if you spectate at an alpine hill climb, okay, the cars come past you every 3 minutes or so, but only for 10 seconds, and then you've got to wait another 3 minutes.
Indeed, yes, it was a lot like that at Braga, our hill climb at the Masters a couple of years ago, and it was very, very impressive to see the likes of Christian Merli and Simone Fagioli coming past in their Normas and their closed cockpit, well, I say closed cockpit, their closed bodywork cars, but they respond so well to the downforce. But it was absolutely incredible to see the fans' reactions when they saw the likes of Wallace Menzies and Alex Summers come past in their single-seaters. But the problem that they were having, I think, is they were struggling with the crown of the road, because obviously they're very wide, they're public roads, and they were really struggling with the crown of the road, I think.
Diving left. Phil Rogers in Melbourne, watching from Melbourne. Hi, Philip. Last time I was in Melbourne, they had a an enormous hailstorm took all the leaves off the trees.
Can I just interrupt there, Chris? That is Phil Rogers that used to photograph here, Phil and Dawn.
Really?
Yeah, they moved out there. They
Oh,
moved
right.
out there, and Phil regularly put stuff on Facebook. Hiya, Phil, the Pon's here. And yeah, he regularly put stuff on Facebook from Australian hill climbs.
We've had lots of messages from Bear and Tom Riedinger in Münster. I keep wanting to ask them, are you speaking German or French there? I know it's in France, but it's very much on the border, isn't it? So send us a message which language we should address you in.
Could I also interrupt, Chris? Could you just familiarise myself, because I'm not quite sure. So a lot of these guys are waving to the marshals. Have they finished their runs for the day?
Yeah, this is their second run.
This is their second run. So after this, when we get into the single-seaters, do we get a whole batch of single-seaters and then a run-off, or will there be 2 runs of single-seaters?
No, 1 run of single-seaters to qualify for the runoff, then the runoff, and that's our lot for the day.
Thank
so
you
there
very
are
much.
lots of excitements to come.
Splendid run-off this morning, and more of the same this afternoon, no doubt.
It was absolutely extreme, yeah. We had Scott Moran, who just glanced, I don't know whether we've seen a replay of that yet, but he just glanced his rear left wheel against the bank on the exit of Top S. It was wild. We had to pause for a moment while the debris was cleared off the course, well, the mud. No damage to the car, I don't think, but just goes to show the kind of limits these guys are pushing to.
What I found hard to understand or believe was 138 miles an hour into bottom S with a 1600cc car. We speculated whether a bird flew across the beam. That was David Warburton?
Yes, I think it was, yes.
It was unbelievable.
Well, it was incredible, but I think, was it David Warburton or was it, no, it was Paul Hames that went 150 over the line.
Paul Hames was sensational this morning, wasn't
so fast. His car is absolutely planted. To have the setup and the sheer coolness with that car, everything was so smooth and precise, it was lovely.
Just a point of info, I believe with Sean Gould, he failed that run on the runoff because he broke a drive shaft, but they've got 1 drive shaft, I was being told by Matt Ryder, and of course they've got an electrical gremlin, which was what the problem was with Matt when he had his run.
Yes, I'm gutted for Matt because Matt was driving really well all weekend so far, and I think he really fancied really opening up the tap all the way for the runoff. So a real shame that he couldn't make it, I'm afraid.
Well, let's hope he gets on the second runoff, which is our climax of the afternoon. Also, really tough luck on Trevor Willis, who had he suspects a piston go over the finishing line. He said he lifted off over the finishing line and there was a terrible clattering noise from the engine. But as we said before lunch, typical of the camaraderie of hill climbing, immediately Richard Summers offered him a drive in the new Summers car.
Isn't that wonderful? You don't see that in Formula 1, do you?
You don't. Now then, we're into single-seaters and exciting single-seaters, kicking off with Steve Morgan in the Empire Evo 3, indicative of this revolution in single-seater hill climbing, these little bike engine cars weighing very little. This is a 1-litre car, it's Empire Evo 3, and I'm not sure how new this is to Steve.
Brand new, this car this year.
It
Brand
is.
new, so he's just in my sight through kennel, nice and slap bang in the middle of the road, takes a nice line through crossing, nice and tight to the barrier, and he's nice tight line through kink, flat the whole way through, entry speed of 100 miles an hour into top S.
Yeah, marvellous looking thing. Yeah, brand new car. Bill Chapman, this is the last one he's produced, so builds those cars down in Somerset.
So Steve heads for the finishing line as Dylan Flesher takes off in another brand new car. Steve's time 29.15. What can Dylan do?
Well, Dylan's in my sight and he's absolutely flat to the boards, almost rubs the barrier on the outside as he heads past the crossing. He's through the kink and already with you, Chris.
Yes, indeed he is. He's absolutely flying. This is that beautiful purple car, actually. Looks absolutely mint. Screaming his way up towards the finish. What will he do?
Well, he does a 27.16. Speed 104. Now then, Richard Weaver. He's quick.
He's really quick and he's been driving this car beautifully this weekend. The car's so stable. Look at this through the quick stuff. He's flat through crossing. He's flat out and he's going to be flat through the kink, no doubt about it. Watch how tight and neat this is through the S's.
Yeah, he's looking absolutely superb here. His son will be up later on. But anyway, Richard is the fastest truck driver up here today.
Yes, and it's a 28.37. Not bad. Neil Coles is quick as well.
Neil Coles is really quick. He leaves nothing at the start line, that's for sure. He brings it all to puts it all on the table here. He's got a little lift to the inside wheel as he goes through crossing. He's really pushing it. He's flat through the kink and he's banging down the gears. 110 through the speed trap.
Yeah, lovely, lovely. Well, Alex's son will be driving this later on. Comes up from Plymouth Way. Beautifully turned out OMS. Hurtling up the straight.
Time 26.99. People pleased to be in the 26s. Paul Jones.
Paul Jones, very quick start. 1.93 off the start line, which is great. He just grabs another gear as he heads through the kink flat. He's going to go through the gears. He's hoping to get into a 27 some point today.
Yeah, he may have a chance. He's got a lovely line through the corners, yeah, through the S's. He's already gone on the straight now. Let's see what he does.
Well, what he does is a 27.
Fantastic.
27.63, that's not bad.
I think he'll be really pleased with that. Great work by all the team.
Pops him into second place in the class so far. Olivia is quick as well.
Oh, Olivia's unbelievable. She absolutely shook me yesterday at the speed she came through crossing and how tight her line was to the inside. A little bit wider this time, but no problem at all. Flat through the kink and into bottom S.
She could get into the 25s, Olivia. She's certainly been in that territory this morning, I think. 25, 26. Already gone off to the finish.
Finishes with a 26.24, 117 into bottom S. Now, Adam, watch this car control. It is uncanny.
It is incredible. Just you watch how aggressively he throws this into the S's. If you're watching this online, pay attention.
And here he comes now. Yes, actually, he's very smooth indeed. Yeah, no, he took a lovely line through there. He's already gone off to the finish. What's he going to do?
He's going to do a 25.65. Wonder if that'll qualify him. 1.93 off the line and 120 into bottom S, followed by one of our stars this morning, Alan Warburton.
Absolutely flat out, already in my sight, flat bang in the middle of the road. He takes a nice line through crossing. He's flat now, he's absolutely flat through the kink. He is flying, 138 through the speed trap.
Oh, done, Alan. Yes, he's with me now. He's trying really hard. But Warburton's been on sensational form this weekend. The beautiful GR Gold 59.
Let's see, it's a 25.27. That puts him at the top of the class so far, and 138 into bottom S. I find that so hard to believe. I'd love to be up there watching.
It was very quick, I'll tell you, Chris. It was very, very quick. He was flat through kennel, flat through crossing. It was quick.
So some great single-seater racing. Now Martin Rutter, change of scene in one of the few remaining Fiat X19s that hasn't been eaten by the tin worm.
Absolutely, yes, and this one far from standard. It may flash a flame at you. It flashed one at me on the finish straight earlier on, but a charming little car, nicely packaged.
Yeah, mid-engine, front-wheel drive, if I remember rightly. Anyway,
no, rear-wheel drive.
Rear-wheel drive. Oh, I take that all back. Gosh. Anyway, he's already gone by me now, going up towards the finish.
Yep. And finishes with a time of 39.37, 70 miles an hour. We've seen this car before, somewhere, I'm sure.
Yes, Andrew Russell. So this is the rear engine Ginetta, one of Billy Grace's favourites. It's a lovely car. I can see why. Look how small it looks in the narrow track of Shelsley Walsh. It's great. You can place that wherever he wants it.
Imp engine car, this one, the little Ginetta. Immaculate little car. He's been through a few engines in all the years he's had it, but it's still going beautifully.
Yeah, engine hanging out of the back. It's a nice light aluminium engine. Gives him a time of 35.95. Phil Tucker is incredibly quick in this Vauxhall.
Absolutely. This is one of the drivers of the weekend for me. He throws this car around. It's a beautifully prepared car with an absolutely matching driver as well. Really tidy all weekend.
Yeah, fabulous, isn't it? Yes, I know the shell came from Malta. It's hard to find Nova shells now, but the Novas are lighter than the later Corsas.
Let's see what his time is. It's a good one. It's a 33.55. Wow. Richard Hammerstead is fairly gently off the line, blowing smoke in the much modified Subaru.
Indeed, he's been struggling with this car all weekend, and I worry he may be struggling again. It seems that every time it comes on to boost, it doesn't like it, so it looks like it's certainly over-fueling, that's for sure, with the black soot coming out the back. I think he's been harbouring an issue all weekend, unfortunately. The car seems to stutter and splutter as soon as it comes onto boost, so perhaps some sort of software issue.
He's not going like an Impreza should, is it? In fact, he's very stately round top S here. He's going very slowly up to the finish. Definitely a problem there, unfortunately.
Here's the lovely Porsche that we saw in the hands of Laura Wardle just now. Time for Richard Hampstead is still clicking away.
As Jonathan Williamson just blasts past my commentary box with that typical Porsche burble, as this is a very well-campaigned car and heads into your sight now, Chris.
Yeah, what a spectacular car. I absolutely love these early 911s. Very well sorted car. I suspect this one's got a 3.3 engine in, not the original size engine.
Yes, I think you're right. He's followed by a similar car in the hands of Andrew Norris. This one, I think, is supercharged.
It is indeed supercharged. It always it makes me really impresses me how quickly this car gets off the line. It's almost as quick as a simple seater off the first 64 feet.
That looked magnificent. Got the big whale tail on that one. Tucks it in. On his way round to me now. Set that burbling, massive, big 6-cylinder engine, powering off to the finish.
Off the line, Jeff Temlow up from Cornwall. Rocketed off the line and then seemed to hesitate.
Now he's into my sight through Kennel. This car is a very powerful example of the breed. You can really hear it firing on all cylinders as it passes me, so I don't think there's any issues there. He records an 84 through the speed trap.
Yeah, lovely to see Jeff back this year. He's a big smoke coming into the bottom mess there on the brakes. There's at least 450 brake horsepower in this Scooby, so it's a real powerful beast.
Paul Howells, RSR. Now this car, if you wanted to buy it, you'd have to fork out well into six figures.
Wow, and to see this car still being campaigned like this is absolutely fantastic. He's certainly not afraid of it, that's for sure. Fires it through the kink almost flat out, and hard on the brakes into bottom S.
Yeah, this one's a real beast, isn't it? With those massive tyres on this car. Wow, wow, wow. As it accelerates up the straight, that's breathtaking.
Mike West in the Fisher Fury. Paul Howells 31.13. Good time.
Did you notice if they started in second or first gear, Chris, in this car, and they've been struggling with a gearbox issue this weekend?
Well, 2.5 off the line. It could well have been second.
So he passes my commentary box, he's flat through the kink, and he's going to go through those gears back down the box to you, Chris.
Yes, it's the Flying Marshal, Mike West. He's a great bloke. He's so supportive of the sport, and it's lovely to see him out and having a drive.
On the line is the Silver Riot of Martin Watts. Silver build kits, don't they, with all sorts of designs, front engine, rear engine. This one, rear engine with a bike engine at the back.
Absolutely, yeah, and you'll see from the registration number, it is an R1 engine, I believe. Yeah, Sylvia R1 Riot, and fires itself past the commentary box and really screaming into life as it heads past the kink and on the brakes down to you, Chris, at bottom S.
Yes, it's a bit like an aerial atom, but it's not. It's a different thing, a Sylvia. Yeah, the little bike engine, the Yamaha engine, as you mentioned, is a right little screamer, isn't it?
Here's the Radical of David Bickley. Radical have been so successful. I hate to think how many competition cars they make, but they've got race series all around the world.
Absolutely, yeah. I think they're currently on the Radical SR4 at the moment. The SR4 RX is currently supporting the BTCC Championship in certain events and producing some very good racing.
David's been running very well in this car this weekend, to be fair, and he's already blasted it. He just nipped the bank on the way out from top S.
Well, his time is a 31.84 that puts him in second place in this class, behind Sam Nicholson, who we saw earlier in the car that's on the line now in his dad's hands, Robin Nicholson.
Indeed, he's just fired past my commentary box. This is an illustrious career this Pilbeam's had. This Malek's had, and he's already with you now. Chris,
yeah, it's fabulous. The Ford Crossflow 1700 in this one, absolutely beautiful car. Will he beat his lad?
Well, he's done a 30.14, so the answer is yes, by 8 tenths.
Fantastic. So Alan McDonald in front of me now in this Force SR4. Looks very Le Mans 90s-esque, but very, very quick indeed, and already at bottom S.
Yeah, fabulous. Actually, he's really getting to grips with this car. It's got a rich history, this car, isn't it, Lloyd?
Coming towards the finish, 28.8, that's a good time. 28.83, 117 miles an hour, that's terrific.
Yeah, Mike, look, we've now can see Mike through Kennel, and he's just coming through the gears, and here's Zolf, a very rare little car, and flat through crossing, and he's going to be flat through kink as well, I've no doubt. He is indeed, and he records a speed trap time of 84, very respectable.
Oh, do I like this car too. It looks sensational to me. I believe there was only 15 made. They were made in Redditch, and absolutely lovely looking thing, isn't it?
Yeah, time for Mike Luck is clicking up 35.1 for Alan McDonald. 28.83 is the car that holds the record in this class, driven by Rob Stevens. Look at the time there, 25.74 Rob did in the Force SR4.
Graham Loke's just going by in that Porsche engine loader. He rebuilt the engine on this one, put it in the back, and doesn't it go?
31.08, 104. Now then, the Norma has done a mischief on the start line, but he started again. Honda, turbocharged 2-litre Honda engine. These are the cars that win all the European hill climbs.
Indeed, yeah, 550 brake horsepower this car's producing. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier with closed wheel car, lots of downforce. It really does come into its own on the big wider tracks. But
is it the only one in this country?
I don't know. Again, Billy Grace would know that. But he takes a beautiful line through crossing, and he's flat through kink. Sparks flying from underneath the car. I think he did a 20. What did he do earlier? I think he did a 25 earlier, did he?
Yeah, he's with me now. What a sensational looking car that is, to be fair. Left-hand drive, that car. Anyway, hurtles off to the finish in that lovely, lovely
27, that's what he did earlier.
That's pretty good. 27.43, 125 over the line, 115 into bottom S. Bob Penrose, dad in the Pilbeam MP92.
Absolutely, here into my sight. He's obviously very wary of the big power plant he's got in the back of that car. It's a 730 brake horsepower, 7.3 litre Chevy V8, and all that torque pushing him up the hill. 77 through the speed trap.
I love the sound of that. I love watching it come up the hill. Immaculately turned out the car. He races it with his son. My goodness me, yeah, he's firing it up to the finish with that big, massive power.
106 over the line to record a 33.09. George Harding in a Mark II Escort.
Yeah, so this is a YB Ford Cosworth. He gets all on the aggressive pass crossing. There's a little bit of movement from the steering wheel. He always likes to lock up into bottom S because of the flex in the chassis of these Mark II Escorts.
He certainly did, but he holds it all together. Oh my goodness, bit of a twitch going out of the top. Oh, hang on, he's slowed dramatically halfway up the straight. I think he's got a problem. I know there is a turbo fitted in this one as well, but I think he has a ground to a slow stop.
Well, he's just struggling up. I'm glad to say he's struggling up and over the finishing line, so he won't cause much of a delay. This is the end of a batch, so all those cars will come down the hill. What a shame for George. So we won't mention his time, but he's finished.
It's a shame. He was going well. He's been going well this weekend, to be fair. For a car with the wrong engine in it, essentially, obviously they can throw up the odd reliability issue, but been going well all weekend, to be honest, this little Escort.
Yeah, the Cosworth lump isn't normally a problem into the Escorts because the Cosworth engine is really not much different to a Millington, is it really? So they don't normally give a lot of issues, but he's obviously had a bit of a gremlin there. I don't know what happened there. It could be electrical, who knows?
Chris, talking Millington engines, I don't think Mike Dragoni has a Millington in that car, in the Pilbeam anymore. I think he's gone to a Duratec.
You could well be right. I'd have to check on my notes on that one. I've probably got those at home. But yes,
run home quick.
Yeah, let's get home. Actually, I once came up here as a cameraman. I walked all the way up to blooming Top S here with all my cameras and stuff. When I was on the photography, and then I realised Numpty Nuts here had left the batteries home.
Oh no!
That didn't work out well, so I had to walk all the way back down again, drive home. Luckily, it's only Worcester, and then come back up. But I did actually come back up a second time.
We are heading towards batch number 4 with lots of excitement in it, including Trisha Davis in the new Force TA.
Absolutely, a highlight for me, the Tatham brothers.
Yeah.
They both went to the same speed of committed driving.
Tom Weaver,
yes,
sharing with his dad. He did a 26.51.
Absolutely, Rob Anscombe. I'll be very much hoping he can get into the 27s today, as Paul's managed to get into the 27s. So fingers crossed for a 27-second run from Rob today.
And of course, David Warburton's in the next batch. He did a 24.52 to qualify, and Richard Spedding also qualified with a 24.34.
Here comes the escort. The escort's coming back down the hill under power.
Oh, right.
There's nobody else coming back down, so he's coming back down under power. So that suggests to me that it's not a major problem.
Chris, did you do any research into what happened to Richard Spedding? He couldn't get the car off the line in the first runoff.
No, it seemed like a traction problem.
A launch control problem, wasn't it?
Yeah, several times, as you know, he had a go, and eventually he did get going enough to get a fail. But yeah, a frustrating thing for him, no doubt at all.
Yeah, Billy speculated that the launch control found the grip unexpectedly good off the start line and decided not to play.
Could well be, but Richard's, if nothing but a trier, isn't he? So he'll have been absolutely devastated not to be able to get a run into the runoffs potentially, and when even he could have set top 5, top 7, who knows?
So on my screen we've got cars coming down the hill. Nice tradition in hill climbing that our drivers wave a thank you to our hard-working marshals as they come down the hill after their last run of the day.
Yeah, I always find it a real highlight watching them come back down the hill. It's great to see. Back in the old days, because you'll remember when they used to come back down the hill with the helmets off.
Yep.
They had no gloves and be waving their hair. I remember the hair was all getting blown in the wind. Sue Young was always a great sight. She'd had a good run and she'd be waving and her hair, blonde hair, in the wind.
When I started, people would race in their AirTech shirts and shorts and a helmet that probably didn't do much good either. But I'm glad to say that the regulations have tightened right up, particularly in terms of fire protection.
In your era, Chris, did you have an open helmet with Nomax scarf?
I had an open helmet with goggles, as far as I remember, but not a scarf, because danger that gets trapped in the back wheel and throttles you. But I didn't wear gloves. I remember that.
So what sort of speeds were you doing over the line with your open face helmet then, Chris?
Probably 35 miles an hour or something. No, I started with the Lotus Formula Junior, so a time in the 40s was quite competitive.
And you won a runoff, Chris, didn't you?
Yeah, but not in the Lotus Formula Junior. That was in a March 782.
What a beautiful car. The 782 was one of my favourite all-time cars.
Yeah, it was lovely.
So cars on the way back down the hill, so we will be underway shortly, I would have thought. We've got the Norma just coming past us now. It's a nice opportunity to see these cars going a bit slow, so you can just pay a bit more attention if you don't get a chance to go and see them in the paddock. But if you do want to see these cars slightly more, the paddock is open for everybody to go and have a look. So if you do want to get slightly closer to the action, go and have a look around the cars, you're very welcome to.
And drivers are only too happy to chat about their cars, unless they're trying to mend it with 5 minutes to go before they go out. But it's a very friendly place. HillClimbs are very friendly places.
Well, indeed. I mean, look at the Summers family very kindly offering Trevor Willis the chance to drive their brand new, untested, precious car.
Exactly.
And they've gone, no, go and have a go and see if you can get yourself in the runoffs. And I just think that's fantastic. You're not going to see Max Verstappen doing that to Lewis Hamilton, are you?
I don't think so. I was speaking to Trevor. He said it was a very nice car to drive. Very direct steering, it went where you pointed it, so nice experience for him, but under painful circumstances, because as I think I mentioned a few minutes ago, it looks as if a piston has let go in his car, so we won't see Trevor in the big class nor in the second runoffs, which is a shame.
A real shame, and I would imagine that's going to be a costly repair, unfortunately. But I'd imagine is he running a Judd?
No, it's an RPE.
It's an RPE. So
talk nicely to Radical, he might get a piston.
Hopefully not too bad for him.
Oh, is that the Radical company? Do they make that engine?
Yeah. Well, they bought the company that made the engine.
So would this be the same engine that went into the back of the SR8 Radical? With so that's a small capacity V8. Would that be the similar engine?
So yes.
Yeah.
No, well, we're all nice and clear up the top here now, Chris. There's a good crowd up here, which is great to see.
And we've got an escort on the line, and I'm struggling to see who it is, but it's George Harding. Oh, he got flagged, didn't he?
Oh, is that the reason he slowed dramatically?
Yeah, I don't know why he got flagged.
Well, he's having he's trying very, very hard now. He was sideways through. He's very sideways through crossing. He's having a real go. Driving it as a Mark II Escort should be driven. Fantastic. He'll have a lock up into bottom S. Oh, yes, small lock up into bottom S. Fantastic.
No, he's looking pretty smooth this time, actually, to be fair. I didn't see him get flagged, so obviously he did, because there's no flags above me.
Well, he suddenly slowed and we wondered if he'd got a problem, but I didn't realise it was a flag. Anyway, he finishes with a 33.97, which is not bad at all. Andy Colborne waits at the pre-start line, at the finish at the start line in the Van Diemen.
Yeah, absolutely. This car's been going great guns all weekend, so it's a very pointy car. You'll see it very twitchy, but beautiful, tight reactions to the steering inputs. Nice tight line through the kink, and he's hard on the brakes into bottom S.
Yeah, doesn't it look lovely? This is quite an early car, an 02 car if I'm right. Vauxhall engine in this one, 2 litre Vauxhall. Very nicely turned down, and he's off to the finish.
Built for Formula Ireland, records a time of 30.45. Trisha Davis is going well. This car is new to her.
She is, yes, a home-built 2-litre V8 made of 2-bike engines stuck together. It's a fantastic sound that this car makes, and Trisha going well in it this weekend. She's with you already, Chris.
Yes, she is, and I'll tell you what, Trisha, a lovely lady, as is her husband, a lovely fella. And yeah, no, I got that right. And anyway, she's off to the finish.
She is, and it's a 30.68. And I don't know what sort of times Trevor and Trisha were doing in the previous car, but I guess this is quite a lot quicker. Pete Tatham is quick in the OMS 20.
Okay, watch this, everybody. Pete Tatham, watch him through crossing. Watch the inside wheel. Might lift up. Yes, it does. The front inside left wheel lifts up, and he's absolutely flat. This is so committed. Just you watch him through the S's. He's absolutely rapid in this car.
Well, actually, yes, it's very smooth, though. His lines are terrific. He's no dramas through here, which usually means it's going to be a quick time.
Time for Pete coming up over the line at 98, 27.68.
Fantastic. He really is getting the most out of that car.
We are in the class for racing cars up to 1100cc, currently led by the new car of Flesher in the 27.16. This is Graham Williams.
Yep, Graham taking it nice and smoothly through Kennel, nice and smoothly through crossing. He's back on the power. He's going to have a small lift through kink. Yes, he does. And he's going to be with you shortly, Chris, into bottom S.
Yes, I've got him actually. This is an early OMS, this one, isn't it? About 2000. Anyway, he's away from me now. Looks a bit different to the later OMSs. Away now.
Richard Brandt, an amazing time off the line.
Yeah, he's been really flying this weekend. Oh, unfortunately. Oh, that's... He just got close to the barrier. He had a bit of a knock, but very brave to continue after that impact. I thought I heard something break, so just keep an eye on that, Chris. But yeah,
it looks good. He doesn't sound bad. There's no dramas through here. He's already gone off towards the finish. He goes through the finish now.
He got very, very close to the inside of the bank. Just the back end stepped out on him slightly as he turned in.
A replay online.
Okay,
let's watch. Yes, on the inside of crossing. It's easy to get it wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. It just the bank just kind of pulled him in, but
nevertheless, a 28.32.
Remarkable bravery to continue after an impact like that. To be honest, I was very surprised nothing broke there. I thought he was going to perhaps break a steering arm or something.
Now, Tom Morgan, we've seen this car earlier.
We have indeed, yeah, the distinctive helmet of Tom Morgan. He's flat through crossing. He's going to be flat through the kink, no doubt about it. Absolutely, yes. And he's been driving this very, very beautifully all weekend.
Yeah, lovely lines. I tell you what, he's absolutely on it. Beautiful line. Going up the finishing straight now in this brand new Empire Evo.
He's followed by Ben Fisher in the OMS Hornet.
Absolutely, yes. I've got him now. He's just taken a small lift as he comes through crossing. Easy going to be flat through kink, slight feathering of the throttle through kink, but he's on the brakes to record 89 through the speed trap.
Tom Morgan's time 27.93.
Yeah, Ben Fisher just going by in the little OMS Hornet. Well, lovely turned out car. He was telling me he's getting close to the Weavers times when they had the car.
Now another brand new car, brand new OMS, off straight out of the factory this last week.
Yes, absolutely. Jonathan Flesher, he's been absolutely flat out this weekend, and he's flat out past the crossing, flat out through the kink. I think they're both enjoying this new car. 106 through the speed trap.
Yeah, this car is leading this class.
Very nicely turned down car, as you'd expect. Absolutely immaculate.
Can he beat 27.16 to take the lead of the car, Jonathan? No, 28.11, still pretty good. Gavin John McLaren, previously campaigned in the Shelsley Special Nuts and Muffin. That was not true.
Absolutely, yeah. Gavin just it does sound slightly fluffy. I do think he's got a slight misfire there, but I think it's been like that all day. So it's obviously something that can't be resolved. But he's battling on it in spite of that.
Yeah, quite an elderly car, but very well turned out. Had a few previous owners this car, but he's driving it very well and already crossing the line.
He's under 30s with a 29.83, that's good. Richard Walker follows.
He is indeed, he fires past the commentary box, he's flat through the kink and he's going to be hard on the brakes, and 98 through the speed trap.
Yeah, Richard Walker, this is the only Yamaha engine one here today. Lovely turned out car, I think he's from the West Midlands, so he's enjoying it, it's quite a local hill.
He records a 29.76, which is quicker by a second than his morning time. On the line, Nigel Pitt, he's quick. Did a 27.94 first run. 2 seconds exactly, 1 G of acceleration off the line.
Incredible, yeah. Nigel Pitt with a very distinctive OMS 3000. He just fires it past the commentary box. He's going to be flat out all the way up to bottom S, I've no doubt, recording 107 through the speed trap.
Yeah, do you remember when he had shoestring racing written on the side of it?
I do.
Yeah, and this one's a carbon top, so it's a very pucker little OMS, this one.
And it's quick as well, it's a 27.41. Mark Shanker is also quick.
Very, very quick into my sight to Kennelly. Had a bit of a moment at top S earlier on today, but got away with it. He's flat through crossing, a little bit of understeer, but no problem at all. He's flat bang in the middle of the road. He's tight to the entrance of kink, and he's already going to be with you at bottom S.
Yeah, Mark Slanker, immaculate lines coming through the S's. Already on the straight, going straight up the middle of the straight there. Sometimes they weave about a bit, but he's straight down the middle.
He is, and it's a 27.65 for Mark, who's coming to the line with lots of revving. It should be Tom Weaver, but it isn't Tom. Is it David Tatham? I can't really read the number on the nose cone. We shall see as soon as he takes off. It is Dave Tatham. This will be quick.
Absolutely, keep your hats on. Dave Tatham is so quick, just like his brother. He's a slightly quicker car this, and he's absolutely flat to the balls, put through crossing, flat through the kink. This is so quick. He's going to be 115 through the speed trap.
Yeah, this is the latest rendition of the Firehawk. Oh, he hits the bank with a hell of a clout going out to top S. Still going on to the finish. Lots of dust, so the marshals will be busy a minute.
It's a 26.01. Which is exactly the same as his morning time, so clonking the bank didn't slow him down at all.
Doesn't sound like it at all, does it? Even I heard the clunk from down here, and he sounds like he...
We've got this on the screen for people watching online. It was quite a bang.
That was a big bang, trust me.
It was. Well, clearly nothing... Well, by the speed with which he finished the climb, nothing is broken. Let's hope that's the case.
Must have been quite a shock to him there. He was certainly on it, wasn't he?
Phenomenal bravery to continue. It really is. It's the same as just a moment ago where I can't remember who it was that just hit the bank a moment ago. Richard Brandt, in fact, yeah, to just clip the bank slightly, but there must be so much trust, and the cars are ever so strong to withstand such impacts and just carry on. It's phenomenal.
Well, our marshals are out there sweeping. They've got the spade out as well. Don't the marshals do a fantastic job? If you fancy becoming a marshal, if you go and see them afterwards, they'll tell you all about it. And I tell you what, it's a very worthwhile thing. Age is not a barrier. We've got marshals up the top, in the top paddock. Quite young, aren't they, Chris, to be fair? And in fairness, they're doing a brilliant job. So, yeah, if you fancy getting really close to the action, join the marshalling, the men and women in orange.
And they get brilliant training because it's a very skilled job, particularly when things go horribly wrong. Next up should be Stuart Bickley once the sweeping is done, and I can see the bright green Dayglow colour coming up towards the start. He was in the 25s this morning with a 25.89.
Stewart extracts every ounce of performance from that. No, it's not. It's a Force. He really does extract all the performance from it.
Is that his first year in that Force? Because the reason I mentioned that, his dad's driving the Radical, isn't he? Did he not share the Radical last year?
I think it's new to him, but I don't quote me on that. Again, another one for Billy Grace.
We're heading towards the last couple of cars in the up to 1100 racing car class. Then we've got some Formula Fords. We've got 4 of them. Nice to see. And then we're in the 1600s where they're going really quickly. Particularly the Greenan brothers. David Warburton, of course, Richard Spedding. Let's hope that Richard has sorted out his launch control and is able to get a second class run and with luck qualify for the second runoff.
Absolutely, yeah. David Warburton's car's been on rails all weekend. They've obviously got the setup perfect for this weekend. He's flat to the board through all of the quick stuff. It's a very, very well sorted car, that.
Yes, I've enjoyed watching Olivia Cooper this weekend. There's normally a battle between her and Liam, but I think Olivia's holding the honours at the moment.
And I've just had a text from our man on the ground, Billy Grace, who's just told me that it is indeed Stuart Bickley's first year in the Force, and my goodness, is he getting to grips with that car well.
Yeah, I do remember them last year sharing the Radical, so I think it's sensational driving.
Message from Jane Gray on the screen. Thanks to all the marshals. Well, we certainly share that. If I've got time, the GR59 Gould, such an interesting, technically an interesting car. It's a one-piece monocoque tub from front to back with just the one hole in the top for the driver to get in. But what's interesting is 3 different degrees of carbon fibre according to the job that it's got to do. So the nose cone is designed to crumple, be a crumple zone. In the middle is a very strong section to protect the driver, and at the back is another sort of carbon fibre which is heat resistant. So although it looks as one piece, it's actually 3 pieces beautifully glued together. Sensational.
Fantastic. Well, we've got flags in on the hill from where I am, so we should be back underway very shortly.
We're all good up here as well.
Yep, here comes Dayglow Green, looking really good. Bickley Motorsport on the tail, so it's Stewart. First season in this car. Force TA.
Keep an eye on this one. Stewart will be going very well indeed.
.08 off the line.
Yeah, and it flashes into my sight flat through Kennel. This is going to be flat through crossing as well. He's completely flat. Spark from underneath the car as the car's pushed into the ground from the aerodynamics, and already into your sight now.
Yeah, arriving with me now. Actually, beautiful lines through here. I'll tell you what, he's not hanging about. When they're smooth, they're usually very, very quick.
Yep, but up the straight, it's a power question. 26.2. Bit slower than this morning, 114. Stuart Bayliss.
Absolutely, yes, in the little Jedi, and he's going to be flat through, a slight lift through crossing, but no problem at all there. Slap bang in the middle of the road, he'll be through kink as well. Nice line through there, and he's going to be he's going to be 95 through the speed trap.
Yeah, the little Jedi, it's the only one here this weekend. Sometimes we see Ben Bonfield, but he's not here this weekend. He had a mishap at Gersten. Anyway, the little Jedi off to the finish.
Into the Formula 4 class, kicked off by Les Buck. Time for Stuart Bayliss, 31.71. Let's watch the rare Pringett Mistral. They only made 14 of these. Most of them went to driving schools.
I think it's amazing, actually, that Les can compete with these later Van Diemen's that we've got coming up. And this is a much earlier car, but still doing the business.
Absolutely, and I've got Sarah Bosworth with me now, just flashing past my commentary box. She is on a mission to head to you, Chris.
Yes, Sarah is always a driver, very skillful driver. This immaculately turned out little Van Diemen. Already sounded a bit flat, actually, coming out of top S.
Yeah, Les Buck 35.34. Sarah's about to finish. Charlie Riley, Van Diemen.
Yes, in the very cool jet black paintwork. It's as it flies past me and flat through the kink. Obviously, the nice thing about these Formula 4s, you can drive them flat out quite a lot.
Yes, Sarah was actually nearly 2 seconds quicker than Les, so I think that was pretty good. Anyway, as you say, Charlie Riley just gone by me off to the finish.
Time for Sarah, 33.99. Time for Charlie, 34.8. Last runner in this class, Caroline Ryder, Matt's mum.
Yeah, she's been driving great all weekend, absolutely pin-perfect lines all weekend, and same again through Candle and Crossing. She's flat once more past me, and she's going to take a nice line through kink and into bottom S, approach speed 84.
Yes, now she was the quickest of the Formula 4s this morning. She was in the 33s, so she often has a really good battle with Sarah Bosworth. Is she going to take the honours today?
33.9. 33.90, speed 85.
Alex Cole's with me now. Now keep an eye on this. Alex is going to go really, really well. Just a little wiggle past the commentary box as he's flat through crossing, flat through the kink, and he's already with you now. 124 through the speed trap.
He's absolutely flying. Alex is one of our stars of the future. He's a star now. Very nice young man, tall young man like his dad. Wait to finish.
25.82, and I'm handing over to Billy, who's been working hard all day, and he's going to work even harder now.
Well, no shortage of commitment there from Alex Cole. Really quick run that. He'll be happy to be in the 25s, I'm sure. Very quick through the speed trap at 124 miles an hour. How's it?
Hello everybody, Stephen Potter off the line into your sight.
Hello Billy, thank you very much. Yes, Stephen Potter into my sight now, and he's just a small feather of the throttle as he heads past crossing, and then he's going through the kink flat out. Lovely Empire Evo, he's going to be with you now, Chris.
Yeah, I've got him now, yes. Nicely turned out car, this one, to be fair, two-tone red and black. Yeah, lots of Empires around now. Bill Chaplin builds these in Somerset. Great little car.
Should have Rob Anscombe.
Got a time for Stephen Potter, 27.36. Rob Anscombe is indeed next. He's on the line. He's lined up and ready to go. He's got a green light. He's building up the revs. He's off the line now.
Fantastic, great start.
1.91 second start as he disappears out of my sight.
Fantastic into Kennel, just having a little bit of a feather off the throttle. He's just lifted slightly through crossing. He's flat through kink. Come on, Rob. Hopefully we can get a 27-second run out of you today.
Come on, Rob. Yeah, local garage owner on his way, sharing it with Paul Jones, but he owns this guy. He went over the grid that time, made a bit of a clatter then. Suspension was bouncing around.
He's heading up the finishing straight. He's across the line. 28 seconds dead. Oh, just under the second over 27. Anyway, off the line in front of me, Olivia Cooper. She did a PB this morning. Let's see what she does now. 2.02 start.
Yeah, Olivia Cooper, my driver of the weekend, to be honest. She's absolutely flat out through crossing. That is perfect. She's flat through the kink. Absolutely fantastic from Olivia Cooper. 119 through the speed trap.
She looks actually very, very good indeed. She is a tremendous talent, actually, Olivia. She certainly never gives up, and she's blasting to the finish.
This is almost going to be it's a low 25. 25.73.
Fantastic.
That's another PB. Her last run was her first dip into the 25s. She's taken it even lower.
Has to be my driver of the weekend.
Darren Gumby on the line now. Into your view.
Indeed, yes, and Darren Gumby, very, very wild car, popping and banging its way past my commentary box, and flat through crossing, flat through the kink, and 115 through the speed trap.
Yeah, if I remember rightly, Darren's car is a methanol car. Yes, it is a methanol running car. Usually about 8% gain by running methanol.
Yes, and he's up the finishing straight. He's across the line to record a 25.78. Off the line in front of me, Andy Green, and this will be very quick indeed. 1.88 second start.
Wow, Andy Green really chucks this car about, so just you watch this. He's sideways past my commentary box at well over 100 miles an hour. His sparks coming from underneath the car, 116 through the speed trap.
Well, he's got it all actually looking good coming through the S's here, blasting up the straight already. Now, who's going to be the quickest green un today?
This is going to be quick. It could be into the 24s. 25.54. 25.54. So just takes the biscuit there from his brother.
Off the line in front of me, this will be very quick indeed. It's David Warburton in the Gould GR59, 2.04 second start.
Absolutely, this car's been glued. It's been on rails this weekend, and it is still absolutely phenomenal. The setup on this car has been incredible. So quick through the quick stuff, 122 through the speed trap.
Well, he's got immaculate lines through the S's, which is always a good thing. He's already got the power down going up the straight now. Let's see what he can do.
He's heading up towards the finishing straight. Is it going to be a 24? Yes, it is. 24.62.
Fantastic.
24.62. Slightly. Let's just check what he did this morning. He did a 24.53, slightly slower. Anyway, off the line, 1.91 seconds. Richard Spedding into your sight.
Richard Spedding obviously got his car sorted, which is great. He's through crossing, he's flat. This is a super aggressive run. He's flat through the kink. This is going well. He's 120 miles an hour through the speed trap.
Yeah, he'll be a man on a mission, young Richard. He's won runoffs here before now. I remember him when he won memorably against big machinery, and he's away to the finish.
This will be in the 24s, no doubt about it. What is it? A 24.43. 24.43. 900 slower than he was this morning, but still takes the class win. That was breathless, wasn't it?
Oh, indeed it was.
Just if you were wondering where the Weaver car was, because Tom didn't run. Unfortunately, they have a steering issue, which they noticed on the way to the start line, where they could only get about half lock. Luckily, they noticed it there, and very sensibly, Tom said, "Well, you know, if that's not right, then I can't run." So they may be looking at it. Let's see if they appear later. But I think that might be done for the day. But Tom is third in class, safely third in class anyway. So that's good to see.
How many of those runners do you think will be in the runoff, what we've just seen?
I would say, well, it depends on if the Matt Ryder Sean Gould car is fixed. By the way, just got a message on the stream from John Brown that apparently it was Alex Coles' 18th birthday on Tuesday. So happy birthday, Alex. Tuesday. But yes, I think, to answer your question, well, I know that the Warburton car will most likely be in, and I think the Spedding car will probably, well, will it be in because he was quicker. So I think they'll be in. And then if Alan is in or not will depend on depends on how the big cars get on, because you've still got to go and do a 25-second run, which is no mean feat.
No,
shall I give you some class results from the day whilst we're seeing cars come back down the hill?
Please.
So Sports Libra, so that's sports cars up to 2000cc, was won by Alan McDonald in the supercharged Force on a 28.33. Then Robin Nicholson on a 30.14 in the Malloch. Then Sam Nicholson on a 30.94, also in the Malloch. Sports Libra, so that's cars over 2000cc, won by Duncan Barnes, did his PB in his last run just then, a 27.43, which is very quick indeed. Followed by Graham Lokes in the Porsche on a 31.08, and Bob Penrose in the Big Pilbeam on a 32.79. 1100cc class, Stuart Bickley takes the win there on a 25.89. Second place, Dave Tatham, who I heard had a little rub with the bank on his last run when I was listening to you in the paddock. But what's amazing is Dave, in his first run, did a 26.01, and in his second run, did a 26.01. So consistency there. And third in class was Tom Weaver in the Empire on a 26.51. Shout out to Dylan Flesher in fourth in the brand new OMS 28, only their second weekend in the car. I think to do a 27.16 in an 1100 that you've only driven at one other race weekend is very impressive indeed. I know that driver coach Tim Thompson will be very happy with that indeed. Formula Ford, a great win from Caroline Ryder on a 33.83, just ahead of Sarah Bosworth, who did a 33.99, so a tenth of a second in it there, tenth and a half. Charlie Riley in third on a 34.80, and Les Button fourth on a 35.34. 1600 class is won today by Richard Spedding on a 34.34, followed by David Warburton on a 34.53 and Alan Warburton on a 35.27. So a good weekend for the Warburtons. That was actually his best ever run up Shelsley, that 25.27 in any car he's competed. So he's very happy today. That's as far as I can take you at the moment, as we haven't had the rest of the 2 litre class yet, and of course we haven't had the big cars in Class K.
Well, that was an excellent roundup there. Thank you very much for that.
That's all right, not a problem. And it's good to see that the crowds are still here in their masses and their throngs all the way up the hill. I think what a beautiful day for it. Dave Tatham is coming quite slowly back down the hill at the top. He's actually followed by Mrs. Durling, because they live up the top of the hill, so she's off out. So she's coming down the hill too. It does... I think that he got away with it tracking-wise. I can't quite tell. We'll find out when he's back in the paddock. I'm just seeing it on the screen
looks
now.
all right to me, but who can say?
They built them strong at DJ, don't they?
Yeah, great little cars, and that's all carbon tub on that one, isn't it?
I tell you, they build them very strong at force as well, because Richard Brandt had a slight clip of the inside of crossing at the bank in his car.
We've just seen a replay on the stream for those watching online. Yes, it was a bit of a clout, wasn't it?
It was indeed. And as I said to Chris, the bravery to just kind of get on with it and not worry is remarkable, which is great.
Yep. So flags are they coming in with you?
Yeah,
or is there some
we're
sweeping?
clear at the top. We're clear at the top.
We are. The little Fiesta is Mrs. Durling popping out to get some milk, maybe.
Yes, a bit inconvenient when you live at the top of Shelsley on race day, isn't it? But I think Dave's car doesn't seem to be rolling particularly well, so it may be that the tracking's slightly out, I don't know. But yeah, he's looking at the left rear, which will have been the side that touched the bank.
Yes, maybe a slow puncture or something.
Could be. I'll see what it looks like as it turns right in a moment. But if Team Tatham in the paddock can hear me, he might need a shove on the return road because he might not make it back over the brow of the hill. So anyway, flags back in.
Indeed.
Down here at the start line. The next car we are expecting is the brand new Summers built P40, the AFS P40, and it's driven by, well, it was going to be driven by Richard Summers, but for those of you that didn't see the runs this morning, after Trevor Willis's engine unfortunately had an issue in practice, Richard very kindly stepped out of the car and offered the drive to Trevor. I don't know, I believe this is Debbie coming to the line now.
She got the nice multicoloured
helmet, the sort of dark purple and blue helmet. That's a great helmet, I haven't seen that before. Lines up as the driver sits to the left-hand side of the start line, which the Summers family do like that side. They think it is it's a few different approaches to lining up on the start line. She's off the start in front of me. She does a 2.05 second start, and she's already away, and she's turning into the first corner now.
Yeah, I've got Debbie in my sight. She takes a nice tight line through Kennel, which is lovely. She gives the barrier a wide berth at crossing, just a slight lift, but she's just feathering the throttle through King, and on the brakes nice and smooth, 99 through the speed trap.
Yeah, okay, yeah, not going so quickly at the minute. Bit bumpy there through bottom S, top S. Anyway, away to the finish. I don't think the time will be spectacular.
Well, let's see how she gets on. 28.36, 28.36, best
respectable.
time of the weekend. Next, off the line in front of me, Bernie Kevill in the OMS 28, 2.7 litre V8 into your sight.
Absolutely, yeah, sounding fantastic as well as it echoes its way through the Shelsley Walsh Valley, and potential misfire. I think a little bit of a fluff there. Just keep your ear out for that one, Chris.
Yeah, I've got it now. Well, yeah, gets on. Yeah, it doesn't sound 100%. As it goes up the straight, it's not bad.
Anyway, up the finishing straight, across the line, 27.88. I think it's okay. That's his fastest time of the day so far for Bernard. Next off the line in front of me, Lynn Owen in a very similar but slightly different engine to OMS 28 into your sight.
Absolutely, yeah, slightly different colour on this one, this pea green colour. It looks spectacular actually. Real nice line through crossing, just using the torque of the engine to shove her up the hill, slight lift through the kink, and 93 through the speed trap.
Yeah, this is beautifully turned out OMS you should expect from such a manufacturer. As they go over that grid, it definitely chucks them about, doesn't it?
Yes, you've got to be careful on the drain cover on the inside of top S. But anyway, Lynn Owen does a 29.30, which is about 3/4 second quicker than this morning. So great to see. Sandra Tomlin on the hill now, 2.28 second start in the big pill beam.
Absolutely, yeah. 4 litre Judd in this car. It's a fantastic engine, and takes a nice line through crossing, and grabs another gear, just a slight lift before kink. and records 89 through the speed trap.
Yeah, Sandra's, she owns this car, has had it for some while, and sharing it with her son Oliver, let him have a go. But yeah, isn't it immaculate? Lovely to see an old Hill being on the hill.
Fantastic to see. Sandra drives it very well, 29.53, good time, another half a second quicker than she went this morning. Next, coming to the 3/10, next coming to the line, this is going to be very interesting. This is Nicola Mingis in the Gould GR55, 3.5 litre Nicholson McLaren engine in the back of it. Ladies' record here, holder here at Shelsley Walsh was 0.2 of a second off her own record this morning. Got into the 24s, which is very good indeed. Let's see, what can she do now? 2.06 off the start, into your view.
Absolutely, yeah, come on Nicola, she's nice and tidy through Kennel. She has a small lift through crossing, nice tight line, she's flat out through the kink. Hopefully she gets that record 1:13 through the speed trap.
Come on Nicola, yeah, this is the ex-Martin Gross car, a lot of history, she's a great driver, powering off the finish in that 3.4 Cosworth.
It's going to be very close. What can she do? She's across the line, 25.05, 25.05, so only 200 slower than her time from this morning to qualify for the runoff. She may qualify for the runoff with that, and if so, she will have another crack at that record. But amazing consistency. Next off the line, Sean Gould. Great to see they've fixed the car. 2.12 second start.
Absolutely, here we go everyone. So this is a very quick car. This is the car that holds the record here. So let's see what he can do. He flashes past the commentary box. There's almost not enough time to say anything about it. It sparks by from the back 114 through the speed trap.
Very good line into the bottom of this, out of top edge. Sean's really on it. A little bit of opposite lock out the top, and he's on his way.
Yes, very neat and tidy. What's the time going to be as he crosses the line? 24.92, 24.92. Should be good enough to qualify. Let's see. I found out, by the way, the problem that Sean had in the runoff was a broken drive shaft as it came to the line. The problem that Matt had was an electrical intermittent gremlin. So let's hope that doesn't come back. Anyway, off the line, Graham Wynn, another Gould Judd, 2.13 second start.
Absolutely, yeah, sharing this car with Scott Moran this weekend. This is a quick car. It takes a nice tight line through crossing. Takes the car, nice tight line through the kink. That's very quick, 113 through the speed trap.
Graham Wynn, OVE, he owns this car. Scotty shares it with him. Anyway, Graham's still driving very well indeed.
He does indeed. Let's see, is he into the 24s? Not quite. 25.18. 25.18. Still a very good time, quicker than he went this morning. Next off the line, Lindsay Summers in the DJ. 1.96 second start. Fantastic.
Wow, really, really quick. And the car's sounding fantastic. One of the best sounding cars here this weekend. Revs to the moon. Nice tight line through crossing. Using that power to get herself up the hill. Nice little feather of the throttle through the kink. 101 through the speed trap.
Yeah, arrives at the bottom S very smoothly. Out of bottom, top S ready. Nice line straight up the middle of the track, blasting to the finish.
Over the line now, 26.59 into the 26s for Lindsay, which I think she'll be very pleased with, which she should be. That's a fantastic time. On the line now, Aaron Colborne in the little Formula Island Van Diemen, 2 litre, we're in the 2 litre class now. 1.99 second start for Aaron. Good start.
Absolutely, yeah. So I can see Aaron now. He's just a nice little wiggle out of Kennel. Nice tight line through crossing. Flat out, as you can imagine, grabs another gear as he heads through the kink. Very nicely done. 104 through the speed trap.
Yeah, looking very nice. Coming into bottom S to be fair. Coming out the top S, bounce the grid, and off he goes towards the finish.
Meanwhile, off the line in front of me, Ian Tucker in an OMS 28, 2.18 second start.
Absolutely, yeah, and he's just a little wiggle out of Kennel again. Nice line through crossing, couple of turns to get herself in there, and yeah, nice kink through the kink there, flat out, and Ian's really, really going for it. 94 mile an hour.
He certainly is, and he's looking, yeah, he's a bit wide coming out of top S, so he holds it together. I think he cost him a bit of time.
He's on the way to the finish. The time for the previous car was a 28.37. Ian Tucker does a 29.12, his quickest time of the day. Next off the line, Andy Boygaard in this fantastic Force PT.
Absolutely, yeah. I can see Andy now. Just heads into my sight. Nice line, just a slight lift through crossing. Unusual exhaust exit for this car, right in the sides, side poppies, flat through the kink. 102 through the speed trap.
Yeah, immaculately turned out. A little bit of puff of smoke out the engine now. I hope the engine's okay, but he's blasted his way to the finish. Engine sounds great, actually. Off he goes.
Yeah, running very nicely that car, and records a time of 28.18, slightly slower than he went this morning. Terry Davis off the line in front of me in this sonorous 2 litre V8 powered Force TA.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a car that he has with his wife, builds the engine themselves, and yeah, nice line through crossing. snatches the gears through the kink, flat out, just slightly feathering the throttle on the approach to bottom S.
Yeah, home-built engine in this one, and this is a brand new car. I'm loving the sonorous, Billy.
It's a good word in my commentator's thesaurus, that one. Nice is a bit boring, so I went different. 28.90 for Terry. 28.90 off the line in front of you. Mike Tregoning in the MP88 Pillbeam into your sight.
Absolutely, yes, and Mike he's been driving this car really well all weekend. It's got fantastic bark from its engine as it flashes past my commentary box through the kink, 99 miles an hour through the speed trap.
Yes, Mike comes up from Cornwall. He lives in Padstow, actually. He's a well-known gentleman down those parts, and then Rick Stein's one of his customers, I believe.
Let's see, can he get into the 29s? Well into the 29s. Good time, 28.64. Andrew Henson off the line in front of me in the Gould Dallara. He's been going brilliantly this weekend.
He has indeed, yeah, so he's just approaching me now. It's a fantastic car. Ever so narrow body on this car. Lots of sparks as it flashes through the kink. Aero working on that car.
Yes, he has actually running extremely well this weekend, to be fair. The car's shown lots of pace, hasn't it, as he has.
He has PB in the car yesterday as well, which is great to see. What's he going to do today? 27.08, that's fantastic, almost into the 26s. Meanwhile, Lee Griffiths is on the hill in the OMS 28.
Indeed, yes, I have him with him now. Nice yellow bodywork on this car. Flashes past the commentary box once again, sparks once again, as the aero pushing that car into the ground through the kink.
Lee Griffiths has always tried this beautifully turned out little car. Yeah, he's already on his way now. I think he's had some problems early in the year, but he's sorted them now.
Time for Lee Griffiths as he crosses the line, 27.42 on the line in front of me. Jonathan Varley in the beautiful GWR Predator with the 2-litre V8 in the front, in the back. Can he get into the 25s? Let's see, 2.05 second start.
Absolutely, yeah, he fires into my sight, really nice into Kennelly. He's absolutely flat through crossing, no hint of a lift at all. The car moves slightly as he fires it through kink, no problems at all.
126 across the speed trap. Jonathan is doing a really good run. Could this be the one? He's certainly looking good.
This could be into the 25s. Let's see how he does. It's going to be a 26.16, not quite in the 25s. 26.16. Einon Price off the line in front of me in the Force TA. Let's see if he can do another 25.
Absolutely, yeah. Irish rally driver. He's been on top of this car all weekend, driving spectacularly, but I think he's tidied up slightly and he's going a bit faster, so he's looking good now. Let's see how he gets on.
I will correct you. Welsh rally driver, lives in mid-Wales. Lovely chap, drives this car. He's superb in the wet.
He is indeed. I'm surprised he didn't stop and correct you on that one at the middle box, if you call him Irish. 25.32, great time, very good time. Next off the line, Tina Hawkes in the supercharged Force.
Yeah, Tina's been going really well as well this weekend. This car's been absolutely flying, so just has to get out the throttle slightly as it moves through crossing, but flat again through kink, so popping and banging towards you, Chris.
Yes, I've got her now, actually. I think Tina, actually Max is in the paddock, her son too. He's on the photographs today. He's not been allowed to drive, I don't think.
Well, up the finishing straight, 26.45, quicker than this morning by 400ths, which is good to see. Kelvin Broad on the line, good to see this car on the line. It had an issue in its run this morning, so let's hope that the car is rectified. It's off the line in front of me now, so he's off and away. He's Kelvin, 2.04 second start into the first corner.
Yeah, rapid little car this, and you can really see it. It's got a lot of boost as it fires its way past my commentary box once again. Really, really quick, 112 from the speed trap.
Always a tryer is our Kelvin. Yeah, he's looking good actually, to be fair. Nice lines through the S's. Puts the power down on his way up towards the finish.
That car really does motor when it gets going, doesn't it? Across the line, 25.96. 25.96 into the 25s. He should be very happy with that, given he missed his run this morning. John Chalmers on the line. Let's see what he can do in the Rolt, the 1420cc turbocharged four-cylinder Rolt. Sounds fantastic when it's on the anti-lag, popping and banging as he builds up the boost. He's off the line now in front of me. It's a good start. It's a 2.1 second start. He's into kennel.
Yes, indeed, and you can really hear that anti-lag just rumbling away just to keep that turbo alive, keep it on boost, and it's using all of that boost as it fires its way through the kink, flat out, and it's already with you, Chris.
Immense power out this engine, the silver projectile, like a silver Mercedes, isn't it? But it's not. Anyway, he's already on his way up towards the finish. into the sunshine.
Across the line now, John Chalmers done a 26.63, about 3 tenths shy on his morning time. Now this is going to be really interesting. Paul Hames has never done a 23-second run until this morning. He was on rails to qualify for the runoff this morning, dipped into the 23s for the first time. It would be fantastic to see if he can do it again. Let's see how he gets on. He's just engaging launch control on the start line. Selects first gear now. Just building up the revs. Building up the boost. He's about to drop the clutch and it's stalled, but luckily he pressed the brake, so he didn't cross the start line with his rear wheels, which means he will get to restart it and go again. It's a really tricky car. These turbocharged cars are very difficult to get off the line. And the start line, as we've been seeing from the start times, very, very grippy today. Lots of rubber down, lots of sub 2 second start times. So, car refires. First gear is selected. Builds up the revs. We wait for the clutch to drop. He drops the clutch. Off we go this time. Good start from Paul. 2.08 seconds into Kennel.
Absolutely, yeah, I can see Paul now. It's really, really on rails again, this car. Slight lift through crossing and the anti-lag you can see just popping and bang, keeping the turbo alive so quick through the King. 121 through the speed trap.
Oh my word, he's certainly trying, and he's got beautiful lines. That's a sensational time coming up, I fancy.
He's on purple sectors on the timing, which means quickest he's been all day. What's he going to do? 24.25. 24.25. Not quite as quick as he went this morning, but I believe that will be good enough to qualify for the runoff this afternoon. That is the end of the batch. Take breath, everybody. That was very exciting indeed. I think I might be switching again with Chris if he wants to do the last batch of fast cars. I'm looking at you now in the he's just below me in the paddock, so he might be popping up to do the last batch before I return for the runoff. But yes, I can give you, whilst we're waiting, another class result for the day. I can give you two, actually. I can give you the 2 litre class result. And that was won by Einon Price on a 25.32 in the Force. Second place, Jonathan Varley on a 26.16 in the GWR Predator. And third place, Lee Griffiths on a 26.76 in the OMS. So it's good to see that the handling gremlins he was having earlier on in the year have been rectified. And a shout out for Andrew Henson in fourth in the Delara on a 27.08, almost into the 26s. In the up to 2 litre forced induction class, the cars we just saw, Paul Hames takes the win. This morning's run was his quickest on a 23.91. Second place, 25.96 was Kelvin Broad on the run you just saw, so great result for him given that the car was not working this morning. And third place, John Chalmers on a 26.31, just ahead of Tina Hawkes. Great to see Tina back. 26.45 after quite a few years away is a stunning time as well. So some very competitive times coming in there. All the classes were extremely competitive. It was great to see. And I'm looking forward to seeing the big cars up next.
Indeed, yeah. If you thought these guys were quick, just you wait.
Well, they will be entertaining. We've had a fantastic day's hill climbing so far, haven't we? What a marvellous day it's been.
It has indeed. So
any favourite cars today, chaps? Any particular favourites?
Well, that's tough. It's like choosing between children.
Renault Clio? Renault Clio?
There is a Renault Clio or two, yes, but Clio.
But which Clio is your favourite?
There's only one Clio today, to be fair, and that's the French Racing Blue one. But Clios aside, I always like Phil Tucker's Nova.
So what you're saying is, small blue hatchback aside,
small
your
blue
favourite car is a
aside,
small blue hatchback.
It's a small blue hatchback,
Good.
indeed.
Variety is the spice of life, after all, so good effort.
I have to say, I think I really enjoy Ray Law's Caterham 7. I think that's a fantastically prepared car. But I think in terms of which car I would like to take up the hill, I have to say I do struggle to get past a Gould GR59.
Which car would you want to take home?
Which car would I want to take home? Probably that supercharged D-Type, to be honest.
Yeah, that would be up there, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That would be up there. Actually, I'll tell you what, there was some beautiful bits of kit parked on the first row of the grid.
By the way, I'm just going to interrupt for a minute there. I do apologise. On the stream, we're just about to show Stuart Bickley's onboard from his run this morning, which is mightily impressive to watch. So I'll just quickly talk you through that. So for those on the stream who have not seen a driver's eye view up the hill, we're off the start line, taking second as we pass the commentary box, and third and fourth before the lightest of feathering the throttles before Kennel, fifth before crossing, absolutely flat through crossing, plumb in the middle of the road as we head up the hill, top in sixth gear as quick as it will go, braking hard into bottom S, nicely through bottom S, getting as far over to the left as you can before turning right through bottom S, top S, get on the power as quickly as possible to carry as much speed up, finishing straight as fast as it will go across the line, and that is Stuart Bickley's run to class victory today in the 1100s, and that looked incredibly quick, and there was 4 classes of cars more powerful than that. Absolutely stunning. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's incredible. I think again to just for those who are watching and listening, just to nick Chris Drewitt's stat that he gave me recently. Again, just to give you some perspective of how quick these cars are. Sean Gould apparently took his car to an airstrip and recorded himself going from 0 to 185 miles an hour in 8.7 seconds.
Yeah, that is a pretty staggering consistency. By the way, heads up to Rich Danby, who's doing the live stream, and he's got these new cameras on the hill which are giving brilliant angles, and I think the angles, the live stream looks sensational.
It does indeed, second only to being here in person on a beautiful day like today. The live stream really does look fantastic.
Oh, and also Eleanor, thank you very much, Eleanor.
Yes, of course, sorry Eleanor, I forgot about you. I forgot to mention Eleanor as well, who is hugely instrumental in getting this stream up and running.
They've got a little box, haven't they, just below Vox Villa, and well, in the main building there, and they've got all those screens in there, and they're frantically pressing buttons, aren't they? Doing a brilliant job.
They are indeed. Flags coming back in down here. Chris Drewitt, if you can hear me, you wanted to do the last batch of speedy cars, and they're about to go. So if you want to pop up and swap at any point, I think he's on his way. So I will hand over in just a second. We've got flags coming in down here.
Flags still out on the hill, but I think they are imminently going to be drawn in.
Excellent, okie doke.
Well, hold on to your hats, folks, because this is going to be exciting. So these cars are trying to qualify for the runoff. This is the very fastest cars we've got on the hill today. And then we will have a 12-car runoff, similar to exactly the same as we had this morning, which was actually sensational.
Yes, it was. And let's hope that, well, it's good that Richard Spedding has got the issue rectified that he had this morning. Let's hope that the Gould Ryder car behaves itself in these runs. I'm going to hand back over to Chris for this batch, and I'll talk to you again for the runoff.
So for all you Bugatti enthusiasts, Ed Burgess on the line, who holds the Bugatti record at Prescott Hill Climb. Beat the record last weekend with a brilliant time in his Bugatti 51, and here he is in the Gould GR55, ex Tony Marsh, who was 5 times Hill Climb champion, no longer with us. Then James Baxter had it for a while, and then he passed it on to Ed. This is Ed's first competition in this car at Shelsley. He's driven it at Prescott a few times and is going quicker and quicker. But as I often say and keep saying, it's not easy to get a racing car off the line. It's a fine line between stalling it and too much wheel spin. But Ed's getting the hang of it and really enjoying this car. He's not exactly a youngster either. So he's been hill climbing for a long time in all sorts of cars, and he's an extremely skilled driver. There's a nice picture on Facebook of the Bugatti going around Orchard Corner at Prescott with both inside wheels off the ground. But Ed said that's not to worry. Off the line with a 2.27. Nice V6 sound from the Cosworth engine.
Indeed, yes, a beautiful noise as Ed just has to get out of, he has to have a couple of bites at the cherry to go through crossing, turned in slightly early, had to open the steering back up and go back in again, but already with you now, Chris.
Having a big moment there coming in, bottom S. Oh, and he clouts the back on the way. This is a bit un-Ed-like. Anyway, he's through to the finish.
Well, it's good to see he's giving it a go. 27.6 for Ed Burgess, 117 over the line. Paul Crute on the line. Car was stuttering a bit in the earlier runs, but now it sounds very much on song, the V6 Jaguar engine.
Indeed, yes, and in that distinctive green colour. Paul just takes a couple of bites to get into crossing. Nice pop as it heads through the gears, and lovely V6 noise, and he's already with you now, Chris.
Yeah, lovely, lovely, lovely. Yes, this actually came out of the Jaguar road car, this engine. It's about 300 odd horsepower, so we've got nowhere near the power the others have.
Despite which he's in the 20s with a 29.19. He'll be pleased with that. 119 over the line. On the line, the very welcome return of Sue Young. Was our ladies record holder here before Nicola Mingus snatched it back.
Indeed, she's been driving brilliantly this afternoon. I think she got into the 25s earlier on. Let's see if she can do it again. She's on course for that, certainly, as it heads into bottom S.
How great to see Sue Young driving this car again. She's really getting the hang of it again. Come on, Sue, off you go up to the finish now. Derek's on the spanners now. He rebuilt the engine back.
She records a 26.69, 125 over the line. On the line, Jack Cottrell in the DJ Dallara. It's a bit heavier than the similar cars in this class. It's a Dallara tub.
Indeed, and he's just flashed past my commentary box. He certainly does get on top of this car, drives it very, very well indeed. 112 through the speed trap.
Yeah, looking good actually. Jack, yeah, very smooth. Definitely a star man of the future.
Yeah, have a look on HillClimb.TV. There's a nice interview with Jack about this car. 25.36. Will that get him qualified? I'm not sure. It might do. A low 25 could well qualify for the runoff. We shall see. Will Hall has brought the GR59 to the line. Gould has built 4 or 5 of these cars now. He also supplies parts to F1 teams, in particular Red Bull. So when you see Max Verstappen marching away into the distance, you can thank Gould for a lot of that. Wow, Will.
Wow.
1.95.
Flashes into my sight here at Kennel. He's really attacking the course now. Beautiful line through crossing. This is going to be a quick time. I'm sure this will qualify him heading through 121 through the speed trap.
Yeah, this is the Will Hole of old. He's got a car that he can do justice to now. Brand new gold sparks coming off the back. Wow.
Took every inch of the road out of top S. 23.48 will definitely qualify. 160 over the finishing line. And then he's got to stop before the top paddock. But as I think Billy said earlier, there's so much downforce, lift off the throttle, that it slows down very rapidly. Simon Andrews in the...
Indeed, yes, so crossing no problem at all, and he's flat through the kink as well, and through the speed trap at 110 miles an hour. No dramas for Simon.
Yeah, no dramas for Simon too. He's looking very smooth. Yeah, I'm liking that. It should be a decent time for Simon. Gets the power down nice and early, and he's away.
It's a decent time of 27.5, 120 over the finishing line. Up to the line comes Steve Owen, manufacturer par excellence of hill climb cars for 20 years or so. In the latest Works OMS with the RPE engine, same engine that Trevor Willis has got in his car. So he's giving away a little bit of power to the really Cosworth-powered cars and Judd-powered cars.
Absolutely. Has a small slide out of Kennel, but gathers it all up and gets himself back on the power as he heads quickly towards the bottom S at 112 miles an hour.
Massive slide into bottom S there, and just managed to collect it. I tell you what, he did very well indeed there.
Steve over the line, 26.5, 322 Now we turn the clock back a bit to Oliver Tomlin.
Indeed, he's already passed me and he's gone flat through the kink. He's really moving on, 100 miles an hour through the speed trap.
Yeah, I've got Oliver in my sight now, actually. Not as spectacular as Steve just now, but this is a venerably old car, but immaculate car, and certainly Sandra wouldn't want him to bend it.
He's a great engineer as well. 132 over the line for a 25.99. He'll be pleased to be in the 25s. Have we got the conditions for a 22 today? Not sure. The track is a little bit dusty, I think.
Did we have a 22 this
Wallace.
We did it.
Oh, we did, didn't we? Yeah, one. Yeah, okay. Now then. David Uren's always quick. 1.98 off the line.
Indeed, flashing into my sight now through Kennel. He's very, very quick. He's on it. Beautiful line through Kennel. He's flat through the commentary box. He's absolutely flat. Bit of oversteer, I think, as he got through the kink.
Well,
wow.
Beautiful line through here. He said he was a little bit off the pace this morning. Could have done better. So hopefully he does.
Well, it's a 23.45, 140. Now the really good news is that the Gould Ryder car is fixed. Matthew on the start line. You remember he didn't get to qualify for the first runoff.
Well,
had an electrical gremlin, but now it's going fine.
Indeed, into my sight now. So Matthew really, really gets hold of this car, driving this car beautifully. Slight lift through crossing. The speed carries him through kink really, really quick indeed. 137 up to the bottom S approach.
Looks really, really smooth. He deserves a good run, Matthew. Come on, boy. See what you got to the finish. Come on, get in the 23s.
No, it's just over 24. 24.12. That'll qualify. 141 over the finish line. 137 into bottom S. David Uren, 138. It is just mind-blowing, the speeds up a country lane. I wouldn't do it.
I don't think as many of us are good.
No, I don't think so. So, well done, Matthew. And, of course, we're awaiting Sean Gould in the same car. Let's hope he also has an untroubled run. Now this is nice. This is Trevor Willis, I think. Again, offered a drive by Richard Summers in the new car. P4T, which is having its first competitive outing today at Shelsley, driven by Richard Summers, Debbie Summers, and now Trevor Willis. I don't think he's going to attempt to qualify, although he's giving it the beans.
Absolutely, yes, as Billy mentioned earlier, 100 miles an hour into Kennel was the first time he turned the wheel in this car, and he's flat through crossing. He's just had a little lift through crossing, sorry, and he's flat through kink, and he's just had a little bit of a couple of gears down through bottom S. Very nicely done.
I've got him with me now, yeah. Gets a bit of oversteer coming out of the top S there, but he's on his way to the
26.05, so it's getting quicker.
It is 2.5 litre engine, not as powerful as some of the big Judds, but I don't think that'll get him into the runoff, but it's very nice of Richard to let Trevor have a couple of goes. Now then, 6 times HillClimb champion, showing us what it takes to win the championship.
Absolutely, and he's absolutely flying at the moment. Expect to see sparks underneath this car as he flashes through the kink indeed, and he's 112 miles an hour through the speed trap.
Yeah, oh, I tell you what, his lines are brilliant. He's really trying. He's much better than last time. Come on, Scotty.
He clipped the bank on the exit of top S earlier.
23.39, 149 miles an hour. Sensibly, he doesn't go gangbusters into bottom S. Alex, 1.87 off the line.
Indeed, into my sight now. Through Kennel, little lift through crossing, back on the power nice and early. Is he going to be flat through kink? Yes, he is indeed. 133 through the speed trap.
The screaming firestorm. Come on, Alex. Yeah, he's looking very good indeed. Lovely line. What a brilliant young driver he is. Off to the finish.
23.55, 147 miles an hour. It'll qualify. Now then, Wallace Ming is our champion for the last couple of years. Absolutely brilliant driver, inch perfect all the way. Watch him off the line because his start is unspectacular, but boy, it's quick.
Yeah, Wallace is one of those drivers, isn't he, where he doesn't look as quick as the others, but he's going quicker.
Yeah. 1.86.
Wow, come on then, Wallace. Let's see what you can do up the hill at the moment. Right, really quick through crossing, really quick, flat out. Looks like a Formula 1 car. Absolutely flat through King. 124 through the speed trap.
Here comes the best looking car on the hill in my opinion. Wallace, fantastic driver, 3 times champion. Off to the finish, he will qualify.
He certainly will. 23.37. All he's got to do is put some nice new tyres on it, and that'll shave half a second of his time, I reckon.
Is there a second in those tyres, do we think?
I wonder. We shall see in not very long from now. We will shortly get the runners in round 12 of the British Hillclimb Championship. Wallace 161 over the finishing line. It's just mind-blowing, the speeds here. It's a hill climb that demands a great deal of skill and a great deal of courage.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of the best examples of the courage I've seen today has been when cars have made contact with barriers and people have just absolutely kept the foot planted to the floor and continued. It's incredible. But then when you get the likes of Wallace and Sean and all these people in the really, really quick stuff, it must be like warp speed. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, you look at the onboards on YouTube from some of the runs that Sean Gould's his record time is on YouTube, and it just looks sped up. It's incredible.
Has Sean had a second run yet?
I think he has.
He must have been in a previous batch.
Yes, I think he has.
Unless he's still to come.
No, I think Sean had a run in the previous batch.
I think Sean recorded a 24.92 in the previous batch.
Just enough to qualify, taking it easy, don't stress the car. Be sure Matthew Ryder has a go.
Indeed.
Which he does. Okay, guys and girls, I'm going to hand back to Billy Grace. Great to see that his dad's here today when Billy turns up, but in the meantime, we've got Rich Danby with me.
Alex and Trevor are swapping.
And guys, just as a quick reminder, I can see lots of lovely cameras on the hill. Now, if you do take any videos or you take any photographs of any cars on the hill, you are going to, as they are going to be very exciting in this next batch, do tag yourself in #Shelsley Walsh.
We're looking at the top paddock, and we've discovered that Alex Summers is going to swap with Trevor. So Alex will bring his car back down the hill, and Trevor will pop in the Firestorm. Nice.
Fantastic.
Yeah, isn't that good? And
Say that again. So Alex is going to jump into the...
Alex is going to jump in the P4T to bring it down the hill.
Oh, yeah.
And Trevor's going to pop into the Firestorm.
Oh, wonderful.
They're just swapping cars, just for the experience and the fun. Rich Danby has just been up to tell me. Rich, have we got any more messages? Oh, Richard's gone. He's been replaced by Billy. And Billy will tell you who the runners are in the second runoff. I'm going to wish you a thank you and a goodbye, because I don't think I'll be talking again. I'll leave it to Billy.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Good to see you.
So yes, as I was saying, do remember to @ us on Instagram at Shelsley Walsh and #Shelsley Walsh for any photographs that you may want to share with us. We'd love to repost them. We'd love to see them, and any videos you take too.
Do give Alex Summers a massive round of applause as he brings the P40 back down the hill. He's built this car, designed this car with the Summers family over 7 years. It's fantastic to see it here, so give him a big hand.
Absolutely right, yeah. Great to see. So cars on the way back down the hill now. Billy, are you there? Fantastic. Billy, would you would you like to talk us through what the drivers are going to be doing now in order to prepare their cars for their final runoffs?
Oh, I thought you were going to say what they're going to be doing in the runoff, which was driving up the hill very quickly indeed. But yes, these cars are designed to do 30-second runs, so they do take a lot of looking after. So bringing the temperatures back down to operating peak, so they'll be either a bit warm or a bit cold. So they'll need to rectify that. Change of tyres will happen.
and change of driver if required as well. Probably refueling as well. They'll need to refuel. Some of them only have 5 or 6 litre fuel tanks. And then just getting yourself in the frame of mind to do what's got to be done. Anyway, I'll quickly take you through the runners and the riders of the round 12 of the Motorsport UK British Hillclimb Championship. The first car we will see is Graham Wynne, number 703 in the Big Gould, followed by Nicola Mingis, 706, and then followed by 705 Sean Gould. Those 3 cars will then return down as they are dual driven. We then get number 9 David Warburton, number 7 Richard Spedding, number 8 Paul Hames, number 5 Matthew Ryder, number 2 Alex Summers, number 1, 2, 3 Will Hall, number 6 David Uren, number 3 Scott Moran, and number 1 Wallace Mingis. I will take you through those runners and riders again after this batch, but in the meantime, Jan Nitsch is on the hill in his Mallet Mark III Formula Junior, off the start line, turning into kennel now.
Indeed, yes, and we can see Jan in this neat little car. He's obviously going to be flat out through. Not blessed with all the power in the world, so he can remain flat pretty much the start line until the bottom S, until he has to brake.
Yeah, and he's just coming into my view. Very, very early mallet, this car indeed. This is a beautiful little thing. I don't think it'll have a very big engine. It probably only got a 1300 in it, I'm guessing. Anyway, he's off to the finish now, and what a delight to see that little car.
Lovely little car. Meanwhile, the big rumbling V8 of Simon Taylor's Stovebolt Special leaves the line.
Indeed it does, yes, with me now. He drove it here and he'll drive it back as well. And yeah, just nice looking driving position actually in that car. You can obviously see the front wheels working away, and yeah, lovely rumble as it comes past my commentary box.
Yes, as Chris rightly pointed out earlier, it used to be driven by Sterling Moss, and it actually had an older 2-litre 4-cylinder engine, but then it went to the States and they fitted a great big V8, and doesn't it go well?
It does indeed. They like big V8s in the States. Meanwhile, Bryony Serrell on the hill in the Lotus 51.
She is indeed, yeah, just past me. I think that engine's got a slight fluff at low RPMs, but other than that, it's I think it's going okay. See what you think, Chris.
Yeah, going okay. It's been a rebuilt engine, this one, so maybe it's got a couple of little things to sort out. But anyway, she's wrestling with the steering wheel as she's going round. She's already going up towards the finish now, but she we normally see her in her other little Lotus, but this one's lovely, isn't it?
Yes, often in the Elva, Bryony Serrell, but today in the Lotus. Meanwhile, Andrew Tippett's with you.
Yes, indeed, yes, in this, I think it's a Formula 5000, is it not? It's a lovely looking thing, great packaging, and yes, he's passed the speed trap at 86 miles an hour.
I beg to differ there, actually. This is a Brabham, and it's not a Formula 5000. The Cooper that follows it is. This one actually was one of the first cars to go sub 30 seconds here.
Talking Formula 5000, it's off the line in front of me. It's Roger Deans in the big Lola, the big booming 5-litre Lola.
That'll be the one I was thinking of then. Yes, this is coming past me now, heading through Kennel, and just taking it easy through crossing, using that big V8 engine to get himself up the hill. Lovely looking car that is. Big wing and 2 big fat rear tyres. Fantastic.
Yeah, the Formula 5000s, they used to mix in Formula 1 actually. They could race together, and the Formula 5000 was a series created basically to all the cars be the same, but obviously some of them had different chassis and makers.
Across the line in 34.60, now off the line in front of me, celebrating his 60th consecutive season of motorsport, is Richard Brown in the Mallet.
Fantastic, he's been going absolutely fantastically well all weekend. Not a hint of an issue, couple of bites at the cherry to get into crossing, but not really losing any speed, and flat through the King, going great guns all weekend, 89 through the speed trap.
Yes, Richard Brown, what a gentleman he's been over the years. He's had a hill record, he drove big single-seaters, and I think he's Olivia Cooper's dad.
He is indeed, and he's a very quick driver. Can he get sub 30? Not quite. 31.20. Good run. Fastest run of the weekend. That concludes what was a very short batch, which will now turn round and come back down the hill before we have the runoff, round 12 of the Motorsport UK British Hillclimb Championship. If you are here, don't go home. Don't go anywhere. You'll miss arguably the most exciting runs of the weekend. If you're 8, I give you permission to stay late. So please don't go anywhere to watch these runs. I will take you through the runners and riders once again in just a second. I'll just give you the last of the class run results, which is the unlimited class for racing cars over 2 litres. This is how close this class is after the 2 combined runs. Class winner is Wallace Mingus on a 33.37. Second is Scotty on a 33.39. Third is Alex Summers on a 33.43. Fourth is Dave Uren on a 33.45.
Sorry, Billy, 33 or 23?
Did I say 20?
23. You said 33.
Take 10 off.
Take 10 seconds off. 10-second penalties applied.
I was just seeing if anyone was listening. It's good to see. Then, sorry, Dave Uren is fourth on a 23.45, and Will Hall fifth on a 23.48. So between first and fifth in that class is 11 100ths of a second.
That's pretty exciting. So who's your fancy for the runoff win?
Well, do you know what? I'm going to say Scott.
Oh, very brave, very brave. Yes, Scotty Stewart. Well, he won twice at Wiscombe last weekend, didn't he?
At Gersten, he did indeed. Yes.
Gersten, beg your pardon.
He did. So anyway, that's my. I'm gonna say Scott, but who knows? Because to be honest, there are hundredths of a second between the qualifying time. There's, as I said, 11 or about 2/10 between Wallace and in first and Alex in fifth.
And what about Will Hall? I mean, Will's been sensational, hasn't he? He could just pull the cat out the bag.
He could indeed. It is completely unpredictable because they are so close. One slightly wide entry to a corner or slightly bogged down start, and you're not going to win this runoff, which is exactly why we love it. So the cars are getting ready, really fueled, retired, redrivered. Cars coming back down the hill, I will take this opportunity to give you the runners and riders once again in the runoff. The first car we will see is Graham Wynn, 25.18 is what his qualifying time was. Then Nicola Mingus, a 25.05. Then Sean Gould on a 24.92. Then those 3 cars will return down the hill as they have to hand them over to their co-drivers. We'll then see David Warburton, who qualified on a 24.62. Then Richard Spedding, who qualified on a 24.43. Paul Hames is next up, who qualified on a 24.25. Matthew Ryder, who qualified on a 24.12. Alex Summers, who qualified on a 23.55. Will Hall, who qualified on a 23.48. Dave Uren, who qualified on a 23.45. Scott Moran, who qualified on a 23.39. And finally, Wallace Mingus, who qualified on a 23.37. So those are the runners and riders that you will see. They do have to run in order, by the way. I know that we were asking that earlier when Richard Spedding had an issue, but they do have to run in order. So the first car we await is Graham Wynn in the Big Gould, who I'm just seeing if I can see the car on the screen. I think it might be in the return paddock, but we shall see. Whilst we've got a moment, oh, by the way, that was what I was going to say. I'm actually going to issue a commentator-based public apology. Actually, I'll wait because they've got an announcement in the paddock. But did you know that the Pilbeam of Oliver and Sandra Tomlin is not as old as we thought it was? It's actually a 2013 car, which I didn't realise.
Actually, I didn't realise that.
Which is
it was older than that.
So did I. And it's the last big engine Pilbeam built to date, but last big engine Pilbeam built. They did build an MP 101 afterwards, but yes. So the Tomlin car, not as old as we thought.
Did we incur the wrath of Sandra then?
Well, I did say I'd make a public apology, so Sandra, I apologise.
Sandra, I'm very sorry too.
The car is younger than we thought. And Nicola Mingus did point out, actually, that's a much older car, the GR55, because that's about 19 years old. So anyway, so there we go. Apologies for that. We're waiting to see the Big Gould come to the line. I'll let you know when we have it with Graham Wynn aboard.
Interesting though, Billy, isn't it, that those earlier hill climb cars are still very competitive. I mean, obviously the ex-Martin Groves car, Nicola's car and Dave Uren, that's still very, very competitive, and it's quite an old car, but big engine in the back, isn't it?
Yeah, 2004, I think Dave said, which, well, the Sue Young car was competing in 2000 with Graham White Jr. with the V6 in the back, so that car has been phenomenally quick for a very long time.
Is that ex-Graham White, that car?
Yeah,
is
yeah.
it?
That's the GR. That's the GR51. There's only one of them.
Wow. I didn't know that either.
Honestly, it's just like
You're
like
mine
school.
of information.
It's like school.
Mine
isn't
of
it?
information.
Every day's a school day. So yeah, there's one GR51, which is the now Young car, which had the V6 in the back, which Graham still got, by the way, on his workbench.
So it started off life with a V6, and now
yes, when Graham had it,
it
had a V6, and that's the car he won 2 championships in 2001, 2002.
Well, I didn't know that either.
Yep. I think hopefully Sandra will be satisfied with our grovelling apology. I can see on
we'll consider ourselves considerably rebuked. Anyway, Sandra's a lovely lady, though, as is Oliver, and that is still a magnificent car, isn't it?
Very quick indeed, yes. Just getting Graham strapped into the big Gould now. I can see him sat in the car. He's just putting his helmet on, gloves on, and steering wheel on, and then he will be to the start line, so we should see him momentarily. What's the sun situation like at bottom S?
I can tell you, we're talking slim shady up here at the moment. Lots of shade, lots of dappled light for my my men in orange that they're always on to me about. But yeah, I can see that the grandstands on the banks there are pretty shady. So yeah, the temperature's dipping a wee bit up here.
That would be interesting to see then if people go quicker than they have just been or not. So we shall see.
How difficult must it be then when you've got all this shade and dappled light there? It must be difficult for the drivers to pick out the lines sometimes.
Yes, I think Chris was saying earlier when he was saying of a story, he used to come through Kennel, and depending on what time of day it is, sometimes you are straight into the sun, which can be very tricky indeed. So it is something else to deal with whilst doing 130 miles an hour.
I do have flags coming in on the hill, just as an update, gentlemen. So I think we should hopefully, subject to Graham's preparation, be underway shortly.
Yes, right. Graham is being pushed out of the dual drive paddock now. Marshall's taking their places at the start line. Course car has just returned down the hill. So the big Judd will fire in the back of the Gould GR59 any moment, and off we will go. So here we go, round 12 of the British Hillclimb Championship for the season. 12 phenomenally quick car driver combinations, all of which have already been up this hill today in the 25 seconds or less, which is a phenomenal achievement in itself. Let's see what they can do now. So, Graham's in the car at the pre-start line before the tyre warming area. Engine turns over. Engine fires. Thumbs up from the marshals that we're good to go at the start line. Graham brings the car in a moment to the line. How many burnouts? One big burnout to bring the car to the line. Parked pretty much in the middle of the road at the start line. Chopped into place by the marshals. Adjusting, just making sure his helmet is comfortable. Settled in the car. Visor down. Selects a gear. Builds up the revs. Off the line. Here we go. Graham Wynne off the line. 2.12 second start into Kennel.
Fantastic, yeah, Graham flashes into sight now, a little bit of wiggle out of Kennel, just modulates that power, a couple of turns into crossing, no problem at all, takes a little bit of power off through King, really, really nice sounding car, that 109 through the speed trap.
Yeah, looking excellent, brilliant lines, driving that car super smooth as you'd expect. He's already blasting off to the finish, what's he going to do?
Let's see what he does. He can do a 25.42, 25.42, that is the benchmark that the others will now have to beat.
162 miles an hour over the line.
Unbelievable. 162 miles an hour across the line. 410 kilograms, 700 horsepower, that car. So next we await the Gould GR55 of Nicola Mingis, who qualified on a 25.05. She did a 24.91 this morning. Let's see if she can get back into the 24s. The car is just being pushed out now. It's a bit of a traffic jam in the paddock as she's got to come past some of the other cars. She's being pushed to the start line now. The ladies' record here, the hill record, which Nicola holds, is a 24.70. It's not out of sight. Let's see what she can do.
It's not far away, is it?
Tyre warmers coming off the car. What looks like a brand new set of rears on the GR55.
No expense spared for this run, though.
Car being pushed to the start line. 3 points that she scored this morning in the runoff. Can she add to that total this afternoon? Let's see. Engine fires. Dave and Wallace helping push the car to the pre-start line. The car is running. Bringing the engine into optimal operating temperature. Selects a gear. Visor down. One burnout. Two burnouts to bring the car to the line. Parks it about in the middle of the start line. About in the middle of the road. Adjusts the car. She's got 25.42 to beat. If she matches her qualifying time, she will take the lead in the runoff. Waiting for the light. Builds up the revs. Builds up the revs, drop the clutch and nothing happened. Please don't tell me it's just done a drive shaft. That would be... Let's see. They're just rocking the rear of the car. Wallace there. Scott. Sorry, not Scott. Dave Uren coming up to have a look. And Tom New is there, just looking at the rear of the car. They're just...
Did she cross the rear of
No,
the
she didn't.
No,
no,
okay, good.
Nothing
good.
happened. It dropped the clutch and it
Right.
didn't move. So they're just checking drive shafts. They're just checking drive shafts now, looking at the rear of the car. Engine is currently off.
I pray they can get that sorted.
We will wait to see. Tom New just running back down into the paddock looking for something. I don't know what it looks like. They might be looking at something at the rear of the car. So at the moment she's sat on the start line.
I was beginning to think I think she fancies doing that hill record, you know, because if she's got some new tyres on the back, let's just hope that she gets a chance to have a tilt at it.
They're bringing, what are they bringing? They seem to be bringing a trolley to the back of the car to jack up the rear of the car. Maybe to have a look. I've just had a note, Chris Druitt is here. He's just said the word gearbox. They're looking at the gearbox. Oh, that's a shame. It's being wheeled away. It looks like there's a gearbox problem or failure. It's being wheeled away. Yes, it's left a little puddle on the start line.
Oh, what a great shame.
That is a huge shame. It looks like that means that not only will Nicola not run, but neither will Dave. I'm gutted for both of them.
What a shame.
I think so. What they've done is they've wheeled the car to the little gap that is the insert next to the start line, because what they don't want to do is wheel a car dribbling oil all the way through the pre-start area very sensibly. So I think they've just put it to the side.
And where is said puddle? Is that likely to affect other runners and riders, or is it
well, it
fairly
is
contained?
It's in the middle.
Yeah.
So as long as you straddle it,
yeah,
then you should be okay. But they've also got these mats, very good. Marshall's jumping straight into gear, putting these sort of absorbent mats down on the start line to absorb the gearbox oil. There is a trickle and a trail of it down from where the car was wheeled, but that should be relatively easy to clear up. So there's going to be a 5 or 10 minute delay just whilst the oil is tidied up. Nicola walking down the paddock. That is a crying shame, but should not take away from an incredible weekend of results.
It's been a rather attritional day for some of the big cars, hasn't it? Which is a real shame. Trevor's obviously got potentially an expensive rebuild to do. Nicola, gearboxes don't come cheap on those cars. And I'm glad to see that Sean Gould's car got going again. But yeah, expensive times.
Yes, I wonder. I don't know, the start line seems very grippy today. I don't know if that had any impact. I don't know. We'll find out, I'm sure, later. But there will be a non-start then for both Nicola Mingus and for Dave Uren. That does guarantee Graham win a point.
Yeah, that's off the start line this weekend. We've had lots of under the 2 seconds mark, haven't we? Which is pretty incredible.
Yes. Amazing, really. So there's some sweeping to be done to dry up the puddle. So we will bring you the runoff as soon as that oil has been tidied away.
Yeah, going to be a slight delay, isn't there? We've still got lots and lots of spectators up the hill. What's it looking like down your way, Lloyd? I can't see around the corner.
Yeah, still plenty of people here. Obviously, the best is yet to come from the weekend, I think. We're about to see the runoff from the really quick stuff, so I think you'd be mad to go at this point. It will be well worth the wait. So, yeah, to see the likes of Alex Summers and Wallace Menzies, Scott Moran, all heading up the hill shortly, it's very much worth hanging around for.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be long delay, will it? Because they've only got to sort of sort a little bit of oil out, haven't they? And,
yeah, sweeping hard now. So they're sweeping away now. There's a big puddle on the start line, which they've pretty much got, and then there's a little trail from the start line back to where the car was wheeled, which is what they're now sorting. And you cannot have any of that left on the start line. There, it would be, yeah, you've got to get that cleared up properly. It's otherwise it will. It could be quite dangerous, so that's being cleared up.
Quite thick stuff, gearbox oil normally, isn't it?
Yes, and it will be hot as well.
Ah, very true, very true. Well, yeah, it'd be worth waiting for, folks. So, yeah,
definitely.
everyone's
Don't
been
go
very,
anywhere.
very patient.
Don't go anywhere. It will be worth watching. I reckon we've probably got 5 or 6 minutes left. The marshals, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people sweeping. Clerks of the courses are helping, and officials to get this tied up as quickly as we can. Drivers will probably want to come and have a quick look at it. When you can see on the stream the stream of oil being tidied up and the car pushed nice and safely out of the way, it will stay there until the end of the meeting. So there's no point dragging oil all the way back through the start area. It looked like they had to jack the rear of the car up to move it, so it does look like it is stuck in gear. Which would explain why they had to jack the back of the car up. So we shall see. We've also got, yeah, I can see Annie Goodyear's down there, just keeping an eye on proceedings. It's been, I think we should take this moment to thank all the marshals and all the organisation staff here at Shelsley. It's been a fantastic meeting, both yesterday and today. Run brilliantly well. A huge round of applause to all the marshals. It's not an easy job, and it's a hot job on a day like today. So we do thank all of you for all of your efforts. So we await the resumption of the runoff, and yeah, cars will not be allowed to run until the officials are satisfied that the course is safe.
So a question for you then, Billy. Obviously these cars are going to be sat now for a little while. Do they have is it a similar kind of thing to Formula 1 where the cars need to be preheated with liquids pumped into them in order to start them, or are they a bit more slightly...
Oh no, they have preheaters.
They all have
Did you know
preheaters?
that that's what Tom New makes?
I had no idea.
Yeah, that's he's one of his key main business sectors is making these pre-start heaters. They're very good.
So what kind of temperatures does it bring it up to, kind of like full working temperature, ready to go and hit the course? Does the car need to run for a little bit before
You'd still, I think, run the car. I don't know. It's a very good question. I've never asked him. my knowledge of HillClimb cars is better than my knowledge of HillClimb car pre-start heaters.
I didn't know that Tom New made those heaters. I mean,
Yes,
he's
he
a
does.
very talented mechanic, is young Tom. He looks after Wallace's car, doesn't he?
He does.
Well, all the time, basically. But so he's got a little side business. That's probably his main
That's
business.
his main business.
That's
Yeah,
his main business
is the
preheaters.
heaters. Yeah, he just made one. He was telling me yesterday for the LMP 900 Audi R8 that was being run by a team in the UK, which was a Le Mans car from the early noughties with a turbocharged V8 in the back. He's just made them a pre-start heater, which is pretty cool.
Very talented chap, isn't he, our Tom? But then again, there's a lot of very talented people in the paddock, isn't there? That you know, even Derek Young, to be fair, he put that engine back into that magnificent car, and I don't think he rebuilt the engine, but he certainly put it all back in and got it all running, which is a fine achievement, isn't it?
Yeah, he spanners that car. He looks after that car. Does a great job. Yeah, the engine got rebuilt by Judd. Went back to Judd, I believe. But yes, all the car is fully built by Derek. Just on the screen now, we can see a picture of Dave Warburton in the car, or under an umbrella, because it is really quite hot down here, especially if you're in full fireproof overalls. But a few of the team members of various drivers are coming to have a look at the start line to see what kind of condition it is. I think as long as they straddle it, they'll be fine.
So the pool of oil it was behind the start line, was it?
Yes, it's at gearbox. It was literally, if you imagine a gearbox, sort of gearbox level of the rear of one of these cars, because it didn't come off the line. As soon as she dropped the clutch, it didn't move, which was a real shame. But I can see, we don't have any flags. I can see a purple Gould GR59 being wheeled into position, which is the car of Sean Gould. I can see Will Hall coming to have a look at the start line to see what the start line looks like, see what condition the track is. Graham at the top of the hill, if you can hear me, we haven't forgotten you, we promise. We'll be with you in just a second. He's up there all on his own.
It's very lonely.
Yes, but right, we've got a car fired. We've got Sean Gould coming to the pre-start area. 1 burnout, 2 burnouts, 3 burnouts. Now he's got the car nicely sort of straddling the chalk, which is good. There's a bit of it on the rear tyres, but that won't be there by the time he gets to me at the commentary box. So, on the line in front of me, we've got Sean Gould in the car that bears his name, the Gould GR59, 4-litre, 700 horsepower Judd engine in the back of it. Qualified on a 24.92, but we can know he can go a good amount quicker than that. Builds up the revs, drops the clutch, he's off the line, big burst of power, 2.12 second start.
Yeah, absolutely with me now, wiggles into Kennel. Nice, grabs the gears, perfect line through crossing. This is really quick. This is the best I've seen Sean drive all weekend. He's banging it down the gears, 130 through the speed trap.
Wow, he's pretty sideways coming through the S's. Oh my goodness me, but he's already blasting up the finish. What's he going to do?
This is going to be very quick indeed, I think. Is it going to be a 23? Yes, it is. 23.74. 23.74. 1.2 seconds quicker than his qualifying time, which is a very impressive result indeed. I know I spoke to him after the run. He said that he was just making sure that the car got to the top, that he got qualified after they had to change the drive shaft a little earlier. Wanted to give the car over in good condition to co-driver Matt Ryder. So that is more reflective of the potential of that driver-car combination. Takes the lead of the runoff on a 23.74.
So we're going to see these two cars coming back down the hill, I'd imagine, very shortly, aren't we?
Yes, they're coming now, actually. I can see them in sight. They're on the way back down. So, yeah, everything's looking good.
So as those cars come back down, they will go into the return paddock. We will then have number 9, David Warburton, coming to the line. I can see Dad Allen standing just in front of the car in the paddock, getting ready to go. Dave still with the umbrella over the top of his head to keep him cool. And it will be interesting to see where he positions the car to avoid the dust that's been put down.
That's
to
a nice
absorb
photo.
The gearbox oil.
A pair of Gould GR59s making their way back down the hill. Lovely.
Did Alan not qualify for the runoff then?
Just missed out this afternoon because because we had Matt Ryder qualify as well, and Graham Wynn did a fantastic job in that last run to qualify as well, so he just missed out.
Well, I'm sure David will do it justice, won't he?
He will indeed. David goes very well here indeed. So flags are in at the start line as we have a brace of Gould GR59s. Maybe it's a Pride. I think that sounds quite nice, isn't it? If you have more than one.
Yes.
Gould GR59.
I agree.
A Pride of 59s has come back to the paddock. We have flags in. I await the arrival of the 1600cc Hayabusa engined Gould GR59 of David Warburton, which is at the pre-start line now. Just taking some of the stones off the tyres. He does one burnout, he does two burnouts, three burnouts, and brings the car to the line. He actually fully crosses the dust so that the entire car is, as the driver would see it, he's to the left of the dusty patch, so he's on the far left of the start line, just being wheeled back into position. Qualified on a 24.62. Let's see what he can do. He'll need to, I don't think he'll quite match Sean, but let's see how low into the 24s he can get. Car sat on the start line, takes a gear, builds up the revs, off the line now. Good start for David. It's a 2.10 second start. He's into kennel.
Yeah, David's been absolutely fantastic all weekend. This car's been absolutely on rails. Same again this weekend, just on this run. Perfect through crossing, perfect through the kink, 106 through the speed trap.
Yeah, looking very smooth actually. Yeah, beautiful lines. This is going to be a quick time for this little 1600.
This is going to be very quick indeed. Let's see how low into the 24s he can get. It's going to be a 24.66. 24.66, just 0.04 of a second slower than his qualifying time. Clocks him into second place in the runoff at the moment. Next, we've got, you can hear in the background, Richard Spedding bringing the 1600cc GWR Raptor to the line. He is plumb in the middle of the start line, so a very similar Hayabusa in the back to the one in the back of David Warburton's car. His car lined up plumb in the middle of the start line. It's been a fierce battle all weekend between Dave and Richard. Let's see how Richard goes. He's off the line. He's past me. 1.99 second start.
Absolutely, yeah, and he's with me. He's a perfect line into kennel. Perfect through crossing. Gets a little bit wide, a little bit leery, but doesn't take his foot off the throttle. Flat through the kink, 114 through the speed trap.
He's up on David at the moment. Can he get to the finish quicker? Yes, it's certainly a very smooth run. That indicates very good run.
Very quick indeed. Let's see, it's going to be a 24. What 24 is it? 24.74. 24.74. 0.08 of a second slower than David Warburton. Slots him into third place in the runoff so far. Next on the line, we have Paul Hames in the 1300cc turbocharged Hayabusa powered Gould GR59. About 450 horsepower out of this car. Brand new turbocharger in the car for this year, working fantastically well. He has been on it all weekend from the first run of the weekend. He did his first sub 24 second run earlier today. He qualified for this runoff on a 24.25. Let's see what he can do. He's building up the revs, building up the boost in the turbocharged car. Drops the clutch off the line. Here we go. 2.12 second start. He's into kennel.
Absolutely, yeah, and Paul, another car that's been absolutely on rails this weekend and nothing short of it. Perfect through crossing, absolutely inch perfect, and he's good flat through kink as well, and 120 through the speed trap. Brilliant.
Well, immaculate lines, I tell you, he knows his way up this hill. That car puts that power down, that Hayabusa with the turbo. What a piece of kit that is, and he drives it brilliantly.
He was so quick through the S's. Can he do a 23? He
yes,
can!
He's got 23.99.
23.99. Slots himself into second in the runoff. His second ever sub 24 second run at Shelsley Walsh. He will be pleased with that. Fantastic run. Well done, Paul. Brilliant.
Fabulous run, incredible run, well done. He's been brilliant all weekend. Who have we got next?
So we are just waiting the next car. So we are waiting for Matthew Ryder in the big Gould GR59. It might be just a minute or two as they prep the car, as the car only just got back from Sean Gould's run. They might change the tyres. They'll definitely be having to refuel. New driver in. The car is in the return paddock to the side of the main paddock. I can see on the stream that there is the team around the car. They've got a leaf blower blowing in the side pod to keep the engine cool. The umbrella that was keeping Matt cool has been removed. The team pushed the car to the start line. So coming to the pre-start area now, Matthew Ryder. Currently second, I believe, in the British Hillclimb Championship as of this morning, which is a fantastic result for what is just his second season in this car. 4-litre Judd V8 in the back of the Gould GR59 chassis. The car fires now. Thumbs up from the team. 1 burnout, 2 burnouts, and maybe a third to bring it to the line. 3 burnouts. He, like a few of the cars before him, decides to straddle the dust at the start line, so he's pretty much plumb in the centre of the road. The marshals wheel him back slightly to get him in line. Got him in line now. They point to the lights to wait for them to go green. Visor down for Matt. A few final adjustments in the cockpit before he launches himself up Shelsley Walsh. Builds up the revs on the launch control, off the line. Here we go, Matthew Ryder, 2.03 second start.
Absolutely, yes, looking super quick. I think it could be a dark horse for a very good time. Lovely line through Candleland Crossing, and he flashes past the commentary box. Little lift through the kink. He's 136 through the speed trap.
And his times are up on the previous runners, and Matthew is on a mission. Go boy to the finish, see what you can do. Give us a 22.
Let's see how he does. It was 2/10 up, and he's 23.17. 23.17. That is a very quick time indeed. 23.17.
Will take some beating. That'll take some beating.
Tell you what, that tells everybody else to come that the hill is in good condition, because that is quicker than the fastest qualifying time for this runoff. And we still have 5 cars to go, starting off with Alex Summers bringing the DJ Firestorm to the line. 2.65 litre V8 in the back. Screams to well over 11,000 RPM, this engine. Sounds fantastic. Alex is a very, very talented driver. He's right over to the left-hand side of the start line. Qualified on a 23.55. Let's see, off the line, here we go. Storms past me, 1.96 second start.
Absolutely, Alex is a phenomenal driver. He's been perfect in this car all weekend. Let's see if he can keep it sorted, ready to put in a great time. He's flat through the kink, 140 through the speed trap.
Oh, and I wouldn't bet against it. He is brilliant at the moment. I tell you what, I think he's up a little bit.
He's a tenth and a half up at the exit of Top S. Let's see what he does. 23.41, 23.41. 146 miles an hour across the line, slots himself into second position just behind Matthew Ryder. Next car on the line, Will Hall. Best time he's ever done up Shelsley was today in this car, even though it's only his first weekend here in it. Another 4-litre Gould GR59. Will, multiple runoff winner here at Shelsley, parks the car slap bang in the middle of the road at the start line. Visor down. They're just adjusting the car to be right at the start to be fully in line. The marshal points at the lights to say that we're good to go. Will just settles himself in the car before setting off. Building up the revs, popping and banging on the launch control. Off we go. Will Hall, 2.09 second start.
Absolutely, yeah, this is a phenomenally quick car. Will Hall really getting his head round it now. Lovely line through crossing, and absolutely flat to the boards through the kink. Lots of sparks underneath the car, 128 through the speed trap.
He is certainly not hanging about. He's taking a different line to the rest. He's already got that power down, that massive big Judd V8. Sparks to the finish.
Let's see if it's going to be a 23. It will be. It's a 23.55. 23.55. Slots him into third in the runoff, behind Alex Summers, ahead of Sean Gould. So Matthew Ryder still sitting pretty at the top of the times on a 23.17. That is the time to beat. Obviously, unfortunately, Dave Uren will not be running as the car had the gearbox issue. So next to run, second fastest qualifier, Scott Moran, qualified on a 23.39. He will have to better that to take the lead in the runoff. 2 big burnouts to bring the car to the line. car you saw earlier in the hands of Graham Wynne, now in the hands of our 6-time British Hillclimb champion, recently passed 4,000 points scored in British Hillclimb Championship runoffs. He builds up the revs, he's off the line, it's a good start. 2.08 seconds, he's into kennel.
Absolutely, yeah, we can see Scott now absolutely perfectly neutral, no oversteer or anything, he's absolutely on it. Wonderful through the crossing, sparks as he heads through the kink, 115 into the speed trap.
Beautifully smooth lines from Scott, as you'd expect. He's already, he's on his way, Come on, Scotty.
He's a tenth and a half down to the S's. Let's see what he does to the line. Crosses the line, 23.27, a tenth of a second behind Matt Ryder, 23.27.
Wow, that's brilliant stuff, isn't it?
So one man now stands between Matt Ryder's first win here. Oh no, Matt Ryder's first win of the season, of course. It would be another win here at Shelsley after taking a win here last year. That man is 3 times champion and current championship leader, Wallace Mingis. Does 3 burnouts to bring the car to the line. The 3.3 litre Cosworth V8 sounding incredible in the back of this Gould GR59. He qualified on a 23.37. He will need to find 0.2 of a second to better Matt Ryder, or actually to be joint winner. He needs to find just over 0.2 to take the win. The car is on the start line, plumb in the middle of the road. Wallace settles himself in the car. Visor down, builds up the revs in the launch control, popping and banging on the start line, off the line. Here we go. Wallace Mingis, 1.94 second start.
Wow, what can Wallace do? Let's see. It's a beautiful line through the kennel. Absolutely wonderful through crossing. No issues at all. He's absolutely flat out. This is so quick. Flat through the kennel. 144 through the speed trap.
Wow, wow, wow. Look at this. Oh, my goodness me. This man's on a mission. Oh, he gets that. Once that engine goes, watch it go.
He's a quarter of a second up to the S's. What's he going to do over the line? Is it going to be a 22? No, 23.04. 23.04 takes the win. Fantastic from Wallace there. Absolutely brilliant run. It was inch perfect. 23.04. The other drivers come to the car to congratulate him in the top paddock. So I'll take you through the results of another breathless runoff here at Shelsley Walsh. It's a win for Wallace Mingis on a 23.04. Second, Matthew Ryder on a 23.17. Third, Scott Moran on a 23.27. Fourth place for Alex Summers, 23.41. Fifth place, Will Hall, 23.55. Great weekend for Will. Sixth place, Sean Gould on a 23.74. Paul Hames in seventh on a 23.99. Great to see Paul again under the 24-second mark. Eighth place, David Warburton on a 24.66. Ninth, Richard Spedding on a 24.74. And 10th, Graham Wynne gets a point on a 25.42. And unfortunately, with the gearbox issue, we didn't have a run from Nicola Mingis or from Dave Uren.
Well, that was interesting, wasn't it?
I think it was sensational. I thoroughly enjoyed that.
If you'd have asked me who my money was on as a dark horse before the runoff, I'd have said Matthew Ryder, and it looked like he was going to take it. But Wallace, as ever, showed us his class, and just snuck in there with that 23.04. Such fine margins in British hill climbing, it's incredible.
Chris, before we sign off, just a little bit of housekeeping. The form that we all need to fill in is in the commentators box on the right-hand table. If the last person to fill it in could give it to Sarah, that'd be great.
When you say the commentators, in Box Villa, in Box Villa?
No, not in Box Villa, in the farmyard barn, on the table.
Not a problem. Okay.
Not a problem.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'll see you whenever.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Brilliant job.
Thanks,
okay,
Chris.
Cheers.
Now, they're starting to come back down the hill. Give them all a blooming great big round of applause. They're giving us a brilliant runoff. I know folk are on your way home, but give them a wave, give them a clap. They'll so appreciate that, and they're giving us brilliant entertainment.
Fantastic results from everybody under, well, in the 25s or less, which is absolutely staggering up this hill when you stop and think about what they've just done. Fantastic results. Brilliant day of motorsport, fantastic battles in all the classes, road-going classes, sports car classes, the single-seaters. It was phenomenally close throughout. Brilliant to see. Chris, we'll start with you. Final word of the weekend. Chris Bomsford, are you there?
Sorry, I was just giving them all a clap as they're coming down the hill. I'm loving this. Yes, it's been a wonderful weekend. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. See you all soon.
Thanks, Chris. Lloyd, thoughts from the weekend?
Yeah, just echoing what you're saying. The closed cars were very, very quick. The 1600s very quick. The 1100s punching well above their weight. But yeah, how about that for a final runoff? I really thought Matthew Ryder was going to pinch it, but Wallace just showing his class and showing us why he's a champion. So hats off to Wallace Menzies. A driver of the weekend for me, Olivia Cooper. Unbelievable all weekend. Inch perfect every single time she comes up this hill.
Well, thank you very much for your thoughts from Chris and from Lloyd and from Chris that just left. Fantastic weekend, brilliantly close runoffs, lots of very, very good runs, and actually a very, very clean day as well, with no incidents today, which was great to see. Thank you so much to the organisers and to the marshals for doing what you do. Without you, we wouldn't be able to go motor racing. Thank you for joining us here, both at Shelsley and on the stream. If you've enjoyed what you've watched today, then the big cars, the British Championship, will be back here in August. We also have Classic Nostalgia taking place here later in the summer, which is an event that you really should not be missing. So on behalf of the other commentators and me, Billy Grace, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. What a fantastic weekend of motorsport. And we will talk to you all again soon. Safe journey home.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport videos. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.